my Lords. Second reading of the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, Baroness Smith of Malden.
Thank you, my Lords. And whilst I might have felt offended by the exodus of so many people at the end of oral questions, I am reassured by the large numbers of people who want to contribute to this debate today. So, my Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. It is an honour to move the second reading of the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, for there are few topics which unite members of both houses more deeply than the well-being of children. And I think the numbers of contributors demonstrate that today. This bill has been ably steered through the other house by my ministerial colleagues, and I want to acknowledge those across political parties and from key external organisations who have spoken so passionately and sensitively in support of child safeguarding and ensuring that every child has the opportunity to thrive. Their voices have been invaluable in shaping this debate, and their commitment to protecting children's present and future is deeply appreciated. I'm also particularly pleased to be working alongside my noble friend Baroness Blake, whose expertise and dedication in social care and education is invaluable, and I'm grateful for her support as we take this bill forward together in this House. This bill represents an enormously important opportunity to improve our children's social care and school systems. The chance to make meaningful change to the lives of children and families through legislation of this kind is rare, and I look forward to the thoughtful, impactful debate ahead. It also delivers on manifesto commitments to drive high and rising standards in our schools and ensuring that every child has the opportunity to achieve and to thrive. I know that all members of this House share the fundamental belief that our children deserve more, but currently children's life chances are limited by systemic obstacles. Children at risk of abuse are falling through the cracks of our safeguarding systems. At the same time, while the best schools and trusts have shown how collaboration, strong leadership and innovation can transform education, many schools are still held back by a system that simply does not work well enough. The bill will strengthen protections for vulnerable children and ensure that those in care have the security and the stability they need to thrive. But it also goes beyond these essential safeguarding reforms and ensures that opportunity is encouraged in every school. Every child deserves access to excellent teaching and a school system that gives them the foundations to succeed, no matter where they live or their circumstances. The bill sets out a comprehensive package of support to advance significant improvements across the education and care systems, encouraging innovation and excellence while ensuring fair and accountable systems that work for every child. For too many children today, their background has a decisive negative impact on the life they're able to build. Ensuring that every child starts their school day nourished, focused and ready to learn is fundamental to our commitment to breaking down barriers to success. That's why this bill delivers on the manifesto pledge to place a duty on every state-funded primary school to introduce free breakfast, making them accessible to all children regardless of background. Breakfast clubs have proven benefits. They boost attendance, improve academic attainment, and enhance children's social and emotional well-being. However, access remains fragmented. Despite the good work of the National Schools Breakfast Programme, it reaches only around 2,000 primary schools, covering only a fraction of those in need and funding only 75% of the cost of food and delivery, leaving schools to cover staff wages and other expenses. This bill goes further than simply expanding the existing programme. It makes a fundamental shift in how we support children's education and well-being. From April, 750 schools across all 9 regions, including 45 special schools, have led the way in free daily breakfast clubs. saving parents up to £450 a year. Early adopters will be part of a test and learn phase to strengthen delivery of national rollout. We will learn what works and develop the programme, and this bill will ensure that the opportunities provided by free universal breakfast clubs reach all primary children. In a country where 3.5 million children are growing up in absolute poverty, we must ensure that no child's future is determined by their family's financial circumstances. And breaking down barriers to opportunity goes beyond just the classroom. This bill will also help by limiting the number of branded items of school uniform and PE kits schools can require, reducing unnecessary costs and putting money back in parents' pockets. My Lords, our responsibility is greatest to those children who most need our protection and safeguarding. We must learn from the tragic cases of children failed by the system. So this bill delivers on important recommendations from significant recent reviews, including the independent review of children's social care, the Child Protection Review published by the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel, and a study into children's social care placements published by the Competition and Markets Authority. And our measures are also informed by evidence from effective local practice. Our priority is to keep children and families together wherever it is safe to do so. By helping more families to stay together, we can improve outcomes for children and reduce the number of children that need to enter the care system. This bill strengthens early support, ensuring that those at risk of family breakdown can create a plan that prioritises their child's needs. It places a duty on local authorities to offer a family group decision-making meeting before an application for a care or supervision order is made, potentially preventing many children from going into care and instead safely remaining with their families. To support more children staying with relatives, friends or other connected persons, this bill will require all local authorities to publish a kinship local offer. Every child deserves a stable, loving and permanent home, and this bill takes meaningful steps to make that a reality. To strengthen safeguarding, we are placing a duty on safeguarding partners to fully include education and childcare settings in their arrangements, ensuring no opportunity to protect children is missed. We're also requiring local safeguarding partners to establish multi-agency child protection teams in every area to take decisive action when necessary. For too long, poor information sharing has contributed to serious child safeguarding incidents, including in reviews following the death of or serious injury to a child. To ensure that no child goes unseen or unsupported, the bill sets the foundation for the introduction of a unique identifier for children and strengthens the regulatory regime in place for independent educational institutions. My Lords, parents have the right to have their wishes regarding their child's education respected. But that education must be suitable and that child must be safe. This bill establishes mandatory registers for children not in school full-time, so that we know where children are and that their education is safe and suitable. And when care is necessary, it must work for children, not for profit. In 2022, the Competition and Markets Authority and the Independent Review of Children's Social Care found that levels of profit in the care placement market were well above those that would be expected in a well-functioning market. To prevent children's social care placement providers from profiting at the expense of vulnerable children, we're introducing a new power, enabling the Secretary of State to cap profits if profiteering is not brought under control through our other interventions. And because care does not end at 18, we're requiring all local authorities to provide eligible care leavers with stay-in close support where their welfare requires it, ensuring young people leaving care have stability and the right help to build a bright future. My Lords, every child is entitled to a high-quality state education. Whilst there has been progress over the years, our system is simply not working well enough for everybody. Standards vary widely, with a stark contrast between the experiences of children in the best and the worst schools. The gap in average Key Stage 4 attainment between the best and worst performing schools is now equivalent to more than 2 GCSE grades per subject. Too many schools are stuck, trapped in cycles of underperformance without the capacity or momentum to improve, and children with additional needs are not getting the support that they need. The attainment gap for disadvantaged children at Key Stage 2 and Key Stage 4 has remained persistently high and has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. There are large and persistent attainment gaps at all stages of education. Currently, 39% of children are not meeting expected standards in all of reading, writing and maths as they leave primary school. Further, we have an absence crisis with approximately 1 in 5 children missing a day of school each fortnight. This needs to change. High and rising standards in every classroom must be the right of every child, delivered through a broad, high-quality curriculum taught by skilled and dedicated teachers. That is why we've established the independent, expert-led curriculum and assessment review, which will deliver a broad, rich and innovative curriculum to ensure all children and young people have the essential knowledge and skills that set them up for work and life. Teaching quality is the most important in-school determinant of pupil outcomes. That's why this government is committed to recruiting 6,500 new expert teachers across our mainstream secondary and specialist colleges, schools and our colleges over the course of this Parliament. This bill then is a charter for common sense, providing a core guarantee of quality education in every school, no matter where you live. The bill will establish a pay floor by requiring all schools to adhere to a minimum pay level. This will help ensure a competitive pay structure, supporting the recruitment and retention of the best educators. Additionally, Academy Trust will be required to consider the school teachers' pay and conditions document when setting staff conditions, further promoting fairness and consistency across the education system. The bill will ensure that when the national curriculum is reformed, it will be an entitlement for all children in all schools, and that new teachers either have or are working towards qualified teacher status, followed by a period of statutory induction. To provide greater certainty for families, the bill strengthens collaboration between schools and local authorities on admissions and place planning. It also introduces more flexibility in how we support struggling schools. When academies were introduced by the last Labour government, they were the disruptors in the system, challenging and supporting the schools who most needed it to improve. Now they are the system. Over 80% of our secondary schools are academies. We need new challenge, new urgency, and new tools to drive improvement where schools just aren't doing well enough for our children. That's why this bill enables a range of intervention to address underperformance. While academisation will remain a key tool for tackling failing schools, the bill gives the government more discretion to apply the most appropriate solutions to individual cases, including supporting the deployment of our RISE teams. These are teams made up of proven leaders with a track record of improving schools and delivering for children. As we announced on Tuesday, an additional 45 advisors have joined last month, tripling the total number to 65. This will enable us to expand our reach from an initial 32 schools to more than 200, reaching over 120,000 children and putting us on track to engage with up to 600 schools by March 2026. Through these reforms, we aim to ensure that every child can attend a high-quality local school and receive the education they deserve. My Lords, this bill makes vital, practical changes to our children's social care and education systems. There will be tangible improvement for every young person as a result. This government has been clear in setting out its mission to ensure that a child's future should not be determined by their circumstances. I know that this is a principle widely shared across the House. By addressing the systemic barriers that too often hold our children back, we have a unique opportunity through this bill to create a more equitable and successful environment where all young people have the chance to achieve and thrive. And my Lords, I beg to move.
The question is, this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, please let me thank the noble Baroness the Minister for the comprehensive way in which she has set out the purpose of this key legislation. His Majesty's official opposition welcomes the government's ambition to protect children and ensure that they have the best opportunities in life, regardless of any challenges they may have faced during their childhood. As your Lordship's House is aware, this bill comprises two halves, and whilst both parts of the bill are focused on the well-being and the future of children across the country, there are some real and distinct differences between the two parts. The former seeks to improve the children's social care system. Noble Lords know that outcomes for children in the care system remain stubbornly poor despite efforts from repeated governments to improve them. Part 1 includes many elements that were recommended by the independent review into children's social care commissioned by the last government and published in 2022. As noble Lords will be aware, it was ably led by the now Honourable Member for Whitehaven. There are areas in Part 1 where we will seek to probe, develop and clarify regarding the practical implementation, but in the round, this is a section of the bill whose importance is recognised and where the need for legislation is understood. It is a huge responsibility to do one's collective best to represent the interests of children and young people who have been so disadvantaged through no fault of their own. And in doing so, we will focus on areas where we think that the bill could be strengthened, including in relation to support for kinship carers in particular and foster carers more broadly. We are keen to see the support for care leavers be as effective as possible. We will encourage the government to consider what support can be given to mothers who've already had one or more children removed from them by the local authority, and we will press the government to improve the protections for children deprived of their liberty, some as young as 7, which is a truly chilling thought. We will press for greater clarity on the implementation of family group conferencing and seek an explanation for the approach the government is adopting to the introduction of a unique child identifier. More broadly, we remain sceptical about the government's approach to the regulation of children's home and fostering agencies, and we fear that this will result in more bureaucracy and no change in the supply picture. Given that research by Ofsted showed that up to 50% of children in children's homes had a foster placement specified on their care plan, there is a pressing need to address the fundamental issues which limit the number of foster carers. We are aware that many organisations, including the Children's Commissioner, have called for childcare and education agencies to be full partners in local safeguarding arrangements. We anticipate that on many of these issues, we will be probing the government alongside noble lords from all sides of the House. It would be fair to say that we cannot share the same enthusiasm and support for the second part of the bill, which relates to schools. We believe that the measures in this part of the bill simply will not provide the best education possible for our children. If passed, these elements of the bill will override years of cross-party support and will reverse the very system that has seen English children move up the PISA rankings across the board in reading, science and maths. This bill risks undermining the overwhelming consensus of the last 20 years on the benefits that come from giving greater autonomy to local schools and trusts whilst having high standards of transparency and accountability. It is this system that has seen English school children become the best in the Western world at both reading and maths, and to change this without clear evidence to justify it is both serious and risky. My Lords, we foresee far-reaching and negative consequences arising from some of the provisions in the second half of this bill, and we are not alone in this view. The Confederation of School Trusts is very concerned about the provisions of the bill that seek to remove the academy freedoms that have so greatly improved our education system. One only needs to look at the contrast with Scotland and Wales, who have not adopted the English reforms, to see the evidence in stark relief. We will respectfully explore, we will question, and in some cases, as His Majesty's government have themselves done when they were in opposition, we will challenge outright. Please allow me to begin with the area on which we have the greatest concerns, namely the clauses relating to academies. These are the most significant, as they seek to undo the progress that has been made over the last 2 decades. Academies represented 80% of secondary schools in 2024 and nearly 43% of primary schools. So for His Majesty's government to introduce such wide-ranging and radical changes without support from the sector does not make sense. We respectfully urge the government to listen to the voices all around your Lordship's house, to make improvements to the bill as they did in the other place over the pay and conditions of academy teachers. Academies have been at the forefront of fostering innovation in our school system and led the turnaround of some of the most challenging schools in this country. I know that the noble Lord, Lord Harris of Peckham, Lord Agnew of Alton, Lord Fink and Lord Nash have all been involved in doing this difficult and crucial work, as well as the noble Lord, Lord Young of Acton, in relation to innovation in opening new free schools. My Lords, the Children's Commissioner has also raised concerns about the restriction of academy freedoms, and we hope the scrutiny that your Lordship's house will provide to His Majesty's government will allow the time needed to consider the importance of these expert voices. None of this is to suggest that improvements could not be made to the current system of regulation of our schools, but a forward-looking, positive and aspirational vision for all of our schools appears to be lacking from this bill. The bill also fails to introduce a ban on the use of smartphones in schools. The previous government's guidance for schools on banning phones was a positive first step to take, but it is not doing enough. Only 11% of schools have an effective ban in place, and scores of scientific studies have been undertaken which link both better mental health and better school attainment to removing smartphones from classrooms. We recognise that this is not universally welcomed by head teachers, but we are most concerned that in this case we should use the precautionary principle when dealing with the mental health of children. And I am very much looking forward to the noble Baroness Lady Kidron's valuable contribution today following on from the excellent debate she led on this subject in November last year. There are also concerns that the breakfast clubs being introduced through this bill will have practical issues, and we will seek to table amendments to probe. Indeed, of the 750 schools involved in the early adopter programme, there have already been 79 schools that have dropped out. We understand that some of these schools have given a funding shortfall as the reason for leaving. The CEO of the Warrington Academy Trust said that the scheme is in danger of falling flat because of this funding shortfall. So there certainly remain practical issues that need to be addressed before the scheme can be rolled out nationwide. If the noble Baroness the Minister can please take the opportunity to explain the government's position on this dropout rate in her closing remarks, it would be appreciated. And finally, we turn to the proposal set out in the bill to introduce laws that govern the specific number of school uniform items a school can require a child to have. We worry that this approach could backfire, with children feeling under pressure to wear the latest fashion, which is actually more expensive than their uniform. This blanket approach does not allow for schools to provide free uniform or account for the fact that schools may provide the uniform at a discount, and therefore it can be more expensive to buy unbranded items. Again, we will explore this further at committee. Protecting the well-being and education of children is essential to the future of the country and indeed to economic growth and reducing the burden on the NHS. His Majesty's official opposition accepts that some parts of the bill form part of the government's manifesto commitments, and we will seek to ensure these areas work well in practice. My Lords, today's speakers list reads like a who's who of education experts. On our benches alone, we have 3 former Secretaries of State for Education, as well as the noble Lord Harris of Peckham. And I quote the media, "What earns Lord Harris of Peckham hero status is that this Conservative peer has done more to help working class children than any Labour politician since Attlee and Bevan." I am very much looking forward to hearing the maiden speeches of the noble Lord Biggar and the noble Lord Mohammed. And my Lords, it would simply be impossible to get all of the speakers today into a room together at the same time, was it not for your Lordship's house. There are aspects of this bill where we very much hope that the government will listen to the collective experts sitting all around your Lordship's house, including their own benches, who are involved in the leadership of multi-academy trusts, and think again, because surely children deserve no less.
My Lords, I do agree with a couple of things, Noble Lord. I think that one is that we have the great and the good of education in this House gathered today. There are many names, many people who actually have been involved in education and the current education system's construction for a long time. And I do look forward to hearing what they have to say. This because some of them I have worked against and with successfully every now and again. Sometimes they may have cursed me, sometimes they may have praised me, but we have actually striven forward, and I actually do look forward to what they have to say. Part 1 of this bill, I'm afraid, my Lords, is really like the government dealing with the hardy perennials of the care system. You have many things which down there which have provided us with debate after debate, many of them quite depressing debates. So I do thank the government for bringing them forward, and so we can all have a look at them. There are many issues here which we have heard untold number of debates about, because it hasn't gone that well. And certainly the way they choose to implement the passing on of information, my Lords, might be one of the most interesting bits of that. because often the mistakes that have become from the lack of coordination. I look forward to seeing how we can advance that and check it as far as we can by debate and make sure that we think it's going to work properly. It's not an easy topic, and I think most people involved in it accept that. And there may not be perfect answers, but improvement is certainly possible, and certainly a cohesive look at it together is something that we should have done a while ago. So I do thank the government for doing that. Many of my noble friends, the Baroness Tyler, I believe is going to weigh in on quite a lot of this. And looking back at my own benches, I feel there will be others who I cannot imagine will be quiet in many parts of this bill, but it is something that we have actually discussed a lot. So I hope we will actually have an open minds to actually looking at the experience of this House to make sure we go through. I personally will be spending slightly more time and certainly more of my consideration on part 2 of the bill. And before I go into the bits that are there, I would like to say something about something which isn't. Now, my lords, anybody who has been in this House for any length of time will be very surprised if I don't mention special educational needs in any speech I make on education. And, my lords, let's face it, at the moment it is a hideous mess. The primary beneficiaries of the system are lawyers and people giving expensive diagnosis. That is a definition of failure. We don't have anything on here. My honourable friends in another place moved forward amendments on this. I think we should have a look at those again and possibly more. We have got to at least see if we can set the grounds for easier intervention in this bill, because we've got to look across. And there's certain aspects of the current education system and academisation haven't helped. The fact that you can be a failing school for low academic standards. Well, let's start with a declaration of interest. I'm dyslexic. I'm president of the British Dyslexia Association. I am chairman of a firm that does assistive tech, some of it in education. My lords, if you don't make it easy to get in and give structure and help to schools, you're always going to have problems here. The emphasis on passing English to a dyslexic almost felt at times like a personal assault. You have to do systematic synthetic phonics, if I've got it right. Bad short-term memory means you sometimes get those wrong. But, my lords, it's a system that's bad for people with a bad short-term memory. So it doesn't work that way. But it's the way you're supposed to teach. A greater degree of flexibility, something which we were told about before, and it's going to be a great strength of this, and your teaching methods is something that's important. If we can get some guidance on the way the national curriculum and the special educational needs structure is envisaged as being coming in to change this in the course of this bill, I will be very grateful, because it is something that is coming in. It is also almost certainly a contributing factor to the high number of pupils not in school. Let's just square up to that. We are talking about home education in this bill. A lot about home education. And the biggest group of home educators I first met were people who the special educational needs provision was not being met for. So parents often reluctantly were taking their children out of school. It has now become a more acceptable way forward. But I remember papers on off-rolling, and I indeed, Noble Lord Agnew, getting very passionate about the fact that it was something that was breaking down against the spirit of the academies, what was happening. And if you have a system where your career and your school and your status can be defeated or destroyed by not having the correct pass rate, undiagnosed or suspected and improperly diagnosed, dyslexics and the other neurodiverse groups are something I might think about getting rid of if I was in that situation. A better definition and a better identification process here would be massively helpful, and making sure there is a gap for it is something we really must do. To look at the rest of it, my lords, the strengths of academies, whatever they are, they've got to work with local authorities. And actually bringing this further forward is something which we must look at and make sure we get right. The fact that they are now the dominant group, well, let's put it like this, an acceptance that we don't need wholesale change was reached when the previous government decided it wouldn't go for compulsory academisation. The fact that there were local authority schools that were doing a good job. And now there seems to be consensus. You've got a group of the converted academies being the weakest group, if I remember this. There's not too much in it. If I've got the term right, those have been forced to change. Now, if we are going to make sure they all work together across there and things like allocation of school places, I do, should we say, welcome the fact that we are going to get them working together. My lords, there are other things here. Before we go on, the school uniform, my lords, it's getting a little silly, this a few items. Why not just put a maximum budget on what you can charge for school uniform? And encouraging second-hand school uniforms here and there. Might be one solution. When it comes to the much-vaunted breakfast club, all I can say is this, my lords, the bus is occasionally late. And in rural areas, making sure that bus gets there on time will be a challenge. How the government proposes to interfere with local transport systems will be an interesting one for that discussion. And we think the extra calories should be given to you at lunchtime. There might be a compromise solution like school brunch, but I'm afraid that sounds like a daytime TV programme. But we applaud the fact that actually making sure people are properly fed, we just think that is a difficult way of doing it. As we go through the rest of the bill, I don't think there's much to say other than the joys and funs of Clause 63. Henry VIII has raised his head again. Now, last time we had a big education bill here, previous government in charge, we had the Henry VIII powers up front. We got here, these ones tucked in at the back. If I am wrong about this, I look forward to the Minister telling me why I'm wrong. But the fact you can make changes by regulation, and we know how difficult they are to change. We know we can't amend them. You have to reject them or not, and we're told it's a constitutional crisis every time we try and get rid of an order. Can the Minister explain how that's going to work that isn't the case of the Secretary of State just saying, thou wilt change, with virtually no element of parliamentary oversight? Having said all that, my lords, I look forward to the bill. I look forward to working through it. There is no shortage of expertise on this bill to actually make sure we can actually dig down into it. And I hope that we will come to a conclusion that is better. And one final point, as I see the noble Lord Moynihan looking at me, wouldn't it be a good idea if in this bill we could find one little section that encourages outside bodies like sports clubs to enhance the activity of school sport? The same can be done for drama and music. It would be a nice idea if we took the opportunity to correct that bit of the education system, because, my lords, we all know, and it's all proven, that if you do it only at school, you stop when you leave school. Maybe we can change that in this.
My lords, by any measure, this is a landmark bill, and I welcome very many of its provisions. But in the very short time available today, I want to focus only on that part of the bill which concerns child protection and safeguarding, and in particular clauses 2 to 4. And I do that because child safety remains the first priority of schools, of the education system, and of government, and we should never forget that. Schools themselves are safer places than they were back in the days when I chaired the SOAM inquiry. The vetting and barring scheme, more rigorous staff interviews, designated safeguarding leads and better training for all staff have played their part in that. But as the Children's Commissioner said recently, schools also play a fundamental and wider role in keeping children safe and protecting them from harm. Children simply trust schools, they trust teachers, they trust teachers' assistants, and those teachers are often the first to know if children are facing challenges in their lives. So it's important that we ensure that the knowledge which schools have is available to all who are tasked with protecting children. And that's why the bill places a duty on safeguarding partners, local authorities, the police and health, to secure the participation of education settings in multi-agency safeguarding, to ensure that the education view is heard. That's a step forward. But I agree with the Children's Commissioner and others that schools should not just be participants. They should be equal partners to properly underline their status and their responsibility in the safeguarding process. I also think that the bill should recognise and reference faith-based and community organisations in the safeguarding frameworks, the safeguarding process, to avoid gaps in oversight, especially for marginalised children. Wellbeing and safeguarding are not the sole responsibility of the statutory organisations. They are the responsibility also of community organisations who play such an important part, but who I think at the moment are overlooked in the bill in the way that they can sometimes be overlooked on the ground. The common thread, as has already been said, in the findings of every child abuse inquiry since the case of Maria Caldwell 15 years and more ago, the common thread has been the failure of agencies involved to share information. Your Lordship's own Public Services Select Committee, which I sat on at the time in 2021, concluded that data sharing between government departments and between local agencies was a long-standing problem which endangered vulnerable children and their families. At the moment, social care services are not always told when the police arrest a child. They don't always know if pupils are on waiting lists for mental health services. So I'm actually delighted that the bill seeks to address data sharing. And I'm especially pleased to see the very long overdue proposal to introduce a consistent, unique identifier for children. That should make it easier to create a comprehensive profile for a child. It should make it easier to achieve smooth transitions when children change schools or move local authority areas. The question for me, and one which I think we should be asking ourselves during committee, is whether the changes proposed even now go far enough to reverse decades of learned behaviour. I've long argued that our society has prioritised the protection of data ahead of the protection of children. That has to change. This is the chance to change it, and we should take it.
My Lords, may I begin by expressing my thanks to all noble Lords who've reached out to me following the announcement that I'll be taking up the role of convener of the Lord's Spiritual next month. I look forward to working with you all. I also look forward today to hearing maiden speeches from the noble Lord Mohammed of Tinsley and the noble Lord Biggar, the latter a fellow clergyman and a theological mind of some high repute. My Lord's debate during the recent passage of my own private member's bill through this House highlighted the severe disadvantages faced by many care leavers. Research by Bernardo shows that 39% of care leavers aged 19 to 21 are not in education, employment or training, compared to 13% of young people in general. We are failing almost 2 in 5 of those who have care experience. Moreover, care leavers I met through the charity Become highlighted how much depends on the whim of their particular local authority. Young people who move away for work or further education are especially prone to losing support. My Lords, we need a universal offer for young people leaving care, one which local authorities are obliged to meet. At a later stage, I'll be seeking to explore the shape of such an offer, potentially including free prescriptions, bus travel, help with rent deposits and guarantees, eligibility for the over 25 rates of universal credit, and greater support for those who go on to apprenticeships or university. Moreover, as care experienced people are disproportionately represented in almost every area of disadvantage, from homelessness, unemployment and poverty, to poor health, low educational attainment and involvement in the justice system, I've been looking at amendments to embed care experience in equality assessments so that public bodies put care levers at the heart of decision making. I'm grateful for the comments of the Noble Earl of Effingham regarding foster parents who provide such a vital service in helping children flourish and thrive, and I would hope to join him in testing how the bill can be strengthened to better support them. But moving briefly to other areas, I have received some very concerning representations regarding the impact of the bill on the yeshivas that supplement homeschooling for many of my Jewish neighbours in Salford, especially in the Haredi communities. The government's own human rights memorandum notes that institutions which are likely to be predominantly affected are yeshivas. If this goes ahead unamended, yeshivas will be forced to close. They cannot, and indeed will not, register as educational institutions. That's not what they are. I do hope that the Minister in responding will be able to assure us that there will be some comprehensive consultation with faith communities regarding the regulatory framework that's to be applied under Clause 36. Finally, my Lord, children who have a parent in prison are at particular risk of going into the care system. This bill could represent a step forward for the provision of support for such families. Church of England schools, along with colleagues at the Catholic Education Service, are passionate about how we improve the lives of children with incarcerated parents. And I know that my Right Reverend friend, the Lord Bishop of Gloucester, who can't be in her place today, will be looking at how the bill can be strengthened in this regard. My Lords, on these benches we take very seriously our ministry with and among children in our churches, in our many church schools, I've almost 200 in my own diocese, and in wider society. We welcome and we look forward to engaging positively with this bill as it progresses.
My Lords, I draw attention to my interests as set out in the register. I just want to talk very briefly about schools today. Let me say clearly, I've seen firsthand the transformative power of academies to deliver excellent education where there's been failure. When academies were introduced and I was an involved enthusiast, they were a tool for the urgent improvement of schools, not an ideological symbol. The idea was simple but radical: open up to new energy and expertise, allow great leaders the freedoms to create enthusiastic teams to raise standards, and crucially to make sure there was accountability so that schools that were failing children, particularly for the most disadvantaged backgrounds, could not carry on failing the next cohort. And it worked. Many of us around this house were involved in that mission. I fear we've lost sight of the original purpose. The debate in recent times has shifted from standards to structures, from outcomes to ideology. Today, over 80% of secondary schools are academies. The landscape has fundamentally changed. So academisation alone can't be the answer when it's already the dominant model. In some cases, it's delivered hugely, but it's not a panacea. What we need now, again, is to refocus relentlessly on standards and outcomes for every child in every school, whatever its structure, whatever the badge on the school gate. We should remember what's worked and replicate that, including earned freedoms. We should be totally and utterly impatient and relentless about poor quality in any school. Academy, maintain free school faith. Any school that's failing its pupils should be given a short, focused period to improve dramatically. If it can't, leadership must change. Handing over a school to a poorly performing provider of whatever label is not acceptable ever. Quality and rigour are what matters. Every year a child spends in a failing school is a year of potential lost. The disadvantage gap and regional disparities persist. What frustrates all of us, I think, is we know we have the tools to address this, but sometimes we lack the will to use them consistently. The current rebrokering process for academies can take years, during which children continue to be failed, and that has to change. We need to recapture the original spirit of academy reform: clear standards, strong accountability, swift intervention when those standards aren't met, for all schools. Accountability is more than data measurements and inspection regimes. It's also about nous. It's about having the courage to act decisively when children are being let down. I used to say when I was there that Ofsted had to be an agent for improvement. Its reports have to lead to change. I remember talking to pupils in some of the very first academies we created. They were so excited about the tangible evidence of investment in their future, the ambition embodied in every aspect of the school. We must not lose that sense of possibility and drive for excellence. The evidence from strong chains and networks shows what works. Strong leadership, great teachers, curriculum expertise, behaviour policies that create calm learning environments, and crucially, the willingness to share what works across schools. My lords, the goal remains what it always was, to ensure that every child, regardless of background, has access to excellent education. Academies can and do play a crucial role in this mission, but they are means to an end, not an end in themselves. This bill has clauses that I know will lead to heated debate, and I believe will improve this bill as we go along. I won't go there on those details today. Today, my plea is simple to all of us around this House. Please let us return to first principles, high standards, strong accountability, swift action where these standards aren't met. Let's avoid excuses, justifications, compromises. Let us judge schools by their outcomes, and let us act with urgency that our children deserve.
Well done. Very good. My Lords, there is much to commend in this bill, not least because it seeks, as did the last government, to strengthen collaboration between education and social services for the benefit of the life chances of all our children. However, it is regrettable that the bill, while the government claims its enthusiasm for driving up school standards, at the same time attacks the very freedoms of academies, which have achieved just that since their introduction. In that time, as has already been said, the UK has moved from 21st to 7th in international league tables in maths and in science from 9th to 7th. And in the many cases where academies have replaced failing schools, they have given fresh hope to children, often in disadvantaged areas. I do also question the wisdom of loading local authorities with so many obligations to set up new bodies and practices at this very moment when they themselves are facing massive change and uncertainty through the government's plans for devolution. Those changes, of course, will be necessary. It's just the timing that seems to be a bit questionable, especially as some of them are due to come into force, according to the Library, within 2 months after the Act is passed. My Lords, will devolution be fully in place in 2 months? And will we know which local authorities still exist in their present form and which do not in a completely different framework? I don't think so, and it would be helpful if the noble lady the Minister could comment on this point in her wind-up. It seems to me that there is something of a mismatch of expectation at this stage. I welcome the planned involvement of Ofsted in unregistered and therefore illegal independent schools and, importantly, private providers, including those for SEND pupils. And I also welcome, but very guardedly, because it is an extremely sensitive area, the introduction of a register of children not in school. Many of those educating their children at home, and this can include SEND pupils, understandably regard the measure as intolerable intrusion. Perhaps it might be better if it applied only to children already known to social services, but the views on this will emerge as the bill goes through this House. The noble Lord Storey has done very important work on this with his private member's bill and his concern about the case of Sarah Sharif. I have been marked for life by the story I will recount to this House in my time as an MP about an egregious case in 2001 ending in the manslaughter of Lauren Wright, aged 8, at the hands of her father and stepmother. If the Norfolk Education and Social Services had visited the family home, the death of Lauren would have been prevented. The Labour government of the time refused a public inquiry. I do believe, however, that the introduction of school attendance orders should be helpful, especially in the wake of the pandemic and the new world of working from home, amid worrying reports of school heads feeling powerless to insist on attendance. Heads and teachers should be able to feel that they are supported by the provisions of the law and also of this bill. My Lords, a flippant point, I have noticed in my lifelong involvement in education that many, including politicians, frequently pronounce on what should and should not be achieved in the classroom, while all too frequently forgetting that they are not in the classroom and heads and teachers are. And those heads and teachers need the confidence and support of a legal framework within which to work. My Lords, many have commented on the expertise within this House. I believe that these issues can be debated robustly, knowledgeably, with national expertise to the benefit of all our children, and I look forward to debates that are to come.
My Lords, my remarks will focus primarily on technology and school, but I wanted to take this opportunity of saying that over the time I have spent in His Lordship's house, I find myself increasingly in situations where children's needs are being now balanced with the proportionality principle of others, adult freedoms, no recognition of the broad swathe of rights that we are obligated to give them. And I thought that I would just start by saying that the Wellbeing Bill should represent that broad swathe of children's rights and meet their needs in that sense. And it does strike me that one of the easiest and cheapest things we could do is give them a break from the well-documented intrusions of digital tech while at school. Intrusions that, I quote a 15-year-old who earlier this week said to me, gives us brain rot, prevents us sleeping and stop us talking to each other. Ministers cite excessive device use at home as the greater culprit rather than the smartphone disruption at school for the decline in children's well-being and attainment. But that logic normalizes smartphones' constant presence in a child's life, but actually does nothing at all to tackle phone use at home. Evidence that I will bring to committee is showing that restrictions are helpful to school communities, not only for learning, but for peace in the school community and for friendship and flourishing, human flourishing. And that the guidance, the current guidance, which is excellent, puts pressure on teachers that statutory rules could relieve. But while ministers are slow on smartphones, they are even increasingly evangelical about bringing EdTech into the classroom. And I do recognise that there is very good evidence that those with disabilities or special needs benefit from such tech. Most children, there is no such evidence at all. There is no oversight, no pedagogical criteria, no understanding of its efficacy, no proof of learning outcomes. And in a similar vein, I have now sat down with 4 ministers of education and explained the risks of uncertified safety tech, and yet we still do not have minimum standards. It is another, not the first, but another accident waiting to happen. My Lords, some tech is wonderful, some is benign, some we know is in our schools, stealing children's data and stealing their opportunity to learn. And yet we are rapidly wrapping pupils in a world of digital products that isolate and normalize screen over human, with no proof of the benefits. My Lords, I would say the same thing about early years. Who has not seen the sight of a child in a pram with a device strapped to it? At nursery, children are arriving inhibited social skills, inhibited language, and yet all my attempts to get mandatory training for early years professionals in technology has been rebuffed, I would say, by both sides of the House. Government and Parliament must recalibrate. The COVID time bomb, in which children are developmentally stunted and isolated, is increasingly the new norm of childhood, in which children socialized via those brightly lit screens which are focused on the attention economy and ad revenue, not on human flourishing. My Lords, during committee I'll join others and put forward amendments on these issues. I will also seek to understand the scope of the promised EdTech code being produced by the ICO and the government's plans to give a data mining exception to AI companies for all of our children's work and behaviour at school. There are many wonderful uses of technology, but my Lords, we have to make sure that school is a place of privacy, safety and learning for our children.
It's a privilege to follow the Noble Baroness. I'd like to offer a very warm welcome and look forward to the speech of Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, and I know you'll remind me just how old I am by reflecting on his childhood while I was leader of Sheffield. I think over the last 4 months there's been the most misleading rhetoric in relation to the part 2 of this bill. And I think that it's our job in the House of Lords to lower the temperature and to get to the reality. If there are amendments to be made to clarify, we should do so. That is our role, and I hope we'll be able to do it in a spirit of coming together in the interests of children. I take up the point Baroness Shepherd made, which is that it's what goes on in the school, in the classroom, that really matters. I pay tribute to Lord Baker and to Baroness Shepherd, to Baroness Morris. Won't pay tribute to myself, but I think us and Baroness Morgan as well would accept immediately that we didn't transform where we did. The ability of children to succeed, the development of their talent, the ability to shine through. It was the world-class leadership in schools and the first-class teaching and support staff that did that job. And that's what we've got to build on. So let us set aside the disagreements about whether multi-academy trusts or maintained schools have done better. Actually, take a look at the stats, and they're very interesting from the House of Lords Library. I haven't got time to go into them. And I can pay tribute to the sponsors and to the leaders of multi-academy trusts because I was the Secretary of State who first floated the academies in the first place. So let's get it right. We put the record straight about minimum rather than maximum pay and conditions. We can put the record straight on what happens with schools that are failing their children and the interventions needed. We can put the record straight on misleading comments about admissions, where, by the way, the drop in pupil numbers will be catastrophic and where there will need to be coordination if massive resources are not to be wasted. And I hope we can clarify issues around a basic entitlement to a national curriculum, which the Noble Lord Baker brought in '88, and will be speaking to next in this House. I pay tribute to him, and I ought to declare an interest. I have 2 grandchildren at the Sheffield University Technology College, and 1 to go in September. And I know we'll be able to clarify during the course of this bill that a basic entitlement to a national curriculum will not interfere with the innovation, creativity of UTCs. Let us get it right. But there is so much to be done because absence is up. I feel so strongly about this. Absence is up, exclusions are up, off-rolling's up. 1 million children leaving school between the ages of 16 and 24 are not in education, employment or training. And in the PISA surveys, life satisfaction, we're second from the bottom. So much to do and so much together that we can do if we put the rhetoric behind us and put children first.
I'm delighted to follow my old friend Lord Blunkett. He was an outstanding education secretary that improved enormously the literacy and numeracy of primary schools. But what makes me endear to him is that his two sons are going to the college that I established in Sheffield, the University Technical College, for high quality technical education, and we've now got another one on the outskirts. This bill actually threatens the existence of UTCs, but I'll come on to that in a moment. The clause 47 in the bill is a very radical clause that makes this bill an international, a major changer of power in our country. It makes it a constitutional bill because the clause 47 gives powers to the Secretary of State and the Department which David Blunkett and I never had and never wanted. And it moves the whole power from the local area to the centre. Now, there's been no consultation on this, there's been no research papers saying it is just plucked out of the air and added to this bill. And I think it is very harmful indeed, because schools have done very well by being academies. I established the first early ones in the 1980s. And when I was introduced the national curriculum in the 1980s, my permanent secretary said to me, you can't instruct schools to follow it, you can't tell them to do it, you can make suggestions and make recommendations. Because since 1870, schools have been run by elected school boards, local school boards, by local authorities, and now by multi-academy trusts. All those powers of those trusts are now being transferred by clause 47 and the other clauses to the Department and the Secretary of State, giving us powers I've never had and which have never existed. And when there's a huge change like that, with no checks and balances, there usually is consultation. And there should be consultation. But there's been no consultation on this. I don't believe this measure was in the manifesto of the Labour Party, but it's a major constitutional change. And that is why, in fact, I think we've got to think very carefully about it. The schools that I promoted do not follow a national curriculum or a Gove curriculum. What they do, we recruit a lot of 14, so 14-year-olds in the first week when they're there are spending 2 days a week learning with their hands, learning how to use tools and machinery, or going to the computer room to get their data skills, or going to the design studio in order to improve their communication, know about laser printers and 3D printers, the greatest invention since the 19th century. They're doing that. They're not following the national curriculum, and they're not following a Go curriculum either. They have their own curriculum, and they're very, very successful. And if we have to follow the national curriculum, we will have to become just bog standard comprehensive, and that is simply not acceptable. And so I'm certainly going to ask the government to think again about this. When you have such a huge constitutional change as that, there's usually consultation. People are asked about it. There's been no consultation at all on this enormous change of power. And so there should certainly be consultation. Now, I'm reasonably confident that the government will be sympathetic because we are exempt at the moment from the Gove curriculum or from the national curriculum. When our students start at 14, most of them do start at 14, they spend 2 days a week in a workshop learning to control tools and machines, and some then go and do, as I've said already, data skills or design skills. But this is not going to be allowed if this bill goes through as it is. Now, I do have some optimism, if I may say so, because although we've not discussed curriculums for 14 years, I do know that the Secretary of State herself has visited one of the best UTCs in Durham. It's almost the best school in the northeast of England. And the Minister who's replying today has visited the Aston UTC. The head of the Aston UTC was actually taught by the Minister, and she inspired him to go into education and be the head. So it was a very moving meeting. But what was also interesting was that she found that she was got an eye test by the school. Because although the school concentrates on the motor industry, last September they introduced optometry and they were able to give her an eye test. She passed it. And we've now got lots of other students who want to do that. So what I'm saying to the Minister, there should be flexibility. And we've had exemption from the national curriculum, and we've had exemption from the GO curriculum, and I would very much hope she will be able to ensure that we will have exhibition. She will remember, no, she won't remember, she wasn't in the House when it happened, but in the last Conservative government, they brought in a bill, which Lord Alderton just mentioned, to give huge powers to the Department of Education and Secretary of State. And there was an unusual alliance of Lord Alderton and Lord Storey and Lord Judge, who then headed the crossbenchers, and they defeated the bill. This is the Department of Employment of Education trying to do it in a different way. And I think that, in fact, I'm optimistic, in fact, that the government will realise that the exemptions that we've enjoyed in the past would have to be enjoyed in the future.
My Lords, so much to say, so little time to say it. I welcome this bill and many of its measures, but I do think there's plenty of scope for further strengthening and improvement, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing the two maiden speeches. Although my main interest is in part one, I want to emphasise the interrelated nature of the two sections of the bill. My Lords, in order to attend, attain and thrive at school, a child needs to feel safe, secure, well supported and with good mental health and emotional well-being. Despite having the word wellbeing in the bill's title, in my view the legislation currently lacks measures that will improve the mental health and well-being of children. It's of real concern that according to the latest PISA data, England's young people have the lowest level of well-being in Europe. And evidence increasingly shows the link between school absences and poor mental health. There's also growing recognition of a gap in mental health support for children and young people who need a greater level of support than is currently available in school mental health teams, but do not require or aren't eligible for specialist treatment from CAMS. I intend to press to rectify this gap based on my current private member's bill, requiring a suitably qualified mental health professional in all schools, primary and secondary. And linked to this, I strongly support the introduction of a national wellbeing measurement programme for children throughout England, and I'd like to pay tribute both to Be Well and to Pro Bono Economics for all their work in this area. My Lords, data on children's wellbeing and mental health is currently fragmented across the NHS, schools and local authorities. We should take the opportunity to introduce a national wellbeing measurement to focus efforts and provide a measurable standard from which we can mark progress. This will give all children a voice on the issues that matter to their wellbeing, allow regular tracking of national progress, support detailed cross-agency service planning at local level, and provide new evidence on what works for improving wellbeing. It would also provide a framework to understand and enhance the bill's impact. Without this, we will never move forward. My Lords, there is more to do to strengthen the voice of the child throughout this bill and ensure their wishes and feelings are known and fed into decisions about them. And like the Noble Lord Bishard, as he reminded us, serious case reviews have repeatedly shown that a lack of information sharing, duplicate record keeping and conflicting information systems have resulted in missed opportunities to identify and protect children from serious harm. The worst cases hit the headlines have been so harrowing and heartbreaking. Having a unique, consistent identifier for individual children will allow professionals working with them to share information easily and prevent children from falling through the gaps. So I welcome its inclusion in Clause 4, but could I ask the Minister if she will commit to the full implementation of a single unique identifier by the next election, and if so, can she confirm the use of the NHS number? My Lords, early intervention plays a vital role in providing support to children and young people and giving them the help they need to thrive before problems escalate and families reach crisis point. I do intend to bring forward some amendments in this area. But could I end by asking the Minister what assessment the Department has made of the impact of reductions in early intervention funding on rising demand for child protection services and care placements, My Lords, there were so many other areas I wanted to talk about, particularly children in care, excessive profiteering, the national offer for carers leave, etc., etc., etc. Time precludes me, but I will certainly be returning to these issues at committee.
Well done. Lord, I want to restrict my comments to those clauses in the bill on schools, and by my reckoning we're probably entering our third decade of discussing the structure of schools in England. And interesting and important though that may be, it's not been the easiest of discussions. There's been a lot of piecemeal changes. 2 government bills have been completely withdrawn on this subject because of difference of opinions within the Conservative Party. And throughout all that time, teachers have managed. They have managed to keep the school system going and raise standards. So I hope, most of all, that this can be a turning point when we put behind us this debate on the structure of schools and begin to focus on what makes the real difference, and that's what happens in the classrooms. But we've got to learn from those decades of discussion and years of change. And without doubt, there are more good schools than there were before. And without doubt, the birth and growth of academies have contributed to that. Academies have brought something new to the system. Baroness Morgan referred to them as a disruptor. They brought outside expertise that it wasn't always easy to get into schools. And they've brought an energy, and they've helped to raise standards. But there's no evidence that I can find that shows that they should be the universal model, that it's only within that model that excellence can be achieved. And there's often, among some people in the chamber, a lack of generosity of spirit, of acknowledging that that excellence, that innovation, that improvement exists in maintained schools as well. Academies do not have the monopoly of excellence, nor of innovation, nor of turning round failing schools. So my conclusion is that both types of schools should be allowed to flourish as part of a strong school system. And if you want a choice on governance, because that's what it's about, if you want to leave the partnership of the local authority and the partnership of schools, if you want to take on those extra responsibilities, choose to be academy. But if you want to retain that relationship with the local authority and that local family of schools, choose to be a maintained school. And quite frankly, policymakers should be able to learn to live with that, rather than offering bribe or incentive to change. So if we can live with that, if we can live with that choice and focus on other things, I think more schools will improve. But if we want every school to be a good school, we've not only got to make sure that as policymakers, we give them the best, each school the best possible chance of succeeding, but we've got to make sure that they don't achieve this by behaving in a way that makes it more difficult for other schools to succeed. So we need a policy framework for individual schools to succeed, and we need a policy framework that determines how schools relate to the wider school system. Because it's not a market that should govern whether schools succeed or not. It should be the strength of that partnership and the acknowledgement of the school system. So I welcome the parts of the bill that make that more likely to happen. So I welcome coordinated admissions. I welcome the power of local authorities to direct academies to accept particular individual children, often in challenging circumstances. And I welcome the removal of the ability of academies to set their own admission numbers. Not because I want to take away the freedoms, but because those can be exercised in a way that makes it impossible for the school down the road to flourish and succeed. And that can't be right. And I welcome the measure on the national curriculum as well. Not because I want to tie the hands of teachers and heads, but because I've never ever understood why it's a privilege afforded to academies and not maintained schools. It's a national curriculum. The clue is in the title. But when I look back through all my years, both in politics and in education, I can't remember a time when flexibility wasn't allowed within the national curriculum. I can't remember a time. And I think if the Minister in replying could reassure us that it's a national curriculum and there are exceptions, I think that it will put a lot of minds at rest. But the decisions should centre, in terms of the national curriculum, on the needs of the child, not the structural status of the school. Because if a child has the need to do something other than the national curriculum, in the maintained sector, why on earth shouldn't they have that freedom is the same in the academy? So I hope very much that what this bill gives us is a strong framework for strong schools within a strong school system.
My Lords, I support much of this bill, but will raise some issues about the schools part of the bill. We rightly emphasise the need for a broad and balanced curriculum, but we also need a broad and balanced education policy. It's clearly important to ensure that every school meets certain minimum standards, and the report of the Education for 11 to 16-year-olds committee on which I sat speaks positively of a mandatory national curriculum that ensures a common entitlement for all pupils. But at the same time, there needs to be scope for teachers to bring their own passions and predilections into their teaching if they are to inspire pupils with a love of learning in a spirit of discovery and enjoyment, which all too often seems lacking. Many of us will recall teachers who made the most positive impact on our own learning. I was lucky enough to be taught by 3 remarkable classics teachers from whom I gained and have retained an enduring love of classical languages, art and civilization, which affect our lives in so many ways. I continue to attempt the Times Latin crossword on Saturdays. I also learnt that often the most inspiring teachers are those who seem least constrained within rigid rules or syllabuses or teaching methods. The pendulum seems to me to be swinging too far towards the need to meet fixed minimum standards and away from inspirational and mind-expanding teaching. And I worry that this bill may take it even further in this direction by imposing a degree of rigidity and conformity well beyond the requirements of a common entitlement for all pupils. For example, by imposing a standard curriculum on all schools, reducing or removing academic freedoms, academy freedoms, I beg your pardon, and through the proposed restrictions on required qualifications and payment arrangements for teachers. The Education Committee also highlighted a lack of balance between academic and technical or vocational subjects in the current curriculum. Again, the bill looks as if it may exacerbate this. Skills-based subjects require greater flexibility in the curriculum, in methods of assessment, and in the teaching skills and experience required. The committee heard examples of successful schools which pursue different approaches to teaching and to learning, such as the XP Trust, whose schools teach the curriculum through expedition-based projects, and the Bowhunt Education Trust, which has outdoor learning at the centre of its curriculum. Other similar examples include specialist music and arts schools, and of course, as we've heard, university technical colleges, providing a more work-focused balance between academic knowledge and marketable job-related skills. And it's a pity, my lords, that too many schools don't recognise apprenticeships as an equally positive destination as higher education. So, my lords, I shall be anxious to ensure that the bill, when it leaves this House, allows sufficient flexibility for schools to provide relevant knowledge and skills for all pupils, whatever their talents and aspirations, and also to attract a wider range of people to become inspiring and memorable teachers across the curriculum and beyond. And I think through this bill we should be aiming for a system that is not one size fits all, but one that fits all sizes.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to speak in this debate on such important topics, and I declare my interest as Chair of the National Careers and Enterprise Company. And it's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, with whose comments I agreed, but also all those speakers so far, because I will undoubtedly start, and unsurprisingly start, with clauses 47 and clauses 50 in relation to academies. I entirely agree with the sentiments expressed by both the Noble Lady Baroness Morris and the Noble Lord Blunkett, and also my namesake, the other Baroness Morgan, who exhorted us to remember that actually what we should be looking for in our schools is a debate about quality and rigour and standards. I think we're going to have a good debate in this House, and I think their Lordship's House actually, with hopefully the expertise here, is going to help to improve the bill and to ask the right questions of the government in relation to both academies and maintained schools. I would just say, based on my experience, I think one of the challenges of maintaining two systems is both in relation to funding but also in relation to accountability. And so I think one of the questions that we will explore as part of Clause 50 and school improvement is, if academisation is not the answer in particular situations, then what is, and how is school improvement, which has after all been the holy grail of governments over many decades, actually going to be achieved, and who does that most effectively. As the Noble Lord Aberdare has just said, we should want freedoms, we should want the national curriculum to be perhaps a minimum standard, but I think, as we've also heard, there are a number of specialist schools who feel very strongly that actually the national curriculum is not right for them. And of course, as the Noble Lady, the Minister, said at the beginning, we have this curriculum review at the moment, and I think we're all, as we heard earlier on, former education secretaries and ministers are very good at speculating about what goes on in the classroom. Even better than that, we love talking about what's happening in the curriculum and what should be taught. We all have views on that, and we await the forthcoming review with great interest. And I think that will be relevant, actually, in terms of the curriculum that we want all of our schools to be following. In relation to specialist schools, I think I and a number of other noble laws have been written to by various specialist school providers. One is Aldridge Education, who said that in relation to the UTCs and studio schools that they offer, in offering choice, these schools bring relevance to education for thousands more students than we would otherwise succeed with. It isn't lowering educational ambition, it is offering breadth and depth in a way that would not otherwise be available to learners in this country. Moving on, given the time available, in relation to schools inspections, I would be very interested to explore the continuing role of the Independent Schools Inspectorate, having had recent experience of them where they completely failed to interrogate properly the governance of a school. And I think governance is often underlooked when we're debating education policy. It is hugely important, and I do wonder whether perhaps their time has come, whether it is to work ever more closely with Ofsted or even to merge with them, and perhaps we will debate that. In relation to home education, I do broadly support, in fact, I really do support the provisions in this bill. I think, frankly, we should have done more when we were in government in relation to knowing exactly which children are home educated and who has chosen to opt out of going in the school system. We heard of the tragic case that the Noble Lady Baroness Shepherd talked about in Norfolk, and sadly there will be others as well. And of course, the difficulty with this will be that difficult examples, particularly often some religious schools, mean that actually the reform, the option of reform is not taken when it should be. And so I really do welcome the government's proposals. And then just finally, in relation to wellbeing, I'm glad that the Noble Lady Baroness Kidron is back in her seat. We've worked well together on the Online Safety Act. One of the greatest dangers, as she outlined, to our children's wellbeing is undoubtedly the online world and the internet. I have to say I remain slightly unconvinced by banning phones in schools, in the sense that I think that there is guidance available. I think schools can do it, but I'm absolutely willing to listen to the evidence that the Noble Lady will bring to this debate. Honestly, I think if we feel this strongly about it, then we need to ban a lot of apps and smartphones for the under-16s, which luckily my son is 17, so I won't be having any opposition at home. But I do think one of the great challenges in relation to teachers and safety in the classrooms, and I'd be interested to hear other Noble Lords' views on this, is misogyny, much of it fuelled online. And I think that's where actually the opportunity to limit exposure to phones and what's on them is very, very important. So I think we're going to have a set of good debates, and I hope the Minister will welcome it.
My Lords, it's a huge pleasure to take part in this important debate today, and I draw attention to my interest in the register. All of us in this chamber want the children of our country to succeed, but I think we also know that many won't do so without extra help. And if we're in any doubt about that, we should look at what's happened in recent years since the pandemic and during the pandemic, where it was revealed that systems consistently fail vulnerable children. And I've been arguing for decades that we need to have bold reform from the top to the bottom, and we need to close those gaps in systems that have lent away and continue to lead away from vulnerable children, and put those children at the very centre of our systems, protecting them from harm and boosting their life chances. And this bill is a commitment, I think, and an opportunity to do just that. The measures to improve our safeguarding and our education systems are very welcome, and I really welcome the conversations we've already started in this chamber today about the importance of putting children and children's outcomes at the centre of these debates. Not the structures, not the systems themselves. These are all means to an end that we need to make work. It has to be about the children's outcomes. And a good education, of course, is a crucial foundation for all children. But we do know that hundreds of thousands of children are missing school, either through poor attendance or because they are being homeschooled, elective home education. And I've heard thousands of parents telling me that actually they feel they're pushed out, their children are pushed out and ignored by a system, we're left with no other options them to home educate, despite often not feeling that they have often well equipped to do so. We also know there are children who've been taken out of school deliberately so that the harms that they're coming to are not seen. And there are children who are not in school and go off the radar, falling into the hands of those who want to groom and exploit them. So I strongly welcome the new Register of Children in Schools and the new powers for local authorities. I also welcome measures in this bill that support councils to provide better, improved early support for families and to ensure public agencies work together better to protect and support children. I know that's something that members of this House will have been talking about for a long time. And with that, early intervention and support for families being very important too. And the single unique identifier for children gives an opportunity again to see that through. We need to see better investment in early intervention and prevention. That's also absolutely critically important as part of these reforms. But while the ambitions of the bill is absolutely clear, there will be things that we'll all want to discuss, as we've already heard today. And that will be strengthening the sections. And some of the things that I'm keen to talk more about. A greater focus on the early years that would strengthen and drive a move to prevention. The government's commitment to universal breakfast clubs is essential and very, very welcome. But let's capitalise that and make sure that food in those breakfast clubs is nourishing and healthy, especially important given the worsening obesity crisis. And similarly, I welcome measures to require local authorities to offer family group decision-making. I think we could sharpen up on that and particularly look at increasing the chances of reducing the number of children going into care in this way. I also support calls for the bill to include measures of well-being to provide a strong evidence base for current and future policies. And finally, as Children's Commissioner, I called for the removal of the reasonable chastisement as a defence to physical punishment, and I continue to support that. The change has happened in Wales, in Scotland and in Ireland, and the world hasn't fallen in. So it's probably time we caught up. Most of our children are happy, my lords, and have opportunities to thrive in their childhood, but a significant number are not, and we must be ambitious for those children too. And this vital bill gives us a welcome opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah. My lords, it gives me profound humility and sincere gratitude that I rise to make my maiden speech in your lordship's house. Never did I imagine a child born in Kashmir to parents of a humble farming background that I would stand here amongst you, not as an observer, but as an equal, entrusted with responsibilities to speak up for communities like the ones that raised me. I arrived in the United Kingdom in 1977 at the age of 4 with my mother Khatija B to join our family in Tinsley, Sheffield. A proud community, poor in material wealth, but rich in spirit. And the contrast could not have been greater. The clear, ice-cold streams of the valleys of Kashmir to the smoky steel mills of the lower Don Valley. Yet it was here that I learnt resilience, solidarity, and the values of opportunity. And my lords, my journey here has not followed the traditional path that one might expect of a member of this House. My father, Mohammed Sadiq, grew up working small pieces of land with his siblings. They all lived in a simple, fragile house made of mud, straw, rock and wood. Life was harsh. Often, food would consist of a chapati and a onion while they harvest the wheat by hand in the searing midday sun that was grueling. However, when opportunity arose to work in Britain's steel industry, he grasped it, bringing with him dreams for a better life for the generations to come. The steel mills of Sheffield gave my family hope, but the decline in the 1980s took much of that security away. And like many others, my father lost his job. And like many others, we relied upon the state for support. And I grew up receiving free school meals and free clothing from Sheffield City Council, who at the time were led by a very youthful leader. And I emphasise the word youthful because he was known as David Blunkett. I wonder what happened to him, my lordships. Although I excelled at school, particularly in mathematics, family necessities meant that at the age of 16, I entered the world of work through the Youth Training Scheme, or YTS as it was known, earning £27.50 a week, working a 40-hour week, unloading lorries at the Sheffield Co-op Superstore in Hillsborough. It was a tough start, but not without its blessings, and I was supported by my manager, Mr. Brian Richardson, who gave me Wednesdays off, not to go and watch my beloved Sheffield Wednesday, but actually to attend Loxley College to do my A-levels. This small act of faith helped secure a place for me at Sheffield University to study business as a mature student. I was the first in my family to go to university. After graduating, I dedicated myself to youth work in the city of Sheffield, supporting young people like me who needed a second chance. That passion led me to be elected to Sheffield City Council in 2004 and followed by a spell at the European Parliament where I championed young people, women's rights, human rights and international development. And I see my arrival as a mark of this House's enduring commitment to represent all walks of life, to recognise the importance of lived experiences alongside legal, academic and business expertise. My Lords, I also served as a lay magistrate in Sheffield, and I cannot resist sharing with your Lordships a moment for my very first day at the Sheffield bench. I arrived early, but I was mistakenly directed through the public entrance, and I spent anxious 10 minutes or so mingling unknowingly with defendants who were due to appear before me, before an eagerly-eyed receptionist realised the error and swiftly had me escorted to the appropriate floor. I am pleased to report that no such confusion accompanied my first day here in this House. Thanks to the exceptional support from Black Rod and team, the clerks, the doorkeepers, the security staff, the police officers, the catering staff, the wonderful attendants in the library, my supporters, the noble friends Baroness Benjamin and Lord Alan O'Hallam. Turning to the important business before us today, the Children and Wellbeing Bill, Schools Bill, I wish to speak briefly on an issue on home education. My Lords, during my time as a youth worker, I worked with many post-16 neets. These are young people not in employment, education or training. And I often encountered those who had been educated at home who had suffered disrupted schooling. Without structured support and oversight, these young people can easily slip through the net, falling far behind their peers and missing opportunities to enable them to thrive. This is why I welcome the provisions in this bill for local authorities to maintain contact with home educated children, not as a heavy-handed intrusion, but as a vital safeguard to ensure that no young person is left behind. Supporting young people is not merely a moral imperative, it's in our national investment. When we help young people realise their potentials, we strengthen the fabric of our societies for generations to come. My Lords, I owe everything I have achieved to the resilience of my parents, the kindness of strangers who believed in me, and the opportunities afforded by this great country. It is now my privilege to give back, to serve your Lordship's House with the same spirit of duty and hope that has brought me here.
My Lords, it's truly with joy and pleasure that I rise to follow my noble friend's maiden speech, the Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, someone who I've known for over half a century and who I'm proud not just to call a political colleague, but a personal friend. And I have to say, my Lords, it's not often that Lord Blunkett and I find ourselves in agreement. In fact, it usually signals that something truly extraordinary has happened in Sheffield. So let me say this to my noble friend. You have really raised the bar on who you can bring together on your first speech, so I look forward to you solving the Ukraine crisis in your second. My Lords, I met my noble friend back in the early 2000s when he was standing for what can only be described, and I think I'm being generous here, as a no-hope council seat. I was dispatched to give a bit of moral boosting to him, which is always a delicate task when you know full well the poor soul's likely to come a very distant runner-up. But even then, his spark was obvious, the passion, the persistence, and most of all, his principles that have stayed with him throughout his remarkable career. And as it turned out, our political journeys have continued in tandem. He was eventually elected as a councillor for Broom Hill, the same ward I represented, and later he served as a vital member of my cabinet in Sheffield. And if we're claiming on political sides the University Technical College of Sheffield, pleased to say that that was during our administration. But when he was in my cabinet, my Lords, he was always driven by a fierce commitment to tackling inequality, endlessly constructive, and an immensely valued colleague. Now, my noble friend's journey from unloading lorries at £27.50 a week to his youth work, which I point out, my Lords, with a sense of irony, that we now have within your Lordship's House our own resident youth worker. I'm sure we can use at our disposal if we require his diversionary tactics and services. But he did also represent Yorkshire in the European Parliament and now to these red benches. And it reminds us, my Lords, of the very best of Britain, a country where opportunity, public service and someone determined to take something from, and public determination can take someone from the YTS scheme to the House of Lords. And my Lords, if there is ever were a voice needed in this chamber to speak for youth, for fairness and for equality of opportunity, and with that no-nonsense, straight-talking Sheffield spirit, it is. And for one, I am really glad that he now sits beside me in the... I'm used to him having behind me heckling, actually, my Lords, but sits beside me in your Lordship's House, and I wish him well in his endeavours, and I'm sure he's going to add to our work here in this Parliament. Now, my Lords, turning to this bill before us today, I want to talk about the provisions that address the issue of illegal and registered schools. A liberal society can and must accommodate a wide range of educational settings, including independent schools, properly regulated home education, as well as, of course, state schools. However, in accommodating such education, the wishes of parents and religious groups need to be balanced against the rights of the child. I therefore broadly welcome the measures within the bill that are aimed at ensuring all children can have their right to a broad education adequately protected. Although no precise figures are known for the number of children currently in unregistered schools, the former Chief Inspector of Ofsted, Amanda Spielman, estimated it was likely to be in the tens of thousands. She described conditions in some that, and I quote, that you wouldn't want to put a dog in, let alone a child, end quote. And earlier this year, a report from the Jewish Policy Research Institute found that over 6,600 children in ultra-Orthodox Jewish communities are not attending registered schools, suggesting many are being sent to unregistered faith schools, which represents the same pattern in other religious faith groups. These are concerning figures, given the repeated findings that many unregistered religious schools fail to deliver tuition in subjects outside religious instruction, denying students skills vital to a successful and fulfilling life, with some pupils even left unable to write in English. Moreover, the existence of unregistered schools poses a significant safeguarding risk. Evidence has documented children being taught in deplorable conditions alongside instances of physical and sexual abuse and an alarming presence of safeguarding procedures. This kind of religious education offered in these settings typically lacks a broad and balanced perspective on a range of beliefs. Instead, it tends to indoctrinate children and young people with a narrow religious worldview. These limited perspectives undermine the abilities of pupils to engage with communities outside of those in which they are being educated, an important aspect of life in modern Britain. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of the National Secular Society, and I raise my interest as in the register, which was one of the first organisations to raise awareness of the plight of pupils languishing in such unregistered schools. My lords, every child, irrespective of their parents' religious outlook, deserves access to safe and nurturing learning environment which fosters critical thinking and respect for a diverse set of beliefs. And every child, regardless of their background, should have their independent right to be safe, broad and balanced education respected. Finally, my lords, I note that this bill removes the existing presumption that a new school will automatically be an academy. This change means that new faith-based schools will not necessarily be subject to the 50% cap that limits religious selection in newly established faith-based free schools admissions arrangements, a measure introduced to promote diversity, inclusion and fairness. It is my sincere hope that this House will ensure that a bill intended to eliminate barriers to educational opportunities does not inadvertently create new barriers in the form of more faith schools applying 100% religious selection. Such an outcome would undermine equality and freedoms and the choice of families within communities that do not share the same religious beliefs as the school.
Lords, I would like to congratulate Lord Mohammed of Tinsley on his excellent and inspiring maiden speech, and greatly look forward to Lord Biggers in a second. I must also, as ever, declare my interest as a teacher in an academy in Hackney. I'm an unpaid trustee of the Elephant Group Education Charity, a kinship carer of twin 13-year-olds, a parent of 2 teenagers. I'm also a hereditary peer, and this could well be my last major piece of legislation in your Lordship's House. So as you might say, my Lords, I'm quite invested in this bill. And what a bill it is, 137 pages, 67 clauses and 4 minutes to talk about it. As everyone has said, it's a bill of 2 halves. Wellbeing has many things to like. Needs a lot of amendments, but basically there's a lot to like about it. Sadly, it misses out on the ending of the defence of reasonable punishment. What better place to put it in than a bill that talks about children's well-being? And I believe the evidence from Wales is pretty conclusive on that one. But if we are to describe the schools part as a curate's egg, then if I were the curate, I'd just eat the toast. Head teachers should be the best people to make decisions over their schools, whether they are academies or maintained. The bill doesn't deal with the lack of respect of parents for schools. It's decreasing innovation. This bill is taking away the autonomy and entrepreneurial spirit that has made the outstanding academies flourish, such as UTC's already mentioned, providing practical technical education alongside industry to get students into skilled work. The school where I teach, Mossbourne Community Academy, where students can choose public speaking, film and media, and yoga, among other mainstream subjects. How are these trailblazing schools going to continue to innovate if they have to slavishly follow the rigid and, dare I say it, rather uninspiring national curriculum? I know that charities like Tender are worried about the lack of a national PSHE strategy, and we wait to see what the review has to say about that. And as far as we go about school uniform, my lords, Lord Addington will be pleased to know that in our school, you can buy an almost new blazer for a tenner that could potentially last a child their entire school career. The average markup on school uniforms is 7%, according to the Schoolwear Association. If the school uniform cap is on sports kit as well, then a school sports shirt is considerably cheaper than a Premiership football shirt and doesn't have to be changed once a year or have an away shirt as well. My lords, I taught a 14-year-old girl who was pregnant, and you would have never have known it because of the blazer. Children, especially girls, change shape throughout their school time, something a blazer hides very effectively. School uniforms can also be used, as we've heard recently, instead of suits for children to go to university interviews, thereby driving up social mobility. My lords, we're going to be very busy at committee stage. I'm afraid you haven't heard the last of me.
My lords, child well-being is in the title of this bill, and so it should be. Obviously, children's well-being matters, but it is also the best predictor of how happy an adult will be in their subsequent life, predicting it far better than the qualifications which they obtain. Yet, the only outcome of education which we measure is those qualifications. And of course, what you measure becomes what you treasure. Exam results have become the only touchstone of a school's success, which is a catastrophe. And there's only one way to change this, which is, of course, to measure well-being as well, to put something else into the balance. And that is what happens in many countries. It happens in the Netherlands, it happens in South Australia, and in England, it now happens in Manchester, as has been mentioned, and in Hampshire. And the system is quite simple, and I think it's what we need. The government designs the questionnaire and holds it on a central platform. If a school wants to participate, it arranges once a year for the students in the school to complete the questionnaire. It takes about 20 minutes or so. The results are then analysed centrally, and the findings are then sent back from the centre to the school. From this, the schools gets vital information about how well it's actually doing on progressing the well-being of its students. And it's left up to the school how it uses its information. Participation in the survey is voluntary, both for the school and for the individual, and the individual responses are totally confidential to the individual. My lords, this is a change which could transform what happens in our schools. It would give them the incentive to do more for the well-being of their children and the justification, which actually most of them want, for paying more attention to it. There is no conflict between doing more for well-being and improving academic performance. All the evidence shows that extra time devoted to life skills improves not only well-being but also improves academic performance, or certainly does it no harm. Our children are subject now to all kinds of new pressures, and their mental health has demonstrably suffered. So we've got to do something about well-being. And that is a reason why a cross-party group of us will be moving an amendment, but the government should introduce a measurement system of the type that I've been describing. It is, of course, it might be said, and it's true, that it's possible for a school or schools to measure well-being already. It happens in Manchester. But it's a huge effort to make that happen. And if we want this to become the norm, we've got to make it as easy as possible. That's what we owe to our children, and that's what the system that I've described would do. Finally, my lords, let me turn to our greatest educational failure, which is how we treat people after school who don't go to university. 1/3 of our young people get no education or training beyond the age of 17. It's really shocking. The number of apprenticeships for young people has more than halved in the last 10 years.
To rectify this, the government needs to take on for these young people the same obligation that it takes on for young people wanting to go to university, namely ensuring that there are enough places for qualified applicants. In 2009, the Apprenticeship Act put that obligation on the statute book. It was repealed by the coalition government, and I believe it should be reinstated in this bill.
My Lords, let me begin with the customary round of thanks, which I give with a whole heart. Black Rod, the doorkeepers, all the administrative and service staff I've encountered in this house have been extraordinarily helpful and patient. Mr. Thomas there just brought me a glass of water without my asking for it. Thank you very much. Let me thank my noble friend, Lord Griffiths of Forest Fach, and the Right Reverend and Noble Lord Harris of Pentragarth, both long-term mentors of mine and who introduced me to this house at the end of January. I hope in due course the Noble Lord Harris will forgive me for having chosen to sit on the Conservative benches. When I tell you that I am a retired professor of Christian ethics, I imagine some of your lordships may mutter to yourselves, "That's nice, but what's he doing here?" If so, I would sympathise, since I think that intellectuals, especially from the arts and humanities, are best kept well clear of politics, since we tend to suffer grievously from the virus of wishful thinking. Being conservative, however, I've long sought to educate my moral ideals with reality. In 1998, the year of the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement, I ran a conference in Oxford under the title Burying the Past After Civil Conflict. At the beginning of the conference, I started to talk without embarrassment about healing and reconciliation, until up stood Ulrike Popper, twice imprisoned by the communist authorities of East Germany because of her political dissidence, who said, "I now live on the same street as the man who informed on me. I didn't know him then, and I certainly don't want to know him now. So what exactly do you mean by healing and reconciliation?" I look forward to being further educated by the vast array of practical experience that this House, being unelected, contains. In recent years, I've been preoccupied with colonial history for political reasons. As an Anglo-Scot, I had a dog in the fight that was the 2014 referendum on Scottish independence. And although an instinctive opponent, I felt morally obliged to consider nationalist arguments. And one argument I came across was this: Britain equals empire equals evil. Therefore, the Scots should decolonise, disintegrate the UK, and sail off into a bright new, shiny, sin-free future. But having read British imperial history for nigh on 20 years, I knew that the equation empire equals evil is not historically or morally tenable. I call in aid two facts. The British Empire spent the second half of its life suppressing slavery from Brazil to New Zealand. Second, from May 1940, for 12 months, the Empire offered the genocidally racist Nazi regime in Berlin the only military opposition, with the sole exception of Greece. Empire cannot be identified with evil. Nonetheless, 45% of Scots voted to disintegrate the UK in 2014, which, according to our representative at the UN, would have delighted the Kremlin and damaged the international standing of this country much more than Brexit ever could. Mm-hmm. And the 45% voted in spite of being told by the London Treasury that they would each be £500 the poorer for it. So if the noble Lord Stupid were a member of this House, which of course he isn't, but were he, I would say to him, "No, my noble Lord Stupid, It's not just the economy, it's also the story. The national story is politically potent, and a false story is politically destructive. Which brings me very briefly to clause 47 of the bill we're considering. Teachers' unions are clamouring for decolonisation to be embedded in the curriculum. If the curriculum is decolonised, and the decolonisation does involve the story that 400 years of Britain's global imperial engagement was nothing but a litany of racism and slavery. If the curriculum were to be decolonised, and if the state were to impose that curriculum on academies, academies could no longer serve as centres of intellectual diversity and dissidence. My Lord, the national story matters politically, and having liberal schools that are free to challenge dominant ideologies and to tell the whole story, not just the lamentable failures and wrongs, but also the heroic achievements of our country, that's important too. And I hope the government will agree.
My Lords, what a privilege and what a pleasure to follow two such outstanding maiden speeches, one from my former Euro colleague, Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, and one from my former college chaplain, Lord Bigger. Even 35 years ago, as an undergraduate and prey to the slight self-absorption that we have when we're teenagers, even then I was able to recognise the qualities that will so enrich our councils here. His humility, his intellectual curiosity, and above all, that generosity of spirit, that largeness of soul that makes him consider other arguments and other people on their own merits. Now, it wasn't obvious that he had such intellectual diversity and future controversy inside him. I remember when I first came across him, he kind of looked like any other scruffy academic. He read The Guardian, he had this little short beard, he dressed like every other academic, and I would have been surprised had you told me then that out of him was going to come this extraordinary ethical balance sheet of colonialism. And I think it surprised a lot of his colleagues. And because he brought to bear that empiricism and that calm curiosity, which should be valued above all in academic settings, it triggered, as sadly these things do in our rather deranged culture war, it triggered a very negative reaction. His book was initially denied a publisher, and then it was howled down by people who plainly hadn't read it because all he was doing was trying to be balanced in a way that I'm sure he will in all our debates here. And I think the way he does this, and the reason he can be so indifferent to public opinion, is because he has a genuine faith in something bigger than public opinion. And not everyone has the gift of religious faith, but all of us, I hope, can at least exercise the self-respect that allows us to be honest and true to ourselves in difficult times. My Lords, I want to begin by thanking very sincerely all of the former Secretaries of State for Education, not just for having been Secretaries of State, but on both sides for having presided over a rise in standards which up until recently would have been unimaginable. And that happened, I think, for reasons that were hinted at by Baroness Morris. It was the beginning of diversity and freedom in education that allowed people to pilot new ideas, to trial new schemes, and this raised standards across the board. And she's quite right to say it wasn't just in academies, it was something that was happening in maintained schools as well. I think one could make a case that this was the single greatest achievement of the last Labour government in terms of the impact it had on people's lives. And a measure of its merit is that the new government adopted it and claimed it as its own, and people talk about Cameron and Gove reforms when they were really reforms pioneered by some of the members opposite. And they worked. And we heard from my noble friend, the Earl of Effingham, at the beginning, a measure of how they worked, because the reforms in England drove English schools up PISA and indeed all of the other measures. There are 2 or 3 international measures of academic success, but there was a control in that experiment because in Scotland and in Wales there were not such reforms, and those schools more or less stayed where they were or slightly drifted down in those academic rankings. So I hope, applying a little bit of empiricism, we can all agree that these were successful reforms. And I think the ministers, from what they've been saying today and in previous debates, don't want to undo the successful parts of them. Now, there's one very specific thing that I then want to raise. And it was a point flagged up by my noble friend, the Lord Baker of Dorking, and it's the future of the 44 university technical colleges. These are the schools that are set up by local businesses and by universities to fill identified skills gaps. They have an extraordinary success rate by any definition. 86% of them are rated good or excellent by Ofsted, and there is demand for more of them. New ones are planned in Southampton and I think in Doncaster because there is local demand for them. What's not always appreciated is because these schools start typically with kids of 13 or 14, by a lot of the academic measures at that age, these kids are not at the top of their cohort. A lot of the secondary schools really fight to hang on to the kids who are going to push up their standards. And children who have perhaps not done well sitting in rows and having a classroom-based education suddenly come into their own. And what's really extraordinary about these schools is not that they turn out great engineers, which you'd kind of expect, but how much better these children then start performing in their English A-levels and the like, because they're responding to a different kind of teaching. They're being treated as if they were already in the workplace, divided into groups, set to do tasks, and they flourish. It's not for everyone, but they flourish. And this is the real point about the diversity that comes from the freedom to apply the curriculum flexibly or to derogate from parts of it. I think people sometimes have the idea that these technical schools are teaching lots of metalwork. I mean, yes, they do teach metalwork, but they're also teaching 3D printing, advanced electronics, procurement, logistics. And the only way that they can fit all of that into the school day is by not having as much of that day taken up with modern languages, history, music, and so on. There are plenty of other options for children who want a humanities-based education. And I do hope we can retain a measure of diversity. I was very encouraged to hear the Lord Blunkett say that we should be prepared to amend the bill to put these things beyond doubt, as has happened on the question of teachers' pay and some of the other scare stories about the bill. I was privileged once to spend a day at, it's not quite a UTC, but it's almost the same thing, the JCB Academy in Rochester. It's housed in one of Richard Arkwright's earliest mills. And the children, as they come in, walk past one of his turbines, which has now been repurposed to be a turbine once again. Arkwright and the other men who made the Industrial Revolution were not academic kids. Almost all of them dropped out of education in their early or mid-teens because they wanted to get into the workshop and start tinkering. Where, my lords, is the next Richard Arkwright or the next Matthew Bolton? For goodness sake, let's make sure that they are capable of getting the kind of education that will help them and will help our employers and our economy.
Yeah. My Lords, I'd like to draw your attention to my register of interests. I'm President of the LGA, Chair of Sport Wales, and Chair of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, and a Trustee of the Foundation of Light. I'd like to thank ALFI, the Alliance for Inclusive Education, for their briefing, but also their commitment to improving education for disabled children. The bill before us today presents a valuable opportunity to enhance the well-being of our children and ensure that no child falls through the gaps. Sadly, too many do. However, there are many missed opportunities in this bill, and there is an ongoing failure to address deep-rooted barriers for disabled children. If the government is serious about getting disabled people into work, then education is a key part of that. In 2024, 55% of children cited school failings as a reason for starting homeschooling. It works for many, but it should not be a last resort due to incorrect provision or used in a way that further segregates disabled children. The National Audit Office revealed that funding for SEND support has risen by 58% over the past decade to £10.7 billion. It's not sustainable, and is in need of urgent reform. And in the same report published in October 2024, they called for education to become more inclusive. My Lords, parents have to be experts in every part of their disabled child's lives. I was lucky. I was in mainstream junior school when I became paralysed, and my parents used the work of the noble lady, Baroness Warnock, and citing my right to be educated in the best environment for me, they threatened to sue the Secretary of State for Wales over my right to go to mainstream school. It was a long, protracted battle. My parents won, and I received an amazing education. But my life would be very different now if it weren't for my parents. So what's changed in the last 4 decades? Well, not enough. Parents of disabled children are still fighting, and I receive numerous emails about disabled children not receiving the education they need. One parent this week wrote to me and said the provision they're being offered is not even physically accessible for their child and would exclude their child from the beginning of their education and will negatively impact them for the rest of their lives. I'll forward the details to the Minister. Schools currently have little incentive to support disabled pupils, and there's little lived experience in the system. I spoke to a teacher who became a wheelchair user. I was told that they knew they only kept their job because they'd been at the school a long time and they knew the law. This is not acceptable. They provide a positive role model for all. And again, the government should commit to including more disabled people while employing more teachers in the system. And this bill doesn't recognise the systematic ableism like off-rolling, school excursions and the unmet needs that push children out of school. My Lords, I welcome breakfast clubs, but they must be accessible to disabled children, both physically, but ensuring transport arrangements enable them to get there. Feeding children is so important, but the social connections matter too. My Lords, there's other gaps in the bill. I look forward to hearing from Lord Moynihan later, but we need a fit and healthy nation, and we need to think about physical activity in a different way throughout the whole school day. Physical literacy and its measurement should be an integral part of the day. There's so much research on the benefit of activity on learning outcomes and well-being if taught well. Sport England found that a child who is active is happier, more resilient and more trusting of others. Yet in 23-24, over 41,000 fewer hours of PE were taught in schools compared to nearly a decade ago. So we need to establish a more holistic approach to improving the health and well-being of our child. Tess Howard, GB hockey player, has done amazing work on the uniforms that children wear to school and how it can increase engagement for girls, and the government should consider consulting her. My Lords, in Wales, we're lucky we have the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, a lens we can use to assess the impact of all legislation on our children, and is it not time that we consider that as well? My Lords, I look forward to the committee stages.
Having them for the kind words. But it's not about me, it's about our principals, teachers, support staff and children that we are so successful. We've got many academy groups that really do well and get fantastic results, and also good GCSE results through. And they're run well because they've got the freedom to run like a school should be run. Since the 26th of November last year, 5 months ago, we've had 11 schools outstanding. 4 might be outstanding because the rule is now, if you're good, you can't become outstanding until they come back the second time. 2 goods. And on Friday of this week, we got another outstanding, which I can't mention, and yesterday we had another outstanding. So the record is pretty good, over 85% outstanding, and we're grateful for all our staff and what they do. I'd like to talk about one school. I come from Peckham, and Peckham has got a school that in 75 years has never been outstanding. It takes in the bottom 3% of the country. On the last inspection, which was 2 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, sorry, it was awarded outstanding by Ofsted. The inspector said, the education provided by this school is transformed for many of its pupils. A large proportion have joined after year 7, with many coming from overseas. Despite this, pupils go to achieve consistently above the national average by the year 11. This is because the movement they have with the curriculum. They can move it around because there's no point if somebody comes from abroad, they can't speak English, trying to teach them other subjects. So that's one thing I think we should look at. I hope you look at it to see that we don't stick to a standard for every school. Also, the government said that failing schools, now we've taken over quite a lot of failing schools, why are we giving them another 2 years? 2 years to be, they've been probably failing for a couple of years and they're going to have another 2 years of being failing. We took over one in Croydon, a primary school. 5 years it was failing under the state system. 5 years it was failing under another group, an academy group. It was taken off them, we got it, and within 2 years and 2 terms, that school was turned to an outstanding school. We are changing the lives of so many children. So why do we need to wait for failing schools to get another 2 years to try to improve, when we've got good academy groups that can take these over and improve them quickly? Also, we talk about training untrained teachers. We have 190 teachers a year start with us unqualified. And within a year, 95% of them are qualified. They don't only work for our academies, they go to other academies all over the country. We want to continue doing this. Good teachers help pupils to get good results. I hear that many secondary state schools only get a level now with academies. Well, of course they do, because they're left with only 25–26% of the schools, as against nearly 80% of academies. And all the academies, the only way we could get them was either a free school or a failing school. But now we're coming up level, and I think we need more of these failing schools, of those 22, 23, 24%, to become academies, so we can give the children a better education. This is about giving children a better education, a better chance in life, and a better opportunity. One of the things we've got is primary schools. You said that there's quite a lot of primary schools that are failing, and we've got 23, 21 of them are outstanding now. Why do we have to wait 2 years for those children at that young age, before, when they're at a failing primary school, to go to a proper school, a school like an academy? Not only our groups, lots of very good groups in the country. Why do we have to wait 2 years? We shouldn't. We should get on and make sure that every child gets a good education. The other thing is, there's 2 areas. The government said, and pleased, that they were going to put more money into education. The new NI bill that's come out, which is costing us as an academic group £1.5 million more than we paid. We've got to find the funding for £1.5 million more. They're not giving us the same amount of funding. And the new pay rise for teachers at 2.8, they're only funding 1.3. This is money that's going to find us difficult to find, not only for our schools, but every school in the country. So we've got to look at what's happening. We've got to make sure we're doing better. We've got to make sure the government look at things. I'm sure they will. I'm a person that wants to work together to give the children the best education possible, because I believe a child only gets one chance of a good education. We want to give it. All of us here want to give it, and we can make it happen. Thank you.
My Lords, I welcome this bill as an important beginning to remedying a number of long-standing problems in childcare, in the safeguarding of children, in the operation of homeschooling, and in the registration of illegal schools and the strengthening of Ofsted's powers in this area. The failure of the previous government to tackle these issues and its decision to withdraw legislation that would at least have made a start is disappointing. I don't propose today to cover the second part of the bill concerning academies and how they compare with local authority schools in the way that they are run. But I will say that local authorities should be able to establish new maintained schools where they can make a well-argued case, particularly on demographic grounds. They are in a position to assess this and to identify appropriate sites where new schools can be established. In some areas where the population is declining, they may need to merge schools to create a new institution where falling roles have made existing schools unviable. Such decisions are for local authorities. Turning to part 1 of the bill, the fact that many children in care suffer terribly is a scar on our society. As the Minister set out, children in care are likely to have the worst outcomes in terms of educational performance, mental health, being sexually abused and committing crimes. Serious underfunding and the lack of coherent national structures to support them properly has contributed to their neglect. It is horrifying that the number of children in care has increased by 28% since 2010 and reflects badly on the opposition when they were in government. Better prevention is urgent to stop this figure increasing, so I therefore welcome the bill's decision to for families on aiming to keep families together, but ensuring children are safe. For example, through statutory family group decision-making, as well as the statutory requirement to run multi-agency child protection teams. Whether the bill goes far enough in providing support to families before the problems escalate out of control for them is rather doubtful. The provision of family hubs or centres is regarded by many experts as the most effective approach. These hubs have become vulnerable because of the funding crisis in local government, leading authorities to focus on their statutory obligations. So I would like to ask the Minister if the government might strengthen the bill by including a special duty on local authorities to provide family centre support accessible to all families that need it. Such a legal duty must of course be accompanied by enough targeted funding to create a national network instead of the current postcode lottery. Another concern is just how deprived young people are who have been in the care system when they leave it. Recent figures show that almost 40% are not in education, training or employment between the ages of 19 to 21, as other speakers have mentioned. This is 3 times more than the age group as a whole. Around half of them have mental health problems, and around a third of them become homeless within 2 years of leaving care. The bill does go some way to address their problems by, for example, disapplying the intentionally homeless classification and extending the duties of local authorities in relation to staying close support, and the publication of information about the services for care leavers, which of course is vital. But the Education Select Committee were right in their recent report to recommend a national offer of support and replace the current patchwork system. Would the Minister tell the House whether the bill might be amended to include this? Could she also comment on what, if any, approaches have been made to the higher and further education sectors on the admission of care leavers to universities and colleges, and what additional help they could provide to improve the retention of such students by helping them to cope with the extra demands of studying at this level?
My Lords, when I was in the other place, I went round a primary school in Andover, whose catchment area was from the less well-off part of the town. And the teacher there, in year 1, had been there for 20 years, and she was also a local JP. And she told me that within a few weeks of the beginning of term, she could tell which children were likely to end up in trouble. And there are many other primary school teachers like her. So early intervention for children who need support is crucial, and that brings me to SEND. The current system is failing too many children, too many parents, and too many other children in the class. And one statistic makes the case. Councils won just 1.3% of appeals in 2023-24. So to underpin what is in the bill, we will need a comprehensive SEND reform plan to give the children that need the support when they need it, without all the current delays. And because of some of the problems with SEND, many families are home educating. Along with Lord Hampton and Baroness Garden, I sit on the Social Mobility Select Committee. And last week we heard from witnesses that within the cohort of children educated at home are a few for whom it was not an active choice, but actually a decision of last resort, in many cases as a result of bullying, sometimes after encouragement to deregister.
And then some of those children may then fall through the various safety nets. So I agree with my noble friend Baroness Morgan of Coates that we do need to have a look at this bill and to make sure that we look after those children. On that, Section 30 requires local authorities' consent for certain children to be withdrawn from school, mainly children who are on the have protection concerns. I'm Vice Chairman of the APPG on young carers, and there is concern that some young carers are being withdrawn from school in order to increase their caring responsibilities at home. And that means that they could have even more responsibility foisted on them, but also it cuts them off from the support that they would get through the school. So I think an amendment to that bit of the bill might be needed. A quick word on fostering. A long time ago, my wife and I were registered foster parents. I welcome what is in the bill, and I also welcome what was in the spring statement. The McAllister Review, which has already been referred to, describes foster carers as the bedrock of the social care system. But in the last 5 years, we've lost over 5,000 foster carers, and there are more than 5,000 extra children in care. And living with a family, as opposed to being in a children's home, can provide a child a more stable environment as that child grows up. And also it does so at a quarter of the cost. So I asked the Minister what is being done to encourage more foster carers to come forward and also to address the long delays in the assessment process. On smartphones, along with other noble lords, I joined a webinar hosted by Policy Exchange, and we listened to Damien McBeath, who's principal of John Wallace Academy. And he had tried what many schools have tried, namely a ban on the use of phones during lessons with progressive penalties for breach. And he said that that hadn't simply worked, with 1/3 of lessons continuing to be disrupted by smartphones. So 18 months ago, the school went smartphone free. Truancy was reduced, attendance was increased, there were fewer incidences of bullying, both in school and out of school. That dropped by 80%. Children were politer to each other, politer to the teachers, and teacher well-being improved. Children had actually started playing chess during the lunch hour. So we do need a serious debate about smartphones, led by the noble Baroness Kidron. My Lords, the Minister has difficult choices to make. The universities are in trouble as overseas students fall away. Primary and secondary have got unfunded pay increases even before the pay review. So difficult choices have to be made. And I end where I started. All the evidence I have seen is that it is investment in early years, under 5 provision, children's centres, family hubs, Sure Start, that has the greatest return, not just for the child, but for society as a whole. I hope the government will safeguard that investment.
Yeah. My Lords, I welcome this bill and the government's commitment to improve children's lives and their outcomes. My faith teaches me that in this work we echo Jesus' commitment to place children at the heart of God's transforming work. Of such is the kingdom of God. As Nelson Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. I declare an interest as the Chair of the Board of Trustees at the Children's Society, and I'd like to register my support for the calls for there to be better data sharing to protect children, including with and from faith communities. As we await publication of the Child Poverty Strategy, I commend provisions to reduce the cost of school uniforms and expand the availability of sustainable, healthy, accessible free school breakfasts. As poverty is a primary factor in the well-being of children, I'm pleased to hear that Lord Bird, who can't be in his place today, will be tabling an amendment introducing a new clause to set out a new duty on government to set targets for the reduction of child poverty. My Lords, I add my voice to the support of the Our Wellbeing, Our Voice coalition in their calls for the establishment of a national wellbeing measure programme to offer demonstrably evidence-based data to shape and track holistic interventions to improve childhood well-being. We know that schools across England are already engaged in excellent anti-poverty, anti-racist, anti-neglect work, for example. And some, as we have heard, are already benefiting from collecting and monitoring well-being data to inform their interventions. I trust we can agree that there's value in equipping schools with a comprehensive picture of the well-being of their students. And I therefore seek reassurance from the Minister that this recommendation will be reviewed. I welcome the intention of the bill to cap profits of children homes providers and independent fostering agencies, and I ask that this oversight might be extended to the secure estate, such as secure schools and secure children's homes, that their profit does not replace the best interests of some of our most vulnerable children. I want to commend the intention of my Right Reverend friend, the Bishop of Lincoln, who can't be in his place today, to support the Traveller Movement's proposal to mandate reporting and recording of racist incidents in school settings and any subsequent actions taken. My Lord, I would like to suggest that children themselves are best placed to advise us of the challenges they face and what would make life better. And I conclude, therefore, with the words of a care-experienced young person as quoted in the Love Matters report from the Archbishop's Families and Households Commission, published in 2023. They said, "Give us the right support and help us to help others, and we will surprise you and help you do better for children and young people."
My Lords, 15 years ago, almost to the day, I had the privilege of standing at that dispatch box to introduce the Academies Bill. And I thought it might be helpful, therefore, as we think about this new bill and what it will mean for academies in the future, if I just set out what it was that we were trying to achieve back in 2010. I think first, and that was very much our starting point, we aimed to build on the foundations that had been laid by the previous government. We could not have been clearer at the time about the debt we owed to the noble Lord Adonis, and indeed to many other noble lords we've heard of today, reaching all the way back in the apostolic succession to my noble friend, Lord Baker of Dorking. The second thing we were trying to do was to extend professional independence and to give schools more freedom to run their affairs as they thought best. And third, we were seeking to increase parental choice. Now, my Lords, for at least 20 years, successive governments have sought to defend and to extend academy freedoms. Freedoms that were entrenched in what were supposed to be legally binding funding agreements. This bill, my Lords, by contrast, breaks that consensus. It sets out explicitly to reduce academy freedoms, to reduce professional independence, with less freedom over hiring staff, less freedom over the curriculum, less freedom for popular schools to expand. The question, I think that then begs, my Lords, is why? What is the reason for this change of direction? Are there some particular problems which have arisen from academy freedoms which the government quite properly needs to fix? For example, has the ability of academies to take on non-QTS teachers led to a drop in standards? Has the freedom for academies not to have to follow the national curriculum led to worse results? Have popular academies which have chosen to increase their numbers let down their pupils in some way?
If they had, my lords, I feel sure that the government would have told us. Perhaps I missed it, but I haven't seen any explanation as to what the problem is that these measures seek to address. And until we do hear a convincing explanation of what the problems were and how removing these freedoms will put them right, doubt will remain as to what the motivation for these changes really is. After all, whom do they benefit? They certainly don't benefit head teachers of academies. I don't think they benefit parents. They don't seem to benefit teachers in academies. I can't see how they benefit children. There is only one group I can see who will be pleased by these changes, my lords, and that's the unions. And there, my lords, perhaps we find some of the rationale for these changes.
Absolutely.
Surely, my lords, we would all agree that the only way to get lasting improvement in any public service is to increase professional independence. But this bill sets out deliberately to reduce professional independence. Through the constraints on the expansion of popular schools, it will reduce parental choice. It breaks the consensus that many people in this House worked so hard and carefully to build up. My lords, after all the progress that we've made in schools in England over the last 20 years, this bill sadly points us not forwards, but backwards.
My Lords, I declare an interest as Deputy Chair of Governors at King's College London Maths School, which is a high-achieving 16 to 19 academy. And we are very grateful to this and previous governments for their support, and also very aware that the school's existence and that of other university maths schools was made possible by academy freedoms. So in that context, while welcoming much of this bill, I would like to echo concerns raised by other noble lords about reducing these freedoms. Academies funding agreements already give the Secretary of State major powers, and so I don't really understand why, for example, the Secretary of State needs major new statutory powers to intervene just because they are satisfied that the proprietor of an academy is likely to breach a relevant duty at some unspecified time in the future. And so I hope very much that we will return to this in depth at committee stage and get some clearer understanding of why these powers are being introduced. But my main concern today is with the bill's emphasis on ensuring that teachers are all qualified, which of course does not in any way refer to the subject matter of their teaching and their mastery of that, but only to whether they have a teaching qualification. Now, my Lords, the vast majority of teachers, including in academies, as Lord Harris pointed out, and indeed the independent sector, do have teaching qualifications, and these play a very useful role in preparing people to teach effectively in many contexts. But I have spent a large part of my life working on skills and vocational education, and for vocational and technical subjects, I am concerned that this emphasis, this direction of travel, is misguided and potentially harmful. Technical and vocational subjects are, obviously enough, best taught by professionals with first-hand knowledge of their occupation and extensive practical experience. And over decades, I've seen many professionals, craftspeople, experienced practitioners inspire young people, teach them effectively, not just particular skills, but by transforming their attitude to learning and to their futures. Now, some people like that will, in midlife, switch to full-time teaching and do a teaching qualification, typically in further education. But many will teach part-time and for a short period, and we really need more of these people. Moreover, the more the labour market demands their skills, the harder and harder it becomes for schools or colleges to hire expert practitioners And the more important it becomes to find ways of encouraging them to do some teaching, not by placing barriers between them and our classrooms. This is not, as Lord Aberdare reminded us, a chamber full of people who believe that all education should involve highly academic, non-practical subjects, indeed rather the opposite. And I know that many noble lords will have memories, as I do, of past educational reforms which set out to make more varied technical options available in schools. And all too often these failed and were undermined because of a total lack of expert staff. And drafting in qualified sports teachers to teach leisure and tourism, or qualified biology teachers to deliver engineering, is not where we should be, but it's been all too often where we have ended up. 14 years ago, I published a review of vocational education for the government. And at that point, under the 2002 Education Act, schools could bring in experts. But one of my recommendations reads sadly as follows. The government should clarify and evaluate rules relating to the teaching of vocational content. Many schools believe it is impossible to bring professionals in to demonstrate even part of a course without requiring the presence of additional salaried teaching staff. This wasn't true. Many schools thought it was true. In recent decades, academy freedoms have made far more schools aware of their freedoms. I really worry that we are pushing in the wrong direction on this one, and we will come to regret it.
My Lords, I declare an interest as Chair of future academies. I strongly support the child protection measures in the first part of the bill, and I commend the Government for bringing these forward. The addition to this part that I would like to see is to ban social media before 16. No measure could enhance our children's well-being more than this. Turning to part 2, home education, I support the measures in the bill about this. However, I have one major concern. 10 to 15 years ago, there were probably 20 to 30,000 children being home educated, many by parents perfectly capable of doing so, the so-called home education lobby. These are not the children or parents I am concerned about. Now, I believe probably up to another 100,000 children are being apparently educated at home, many of whom are not receiving any suitable education or any education at all, and some who are involved in gangs and crime. Particularly for children not known to social services, how is the local authority to know that they are not receiving a suitable education without a right of inspection? I'm sure LAs wouldn't use this power very often. Many wouldn't be staffed to do so. But I think they should have it. And if an LA was, for instance, to sample 100 children and find that the vast majority were not receiving a suitable education, it would throw the whole issue into higher profile. Whilst Sarah Sharif had previously been under a CPP, she does not appear to have been so at the time of moving into home education. So far as the schools part of the bill is concerned, it does seem most odd that the Labour Party, having invented the academy movement, albeit building on the CTC reforms introduced by my noble friend Lord Baker of Dorking, they now seem intent on dismantling it. This despite the obvious success of the academy and MAT movement in the substantial increase in the performance of our schools. Rather, the Labour Party should be taking the credit which they deserve. It was a brilliant piece of innovation. Why then are they determined to deny future children the benefits the academy freedoms have brought? There are quite a few failing schools which are academies, but then 82% of secondary children attend academies, and MATs have taken on many failing schools, often quite recently. It can take many years to turn some of these schools around. I'm quite sure that the RISE teams will be ineffective. It's obvious from attempts in the past to bring consultants into turning around schools, they just don't work. They have no skin in the game, they are temporary and have no direct real authority, the complete opposite to a MAT. I'm concerned about the clauses taking micromanaging powers to the centre, which I don't think are necessary, overriding funding agreements, which are contracts, never a good look for a government, and the ability for LAs to change plans, and of course, the sledgehammer Henry VIII clause. These, coupled with the weak academisation intervention powers the government are now adopting, means it's pretty clear that if the government passes this legislation, they are setting themselves up for endless litigation and judicial reviews. Good luck with that.
That's certainly true.
The government has rushed out this legislation on schools without any material consultation directly with teachers and school leaders, from whom I sense no desire for it. I remember our Prime Minister saying outside Number 10 that he was going to tread lightly on our lives. Well, this part of the bill is not going to tread lightly on the lives of working people in academies who are already substantially disturbed by having to balance their budgets, and I strongly believe it's going to work against the interests of children and parents. I think the government would be well advised to scrap it and start again. If not, there will clearly be many amendments to the bill, put forward in a spirit, I'm sure, of a genuine attempt to improve it. When I took the Children and Families Act to your Lordship's House, we made over 170 amendments, including many I accepted from those now on the government benches. And I hope the government will take a similar constructive approach.
My Lords, I will speak briefly and positively about good home education. And I have to say that I disagree with some of the assumptions that the noble Lord Nash has just made about the majority of people being home educated, and I'll come to that in a moment. I absolutely understand and, like all other noble lords, support the government's ambition to protect children and deal with the very real problems of non-attendance, disappeared, abused children and children at risk. However, these laudable intentions, as presented in this bill, will risk damaging the education of thousands of children who are currently receiving good home education. And, my lords, there are two distinct populations here. There are those children at risk who do need protection, and those who are being lovingly cared for and educated by their parents, whose efforts deserve support. And the bill treats both groups in the same way. As several parents in the second group said to me, we are already too often treated with suspicion as though we are criminals, even before the provisions in this bill are introduced. My lords, more than 110,000 children are being home educated, and about 60% have special needs. Many are diagnosed or non-diagnosed autistic, or have learning disabilities or difficulties, and more than half the increase in recent years is of children who have been enrolled in schools which have failed them. And it's these children I'm particularly concerned with. Their parents have acted in their children's best interests, often at great personal cost, emotionally and time-wise as well as financially, and many are indeed on benefits. They provide education themselves, but also use online resources, joint sessions with other children, support from museums and other institutions which run programmes now for home-educated children. This bill, however, puts many obstacles in their way. A register may be a useful tool in tackling risk, but my concern is with the detail of the register. Its requirements for information are intrusive, unnecessary, and create bureaucracy for authorities as well as parents, and all changes must be reported within 15 days. There are also some other unintended consequences of this bill. Similar demands for information are being put on any organisation or person providing activities deemed to be educational. And so organisations such as Cubs, Brownies and sports clubs, for example, which do of course provide elements of education, may stop taking home-educated children because of these sorts of demands. Now, education is not defined in the bill, nor is leisure time, and a great deal of this and other matters are left to the discretion of education authorities as the sole arbiters of these and other matters, including, most importantly, what is in the best interests of a child. There's plenty of evidence from the past that some, but not all, authorities have been very heavy-handed and sometimes directly hostile to parents who are home educating, treating them with deep suspicion. Home educating parents need to know what they can expect from authorities in support, and I will be tabling amendments, some of them very simple, to address some of the detail of the register and to redress the balance by proposing a code of practice for authorities, what they should be doing to support home education. My lords, there are very many good schools, but there are also too many which are overwhelmed and fail the most vulnerable children. With time and improvement and resources, they may be able to offer the sort of flexibility and personalised approach that many of these children need. But my lords, in the meantime, we need to offer the sort of positive, effective home education is in many cases delivering what these schools can't. Many are in effect helping authorities with their responsibilities for special education needs provision in a system that is failing. We need to recognise that many parents are doing a very good job and playing a very good role in doing this. And we need to recognise that there are two distinct populations here and create appropriate legislative frameworks to deal with them both differently.
My Lords, I very much welcome this bill, and in fact it reminds me of that Frank Sinatra song about New York. So good they named it twice. The bill has in effect been named twice because it contains two very good and distinct parts which actually merit being bills in their own right. And there's so many elements that I want to comment on, but through lack of time won't be able to do more than name check some of them. Keeping families together and making children safe should not even need stated as aims, but sadly, of course, they do. And multi-agency protection teams will help to avoid children falling between the cracks in terms of the support they require, but there does need to be clarity as to the difference between children in need and child protection. The bill has much to say that's positive on children in care, leaving care and in kinship care. It's got less to say on the value of fostering and nothing at all to say in adoption, which I don't understand. Children in foster care should have the same support to the age of 25 as those in residential care, but the bill doesn't provide that, and I believe it should. Proposals for regulating unregistered children's homes are most welcome. In fact, we might ask why and if there are such things as unregistered children's homes at all, as is the provision for the excessive profits of private children's homes to be capped.
Yeah.
Moving on to schools, I welcome having enshrined in law the benefits of universal free school breakfasts. However, there needs to be a guarantee that these can be effectively reach and support the most vulnerable pupils, including those with special educational needs and disabilities, for whom access to a nutritious start to the day can be life-changing. On many occasions in your Lordship's house, I've advocated a register of children not in school. Fundamentally, this is a safeguarding issue, and it's one that Conservative ministers with whom I faced at the dispatch box consistently supported. I cite the Noble Lord Agnew and the Noble Baronesses Baron and Berridge. I can't remember whether Noble Lord Nod Nash did or not, but I'm sure he does from what he said. But nothing happened, and it's been left to a Labour government to take it forward. The clauses in academies have caused much frothing at the mouth on the benches opposite. Of course, I understand why the Tories want to defend their record on education, but I have to say that record is patchy. A Lord's Library briefing reported in 2023 that data from Ofsted does not show that schools in maths have better ratings than other types of school, and I'm quoting, on academic results the picture is mixed. The percentage of pupils achieving the expected standard in reading, writing and maths was, on the whole, slightly higher in maintained schools than in maths. I'm concerned that the opposition to clause 46 on the requirement for qualified teacher status. My Lords, when I take my car to the garage for an MOT, or I go to a restaurant for dinner, or I go to the dentist with toothache, I don't expect to be treated by an enthusiastic amateur. And whilst I very much respect the Noble Baroness Wolfe, and I accept what she said, I do not believe that parents expect that when they send their children to school, they'll be dealt with, they'll be taught with by anyone other than a professional. Guidance on developing a whole school approach to mental health and well-being was introduced in 2015, and that guidance was updated 6 years later. But it lacks the statutory backing needed to make it effective, and I hope the government will consider introducing an amendment that will provide for that. Finally, I regret the bill has nothing to say on the inequality of selection. The 11 plus has been abolished in most parts of the UK for over 50 years, yet still inflicted upon more than 100,000 10-year-olds in England each year, 3/4 of whom, of course, are branded as failures at that age, with predictable effects on their self-esteem, their mental health, and perhaps also their life chances. Now, I'm not calling for the banning of grammar schools, but they should certainly be banned from selecting their pupils. My Lords, I have no time to speak about inclusive school assemblies or UTCs or retaining the 50% cap on new faith schools inter alia. Patchy, Lord Aberdare. I look forward to the committee stage, which will certainly be interesting and I hope productive.
My Lords, at Speaker 32, it's already quite challenging to find something new to say, and my sympathy goes out to the speaker at the end of this debate, where I'm sure will be tolerant if they find themselves repeating something which has already been said. I very much welcome the maiden speeches today of my noble friend Lord Mohammed and of Lord Biggar. They will both bring great talents and skills to this House, and we shall look forward very much to hearing them speak in future. I have to say, in the heady days of coalition government, I was the education whip to Lord Hill, Lord Nash and Lord Agnew, and I'm delighted to see that I didn't manage to put them all off education entirely and to see the back speaking on this bill. A bill calling itself the Children's Wellbeing should surely merit support of all of us, but there are elements in this bill, my Lords, which the government has put in which are going to be contentious. I mentioned to start the clause for the consistent identifier. I have to say I thought this was proposed many, many years ago. The simplest solution obviously seemed to be the NHS number, which would be given to every child at their birth, which would follow them to school and enable local authorities to be mindful of children who disappeared off their radar. And the lack of a consistent identifier across services impedes joined-up and responsive supports and makes it much harder to match records and share information confidently and safeguard children who are in touch with multiple services. My Lords, it's possible that migrant or asylum or traveller children may not have that number, but they jolly well should do, and because they will have as much need as anyone else to healthcare and education to give them a better start in life than they had at the beginning. My noble friends will be talking about different areas where we have conserved, but I should like to raise the national pay rules, which will be extended to academies, many of whom have different pay and conditions. And we argue strongly that teachers in further education colleges should have at least as good pay and conditions as schools. FE teachers have demanding schedules, wide-ranging responsibilities. For too long they've been underpaid and indeed overlooked, as they appear to be in this bill. And we'd like to see stronger partnerships between colleges and schools, because actually very many 14 to 16-year-olds move to colleges if they find that schools do not meet their needs and their choice of study is better catered for in colleges. Some have been excluded from schools, some are home educated but find colleges can enhance their home schooling. And there are any number of special educational needs and disabilities, and those who have become disengaged from mainstream education who find their way to college. And FE has always welcomed practitioners, and can I entirely endorse Baroness Wolfe in saying that the shortage of practitioners of practical subjects means that insisting they have a teaching qualification will be an incredibly negative thing to do. It will make recruitment even more difficult in subjects where we really need those skills to be taught and subjects which will be of benefit to the economy. So, but what steps will the government take to improve pay and conditions for further education staff, and can the Minister ensure us that FE staff will not have to have a teaching qualification if their shortage subject specialist is one that's under, there's a great need for their skills? My noble friends will talk more about home education, breakfast clubs and school uniforms, and like the curate's egg, these provisions are good in parts. But it's difficult to do this debate without the curriculum review. Our House of Lords Committee in the last session found that the current curriculum was not fit for purpose, it didn't prepare young people for life and work, and state schools had often given up music, dance, drama, the creative arts, which are great contributors to the economy, as well as great factors for children's well-being. And what is being done to provide all children with the possibility of excelling at something, especially those for whom the academic curriculum is challenging and a constant source of failure? Absolutely. My Lords, this is a wide-ranging bill with all the expertise in the debate today and in your Lordship's House. I'm sure we'll give it a thorough going over, and we'll hope that it leaves us in better shape, because our children deserve no less. Yeah.
My Lords, I refer to my interest in the register, in particular as the founder and chairman of an academy trust with 11,000 children and 18 schools. In the short time I have available, I want to focus on one specific area in the schools bill. For part one, I broadly agree with the moves to
improved scrutiny of home education. It's become a very worrying issue. Many parents clearly unable to educate their children are taking them out of school, and we can't do anything about it. The government is to be commended for its action, and we will no doubt get into the details of the bill as it progresses. However, the schools part, if unaltered, will plunge the English education system back into the badlands of 20 years ago, before the previous Labour government had the courage to begin the reforms that we have built upon. I'll focus on one area, the watering down of academisation of failing schools. The proposals introduce ambiguity on whether a failing school should be academised. This will present a get-out-of-jail card for the incompetent management of those schools. Organisations rot from the head down. Schools don't fail because of the teachers, but because of the people who manage them. Having taken on at least 9 failing schools in the last 12 years, I can say very simply that in the Academy Trust that I founded, we employ hundreds of teachers who today do a magnificent job under good leadership. Previously, these schools were failing children on an industrial scale. The line trotted out by the government in the defence of this retreat is the marvellous new concept of rice teams. 65 people brandishing clipboards who will run around the country offering advice. If only the government would listen to those who have tried this before, they would save time, money, and most importantly, not repeat something that has failed comprehensively in the past. Under my stewardship in the DfE, we had national leaders of education. Doesn't it sound wonderful? RISE teams are just a reheated version. NLEs didn't work because there is no line of accountability for that failing school to act upon the advice that they're given. More often than not, implementing the advice will require strong leadership, such as changing staff structures or bringing budgets into balance. But don't just take my word for it. In 1998, the last Labour government did something similar, the Beacon Schools Initiative. The names get ever better, don't they? In this case, the laudable aim was to get high-performing schools to share best practice to raise standards. It was abandoned in August 2005. Why? Because there was a lack of clear evidence that the initiative actually improved weaker schools. So my question to the Minister is, what has changed 20 years on? Certainly human nature has not changed. If weak managers can avoid a reckoning through procrastination without penalty, that is what they will do. It is the Damoclean sword of consequences that will drive change in failing schools. It's important to say that I do not tolerate failing academies either, and many will know they had interviews without coffee with me when I was the Minister. The current government has not addressed this. It has not even seen fit to appoint an Academies Minister, despite them now educating over 80% of secondary children and 40% of primary children. Addressing failure does not need legislation, just a spotlight on these failures and strong calls for accountability. In my home county in Norfolk, at least 2 Academy trusts have just received financial bailouts from the DfE who should have come with a requirement for mergers or a clear-out of that failing management. This has not happened. This is where your energy should be directed. A theme that I fear we will come across often as we go through this bill is that you are essentially condemning children to a failed education. It seems you're not prepared to allow the hard edge of intervention to sweep out mediocrity and failure. These children only get one chance, and you're about to imperil this chance for tens of thousands suffering in badly run schools. We heard from Lord Harris that you're simply introducing a 2-year delay. Of course, most of these failing schools are in areas of deprivation, and so the communities that you claim on your benches to represent will be the ones thrown under the bus, under a senseless ideology. Unless the government starts to listen, I expect this bill to face a stormy passage as we pit ideology against the interests of children.
Well said. My Lords, I'm pleased to take part in this important debate and draw attention to my interests set out in the Register. In bringing forward this bill, the government is to be commended for its many laudable objectives in strengthening the safeguarding of children, removing barriers to opportunities in schools, and improving the safety of the education system.
However, it seems to me that any legislation addressing the subject of safeguarding children and opportunity and safety in schools cannot possibly ignore the impact of digital technology on the lives of children and young people. Safety and opportunity, and indeed risk, have to be seen in relation to the contemporary world of 2025 and not the world as it was well over a decade ago. We all appreciate the many benefits that the online world can bring to children and young people, so we don't need to rehearse these here. However, a visit to the NSPCC website provides a helpful listing of harms that children can suffer, and it expands beyond the classical 4 categories of abuse to list 13 types of abuse. Now, most of these, including cyberbullying, emotional abuse, sexual abuse and exploitation, and grooming, can be carried out online and indeed during school hours. But it's not just deliberate harm that should concern us. That's the tip of the iceberg. There are multiple other risks associated with digital technology that have been discussed in this House, including adverse effects on learning, attention, sleep, educational attainment and mental health. And addictive apps are a particular problem, especially for boys. My noble friend Baroness Kidron and I recently hosted a meeting which brought together peers with clinicians and academics in the field of child health. Among them were senior leaders within the medical community. The group was clear that we cannot wait for the evidence to give us all the answers about the adverse effects of digital technology and how to mitigate them. The evidence we already have, coupled with the views of young people, parents and teachers, is powerful enough that it would be negligent not to start taking action. The strong sense in the room was that this is a public health emergency. We need to be learning through action, studying the approaches that are most impactful in harnessing technology for benefit whilst protecting vulnerable developing minds. And this is not just an issue of whether or not we ban smartphones in schools. There's a wide array of possible actions that can be part of a strategic, multifaceted approach to the problem. For example, RSE is compulsory in schools, and yet there's no requirement to teach young people how to manage the digital technology that occupies so many hours of their lives, nor indeed to include appropriate training for the staff who are teaching our infants or older children. There's insufficient consideration of the impact of loss of safe play spaces, which would give children alternative recreational activities to spending time on their digital devices. There's no focus on providing education and advice to parents on how to manage access to technology so that they can facilitate their children's learning and development. So I very much hope that the government will be receptive to a range of amendments that will address these deficits in the bill and thus gift our children with a safer and healthier future. Without such measures, we're looking at losing a generation to poor mental health and to even more young adults being unable to contribute to the workforce. So this is not just a moral problem, but an economic time bomb that we can ill afford.
My Lords, it's a pleasure and an honour actually to follow the noble lady Baroness Cass, who's done so much, of course, for the rights and well-being of children in her work. Now, my Lords, I'm afraid I don't think this is a good bill. It probably won't surprise colleagues to hear this. I think that. I think, and as other noble lords have said, it's shot through with the spirit of the state knows best, of state control, of seeing education as a vehicle for indoctrination and seeing children as almost as the ward of state rather than as the property of their parents. And I think that the centralization that the bill is going to bring in is going to squeeze out good performance in schools and undo the progress that's been made over the last 20 years. But others have said that, and I don't want to dwell on that. I want to spend a moment or two speaking about the provisions in the bill for home education, which is sections 30 to 35. Now, these are represented as pragmatic changes to the current setup, but actually they aren't. They're going to be a very major change to the current home education arrangements and a big change in practice to what happens under the current 1996 Act. The core provision in the bill is, of course, a register for children who are being educated at home. So far, so good. But really, there's much more to this register than the word suggests. Those educating at home will have to provide a vast amount of very detailed data about their children. It's set out at great depth in the bill, and just to add to it, Section 3 of what will be Section 496B of the new Act says that the register may also contain any other information which the local authority considers appropriate. In other words, there's no real limit on it. It also requires data on education providers, that is anybody who provides any sort of teaching to children, very widely defined. Data on them has to be submitted to the local authority as well, and in this I think we see some of the hostility to anybody teaching privately that we've come across in other situations as well. Now, this is going to make a huge change. Now, my lords, I didn't home educate my own children. I've come across a lot of home educating parents in the last few months. Some do so by choice, some do it because their local schools are failing, some do it because their children have special needs, some do it because their children simply cannot deal with the environment that the local schools provide. And I think it's right that home educating parents should be able to look for support to their local authorities, and often they don't get it, and often they come close to being harassed by local authorities who are completely out of sympathy with home education. I do wonder what the problem is here. In 2023, only 1.4% of home educated children got a school attendance order. In the same year, 10% of state schools were considered to be inadequate or require improvement by Ofsted. So where is the actual problem in the system here, I wonder? So, my lords, home education is, I think, a vital safety valve in a system that's going to become more and more state-controlled as a result of this bill. It's a safety valve for those who can't afford the increased fees for private education. It's the last area where there's an element of experimentation and freedom in the system. And I do hope the government can consider whether it really is necessary to bring in these huge changes. There's a risk we'll be regulated to death, and if that happens, it'll be parents and children who are the losers.
Yeah.
I declare that I am a Vice President of the LGA. I think that my 35 years as a teacher working in such diverse areas as South London and South Wales gives me a little insight into this subject. Despite the differences in the demographic of London and Wales, there is a golden thread that runs through that experience. Teachers arrive at school every day to do the best for the pupils in their care, and children and young people on the whole want to learn and enjoy their school experience. We saw how that was profoundly impacted by the pandemic, and the road to recovery continues. My lords, this bill brings important changes that this Labour government want to provide for our children and young people. I'm pleased that the government is acting on a long-standing call by the LGA for councils to have and maintain children not in school registers, something we almost achieved in opposition during the passage of the now-abandoned schools bill. Unique identifiers for children are a very welcome step, facilitating better information sharing and, most importantly, adding to the security and safety of the child. It's also positive that within the responsibilities of corporate parenting, there is now a legal undertaking for local authorities to collaborate with each other when performing their corporate parenting duty. An important further addition is councils will have greater powers to direct school admissions, and failing council-maintained schools will not automatically become academies. This bill will legislate to allow councils to open schools again and make academies follow reformed national teacher pay scales and conditions, a long overdue reform of the Academies Act of 2010. Furthermore, the bill amends the Act so that, as well as being a balanced and broadly based, An Academies curriculum must also include the national curriculum and is intended to reply to the revised curriculum following the conclusion of the current review. An important safeguarding measure is that parents will lose their automatic right to home educate if their child is subject to a child protection investigation or plan, and councils will get powers to require school attendance if they find a child's home environment unsuitable or unsafe. The bill will also make sure that teachers and schools are always involved in decisions around safeguarding children in their area. It's often the school environment where issues are picked up firstly, and teachers provide much insight and care to the pupils in their charge, but they haven't always been included or considered in such decisions. Whilst education and social care policy and decisions are devolved in Wales, children's welfare, safeguarding and protecting children's rights are a key focus of the work of the Welsh Government. It's therefore appropriate that discussions have already taken place regarding the areas that could also apply to the children and young people of Wales. The bill strengthens existing UK legislation relating to child protection, children not in school, and children's social care in both countries, and these will benefit from additional measures and will support local authorities and partners to meet their safeguarding duties. The Welsh Government has asked that certain provisions within the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill be applied to Wales in the same way as England. The areas that will currently apply include children in secure accommodation, the extension of the offence of ill-treatment of a child by a care worker to cover 16 and 17-year-olds, and children not in school. I believe other areas may be included at a later stage. In conclusion, my lords, this is an innovative bill, allowing for the scrutiny that's the hallmark of this chamber. But I hope it gets on the statute book sooner rather than later. We owe it to the children and young people in every part of our nations and regions.
My lords, I start by thanking the government for introducing what I hope will leave this House as an improved example of vital legislation for children. Every generation owes it to the next to give them better life chances than were experienced by their parents. Nowhere is this more important, in my view, than the area of special educational needs legislation and provision, and I applaud Lord Addington's excellent speech earlier in this debate on that issue. My lords, the Minister, when she was opening this debate, cited some excellent reports which have appeared in recent times, and I'm about to add an additional report launched last week in this building by the Michael Seif Foundation, with which I've worked for a number of years on issues related to children's justice. It was a launch that was attended by 2 government ministers, and what that report seeks to do is to show how to provide the best life for children with SEND and neurodivergence issues, which in many cases bring them in front of the criminal justice system. In England and Wales, 80% of children cautioned or sentenced within the youth justice system are from the SEND cohort. I think that's a shocking figure, and it's carefully measured. Children with neurodisabilities enter custody at higher rates from an earlier age, receive longer custodial sentences, are associated with higher rates of reoffending, commit more violent crimes as adults, and spend many more years in prison. That can be resolved by attending to those children's needs in the education system earlier in their life and keeping them out of criminal justice activity. Each year, my lords, over 100,000 children under 18 have encounters with the criminal justice system. Some of those are encounters which scar them for life, because the criminal justice system, try as it does, is not always very good at dealing with children because of the lack of training and understanding of the issues that are being dealt with. And my lords, the proportion of children remanded in custody is at a record high, not sentenced. The number of sentenced children in custody is now mercifully low, but a ridiculous number remain in custody on remand and then do not receive custodial sentences when they're finally dealt with. Almost all children in the criminal justice system have special educational needs and/or neurodivergence. It exacerbates challenges in communication, social interaction, and makes it very difficult for them to lead a good life when they leave custody. And one of the issues is that information is so poorly shared. I did a report when Michael Gove was Secretary of the Noble Lord Gove, as he's about to be, was Secretary of State for Education on the Edlington case, as it's called. The details don't matter, but what was revealed to me during the preparation of that report is the communication between statutory agencies for children with special educational needs and home difficulties was almost non-existent. So I hope to table amendments in an effort to persuade the government to incorporate some of the forms which are proposed in the CEIF report if legislation is needed as part of the bill. The provision in schools for children's well-being generally must include avoiding involvement in the criminal justice system. My lords, we owe it to children that somehow we persuade them that living by the rule of law is a component of a full and rewarding life.
My lords, the party opposite claims that education was transformed during their period in office and that this bill will undo much of the gains made. So I would like, in the short time I have available, to set some of the record straight. I was, during that period, General Secretary of two education unions, the Association of Teachers and Lecturers, and from 2017 I was the Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, which represents 500,000 members, teachers, leaders and support staff, who, as many members in this House today have affirmed, are the professionals who teach and support our children and young people, and I commend their work today. Under the party opposite, there was a scandal of what is called the forgotten third. The third of 16-year-olds who failed to get a grade 4 at GCSE English and Maths. Under the party opposite, they were denied the help and support they so desperately needed in order to take their place as productive members of society. They were condemned to endless resits of GCSE English and Maths with very low pass rates, unable to get an apprenticeship, unable to access other routes into training and learning to turn their fortunes around. The party opposite left the most deprived young people stranded. As the Noble Lord Baker said recently, there are now 750,000 youngsters below 25 who are now permanently unemployed. That is a disgrace, and it is a disgrace which happened in the watch of the party opposite. My lords, money talks. Institute for Fiscal Studies figures show that from 2010 to 2020, spending per pupil in England fell by 9% in real terms. That had huge consequences for the education that schools were able to provide and was compounded by a huge rise in child poverty. But shamefully, my lords, schools serving deprived communities saw the biggest fall of funding of all schools of 14%. The party opposite professes care for the most disadvantaged, but practiced during this period reducing the amount of support needed by the most vulnerable children and young people. Then there is their apparent alarm at the measure contained in this bill that all children and young people, whichever school they attend, should follow a broad and balanced national curriculum. My lords, the current curriculum in England's schools is now one of the narrowest in the OECD, both pre and post-16. There has been, since 2010, a dramatic and worrying decline in the numbers of pupils studying arts subjects. A 73% decline in GCSE entries for design technology, 45% for drama, 41% in music. And that is why this bill's provision of a broad and balanced curriculum for all pupils is absolutely necessary. It is their entitlement. And broad and balanced does not mean an overstuffed curriculum. It should, and I am sure will, allow specialism and appropriate choice. This is, my lords, a wholly welcome measure. And then there is the teacher supply problem, which has become a crisis confected by the party opposite. I am chair of the University College of London Teaching Commission looking at this issue. My lords, it is shameful that the most deprived children who most need to be taught by qualified teachers are the most likely to be taught by teachers who are not qualified in the subject they are teaching, temporary and unqualified teachers. And that is why it is so important that all who teach in our schools have or are working towards qualified teacher status. This is a social justice issue. Hear, hear. And my lords, for a party which reduced spending in schools in such a savage way in real terms over a decade, the idea that they would support unfilled places throughout the country in order for academies to determine their pupil intakes is frankly unbelievable. How much more taxpayers' money would be needed to support this wasteful idea? And surely this is a prime example of an ideology which supports structures, not standards. Yeah, yeah. My lord, this bill is ambitious. It is positive for all our children and young people. It is proportionate and it is necessary. I fully support it and commend it to the House.
Hear, hear. Yeah. My lords, this bill contains a first step, possible underreach, possible overreach, and I think a bonus. Clause 11 is a good first step as it brings about 1,000 vulnerable young people who are deprived of their liberty under the inherent jurisdiction of the courts into a statutory framework. High court doles, as they are referred to, have developed when there is no secure children's home place under Section 25 of the Children Act, or that's not an appropriate placement for them. But Section 25 of the Children Act will still only refer to looked after children, and the Children's Commissioner's report into this vulnerable group makes clear that it's not only looked after children who are under this regime. So could the Noble Lady the Minister clarify, will the inherent jurisdiction still have to be used for those children? And can we have some more details before statutory instruments are laid about what is the definition of relevant accommodation? The underreach. Under clause 32, it seems that a preliminary school attendance order can only be made when a child is under a Section 47 Children Act inquiry, not for a child in need or a child protection plan. It's my understanding that Sarah Sharif was actually a child in need, and so could we actually have bizarre underreach that we've not covered the main mischief, the main sad case under these provisions? The overreach is, as noble lords have said, is in relation, I think, to special educational needs and disabilities. Many of those parents, this isn't elective home education. This is sadly withdrawing your children when mainstream education has failed. I also would implore the noble lady minister to have another go again at stakeholder engagement with the many groups. There are founded or unfounded fears of local authorities coming through your front door, asking you probing questions about curriculum and how you're educating your children. It's important to recognise that this is a very different environment for education. And I would make the comparison to Ofsted, who are left with some of the smallest independent schools that are often small belief systems, and they've developed a particular expertise to inspect those schools whilst keeping engagement with the parents and those school leaders. That is going to be required, it seems, of many local authority employees. It is a difficult task to get right. And at this moment, I sidestep to agree with the noble lady, Lady Morgan, about whether the day has come for ISI. It's clearly a historical accident. Imagine if your Bupa private hospital could join an association which then gives it access to its own inspection regime. I think we'd all be worried if our healthcare was not all inspected by CQC, and I hope we'll come back to that matter at committee. But the bonus, noble lords, is, I think, for those with children with complex needs. Clause 30 of the bill says that you need local authority consent to remove your child from basically special schools. Combine that with Section 61 of the Children and Families Act 2014, an acronym called OETAS. It means education outside, other than at school. It's not elective home education. It's where the local authority has responsibility to provide education outside of school. Now, surely, if the local authority has consented to you removing your child from a special school, it is much more likely now that you're going to pass the test that school is an inappropriate venue for the education of your child, and therefore be able to have the EOTAS regime for your child with complex needs. My Lords, I greatly respect DfE officials, and I hope that the noble lady will give these parents a bonus today and quash the rumours that there are officials pressing local authorities not to grant EOTAS, as it's saying that children can be educated at home rather than in an institution. And I hope she will give that bonus to those parents today.
My Lords, I rise in the middle of a long, important and well-informed debate. But I first felt that it was getting to the heart of what this bill really should be about, with the contribution of the noble Lord Blunkett, who showed appropriate preparedness to accept responsibility for the state of childhood in the UK today, the many children being failed by expulsion, off-rolling, schools that in no way meet their needs, that suppress their energy and enthusiasm and fail to value their talents. We're so keen on league tables, but why are we not every day focusing on the fact that the UK is ranked lowest in children's well-being in Europe? That reflects poverty, poor housing, poor food so many children are forced to survive in, the kind of systemic obstacles that the noble lady, the Minister, referred to in her introduction. And I'm very keen to see the government doing a lot more about that, C2 child benefit cap. But I am also sad to say that it reflects the very structure, nature and direction of our schools. The two parts of this bill, sadly, are working against each other. Schools are damaging well-being, and that is not how it should be. I stress that I'm not blaming teachers forced to turn their classrooms into exam factories, their corridors into battlegrounds, suppressing all natural inclinations of young people, but the directions from the centre, from successive governments in Westminster, who have seized control from local authorities, removing local democratic control, and enforced their own ideas and those of commercially linked giant academy chains. I focus briefly on one school, South Church High School in Southend-on-Sea. It has just brought in so-called silent transitions, changeover from lessons at which being caught saying a word to a friend, an exclamation of anger, will result in a 1-hour detention. One parent of a neurodivergent child shared how impossible it would be for his son to cope with the rule, reflecting points raised by the noble Lord Addington. Parents are horrified. 500 people have signed a petition. The local Labour Council cabinet member has expressed concern. But schools are not under local democratic control, as the noble Lord Baker of Dorking highlighted. All parents can do is vote with, by walking away with their children, as so many parents I've met have been forced to do. Now, the final part of my speech will be in the form of a list, issues to which we Greens expect to return at committee, reflecting some of the issues raised by our honourable friends in the other place and adding a few more. First, my noble friend Baroness Jones of Moulsecoomb, who cannot be here today, will be dealing with the grave concerns many home educating parents have about the bill, drawing on her personal experience. I'll be putting a particular focus, building on a work that I did when very new to this House in the Domestic Abuse Bill, on extending to children in England the same protection from assault that children in Scotland and Wales have enjoyed, the so-called smacking ban that is surely long overdue. Reflecting my membership of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Households in Temporary Accommodation, I'll be calling for a duty on local authorities to notify their school and GP about the circumstances of children so placed. We Greens may find common cause with the Liberal Democrats in an effort to extend free school lunches to all primary school children. I'll be supporting a number of local lords who've already indicated plans to table an amendment to introduce a national program to regularly measure and report on mental health and wellbeing of children and young people in schools. And I will be seeking to establish a right to nature for children, something to both help their wellbeing and their education. And my final point is something new. I was horrified to learn soon after I came into your Lordship's house that there was still Afro hair discrimination in our society and in our schools. You would think it was illegal under the Equality Act, and it should be, but hair texture is not explicitly named as a protected characteristic. Pupils are still being told in school that their hair is too big. What does it do to a child to be so labelled? It's one example of the way in which echoes of the genocidal, ecocidal British Empire continue and the attitudes too many young people encounter in our schools today. Getting free of that imperial past and so many inherited Victorian era ideas about how schools should be is central to building a healthy future for our children.
My Lords, I declare my interest. From 2018 to 2025, I was the lead non-executive director of His Majesty's Prison and Probation Service, which includes the Youth Custody Service. My Lords, I welcome this bill for its important ambitions on children's social care, and in particular to improve the supply and quality of accommodation for children under deprivation of liberty orders. The number of children under these orders has more than doubled in 5 years. In 2024, 1,280 children were subject to deprivation of liberty orders, either because they are a risk to others or others are a risk to them, principally the risk of grooming and exploitation. These children are all over the country, and they're equally boys and girls, and 90% of them are over 15 years old. All these children are well known to local authorities' children's services, often to criminal justice services and mental health services, and many have moved more than 10 times while in care. They face trauma, violence, crime, sexual exploitation, parental neglect, rejection, abandonment, criminal exploitation, and there are many other problems: county lines, gang affiliation, substance misuse, and inevitably long periods out of school. It's a familiar litany, but without a familiar solution. A quarter of them have physical disabilities or neurodiverse needs, and unsurprisingly, many now have severe and lasting mental health problems, including persistent self-harm and attempting suicide. The deprivation and adversity and poor prospects these children face, my Lords, is a deep scar on our society's commitment to children's well-being and opportunities. Once the court makes an order, as the noble lady Baroness Berridge said, the accommodation can be poor quality, unregulated, and privately provided. Children are moved all over the country, and unscrupulous actors are involved in this lucrative business. Shortage of accommodation means they can name their price, creating considerable financial strain for local authorities' children's services. They offer little therapy or education, despite the judge's order and the undertakings they have given to the judge. Local authority children's services inevitably struggle to maintain adequate provision with highly trained staff for a small number of children with very complex and multiple needs. The bill proposes regional collaboration and procurement, but I fear this may not be enough to increase good quality accommodation along with the education and support children needs. In Clause 10, surely the bill needs to set out a national commissioning strategy for accommodation for this group. And can I also urge the Minister to encourage the larger children's charities to do more in the provision of this accommodation, to reduce the reliance on a dysfunctional and broken private market? I entirely endorse the comments of the noble Lord Carlisle about children in the criminal justice system. The 500 or so children in youth offending institutions have very similar histories, my Lord, and problems to the children I've described. The bill should recognise this overlap. Would my noble friend the Minister consider amendments to Clause 11 to ensure provision for young offenders is also included in a new national commissioning strategy? Prison, my Lords, is no place for children.
Well done.
My Lords, I want to start by referring to my register of interests, and especially being a director of ARC and ARC schools. I find this bill a bit like the curate's egg, has been said already, very good in parts, but sadly it is in parts. The clue to my views on this bill is actually in its name, the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. So wherever it genuinely deals with the short and long-term well-being of children, I support it. I regret to say, though, that in several areas it seems to also try and reduce the freedoms offered to academies and also to free schools, which today make up over 80% of secondary schools, as well as a large number of primary schools. And truthfully, I believe some of these curtailments are absolutely not in the best interests of children, and hence I will support amendments in these areas. As my noble friend Lord Hill of Orsted said, there are a number of provisions in this bill that destructively strike at the absolute heart of the academy movement, which has been a wonderful movement that has, in general, for around the last 20 years, delivered improved outcomes, innovation, and raised aspiration across communities that had long been underserved by our educational system. Indeed, 20 years ago, when I began my journey into schools, I discovered that there was a greater chance of a disadvantaged young person in a poor inner city school ending up in a young offenders institution than there was of that person going to university. That's shocking. I would praise the academy movement's origins by Lord Adonis and Tony Blair, then accelerated by Michael Gove and David Cameron in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, and I believed it actually had cross-party support. And I believed it was part of the freedoms offered to academies, together with the passion and dedication of some really dedicated philanthropic sponsors, several of whom are here in this chamber, many, many inspirational head teachers and committed governors, we should remember, and hard-working professional teachers that led to this improvement. To be clear, I do not support freedoms if they allow students to be let down, and I do support transparency and accountability, but this bill as it currently stands does not strengthen our system as the noble minister aspires to. It centralises it, it homogenises it, and it risks extinguishing the very freedoms that made academies and vast parts of our school system successful in the first place over the last 20 years. The noble Lord Minister supports innovation. When did centralisation ever lead to innovation, I ask you? I'd refer to many clauses, such as Clause 56, which gives local authorities the power to challenge and reduce pupil numbers at successful schools. Why would you want to stop successful schools growing or actually shrink them? I could also reference Clause 41, for example, which require all academies to follow the national curriculum. Some of my noble friends have dealt with specific reasons why that is not always a good idea. I would also reference how many excellent academies, especially the early ones, focused on most failing schools, where most of the disadvantaged students now have a decent chance to get to a good university. We're really starting to see the educational gap closing for the most disadvantaged students in many areas. In my view, academies have probably done more for social mobility than any single government policy over the last 25 years, and it was initiated by New Labour for the sake of our children. Why would the noble Lord the Minister wish to challenge good schools accepting as many children as possible? Why would they want to undo the amazing investment made by so many philanthropic founders, but actually delivered by the incredible hard work of school principals, governors, teachers, students, support staff and parents? My Lord, we must not let political short-term theatre dismantle the long-term and cross-party progress that has been made in education policy over this 20 years. And finally, I would say children only get one chance at education, as has been said before, and the price of getting it wrong or delaying the change by 2 years really harms a cohort of children. So I think the government should think again about many of these restrictive ideological measures, and I'll be following them closely. Thank you.
I welcome what the Secretary of State has described as child-centred legislation through and through, brought by a truly child-centred government. The emphasis has been on the bill's contribution to the opportunity mission, but the well-being framing points also to the importance of action to improve children's childhoods, children as beings as well as becomings. And a holistic measure of child well-being could play a valuable role here. The bill promises to remove barriers to opportunities in schools through action on free breakfast clubs and school uniforms. There may be some debate on the details, for example, around the number of branded items permitted, and could breakfast clubs be more flexible, and why no action on free lunches? But broadly, these measures have been widely applauded in the context of the shocking level and depth of child poverty. Evidence from charities and teachers underlines how educational opportunity is stunted by hardship and hunger, which also damage children's well-being. But as Action for Children and others emphasise, these measures can only represent a minor element in the much anticipated child poverty strategy, which has to address family incomes directly, including investment in our tattered social security system, starting with abolition of the two-child limit and benefit cap, which are key drivers of the increase in child poverty. My Lords, what is disappointing is that this child-centred legislation makes no mention of children's rights. My noble friend the Minister acknowledged earlier this year that we must consider children's rights in all our policy making. Yet, unlike in Wales, Scotland and Jersey, there is no general legal duty to do so, even though we have ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. As the Children's Rights Alliance for England argues, this matters because failing to explicitly and systematically consider children's rights, including at the earliest stage of policy making, means that laws and policies are not always developed with children's unique needs and best interests in mind. And, my Lords, their voices are all too often not heard in policy making and implementation processes. As an aside, a children's rights perspective also supports the case for equal protection for children from physical assault, where again we lag behind other nations. And it reminds us that a concern for children's well-being must include all children in the UK, including migrants and those seeking asylum. I agree with the Alliance that this child-centred bill presents an invaluable opportunity to genuinely embed consideration of children's rights into law and policy-making processes. While ideally this would be done through direct incorporation of the UN Convention into UK law, as in Scotland, there are significant steps that could be taken in this bill, following the example of Wales and Jersey. I'll therefore in committee be tabling 2 amendments which will place a duty on ministers to consider children's rights when exercising their functions, and will require them to prepare and publish a child rights impact assessment of all relevant policies, legislation and decisions. These amendments have the support of over 100 organisations who believe the time is ripe for us to follow the lead of devolved nations. They would strengthen the bill by underpinning its ambition to promote children's well-being and by adding teeth to the aim of child-centred action across departments, which the Secretary of State has heralded as part of mission-led government. My Lords, if we believe in children's rights as codified in the UN Convention, as crucial to child-centred government, if not now, when?
Hear, hear. Well done. My Lords, a bill that has at its heart the aim of improving children's well-being can only be welcomed, and its good intentions are clear. I support most of the measures included in the bill, particularly in Section 1, but do have some qualms about Section 2, not least that it will fail to generate the improvements to opportunities that should be its driving force. Let me start with the moves to safeguard children and young people who spend time in social care, though. Currently, the outcomes for far too many of these youngsters are desperately poor, and the only qualifications they end up with are a criminal record. There are initiatives to improve the outcomes, and I welcome those, in particular the provisions in Clause 7 for staying close where necessary. Those who, for one reason or another, do not have any family to rely on need to know that there's someone watching and caring. But that need goes far beyond what's covered in this bill. Equally, the bill boasts the concept of family group decision-making and makes it a right in most cases that before crucial decisions are taken about the future care arrangements for a child, parents or other family members should be offered a meeting. But ensuring that that offer reaches the right people will not be easy. All too often it becomes clear, too late, that abused children were in situations which excluded any contact with members of an extended family, including grandparents. Sadly, often children at risk are kept in near isolation from those who might be concerned about them. I'd like to be sure that every effort would be made to offer the chance to be involved directly to those people, and only then might they become aware of what's been happening. Indeed, it might be the first opportunity a child has to confide in someone they can trust. In Scotland, the idea of every child having an appointed guardian from outside the family was mooted, and it's been adopted to a certain extent. But such is the dysfunctionality in some parts of our society that I wonder whether the idea should be considered here. I know schools in parts of Kent, for instance, where the number of children on the at-risk register is significantly over 50%. Whatever the failings of Kids Company, it did demonstrate that many children simply had nowhere to go, no one to turn to, even on Christmas Day. But if guardianship is a step too far for this bill, let's at least explore how we can make the family involvement more than a box-ticking exercise. Moving on to section 2, I share concerns about trying to restrict the freedom of academies, but while an excellent core education is essential for all children, they need so much more than the ability to read and understand maths if they're truly to thrive. My lords, the provision of music and arts in some of our schools is pitiful. My lords, inevitably the pressure will be for the National Curriculum Review, currently underway, to consider this, but I think we need to go beyond that, because not only are the arts crucial to all children's well-being, but it's one area from which those from underprivileged backgrounds, whether or not in the care system, are particularly disadvantaged. Sport and outdoor activity is another area where they tend to miss out, and entirely absent from this bill. But how much better would the lives of those in care be if they spent part of their weekend at least occupied in physical games, team games, or doing ballet? It would be life-enhancing. Equally, the opportunity to visit galleries, museums, drama. My lords, if we're to really look after the well-being of all children, we need to think more broadly than the bill goes so far.
Yeah. I declare my interest as a Vice President of the Local Government Association and as a member of the Beckfoot Multi-Academy Trust in West Yorkshire and also the Leeds Diocesan Learning Trust. My Lords, I do feel the bill before us today is in part a disappointment. While some parts of the bill go some way to further protect children through additional safeguarding requirements, it is unfortunate that great amounts of this bill are in danger of driving down standards in our education system and wind back many of the successful education reforms introduced by the last Conservative government. And as the Shadow Secretary of State remarked in the other place, this bill can be seen as nothing less than educational vandalism. The last Conservative government left office with educational standards on the up. Within international league tables, as we've already heard today, England rose from 21st to 7th best in mathematics, whilst Labour-controlled Wales slumped to 27%. We left this government with an educational system that was working for students, but I worry that the government now has weaponised this bill, which is based on ideology as opposed to what is best for children in this country. For example, this bill rolls back a lot of freedoms given to academies gifted during the coalition years, particularly with respect to pay. We should uphold the principle that academies can decide themselves how much they wish to pay their staff. If academies want to set competitive salaries as a means to drive up standards in schools and deliver better results for students, we should encourage them so to do. The plans outlined in this bill to bring academies in line with the same core pay conditions as other schools risks cutting pay for over 20,000 hard-working teachers. We must seek to listen to experts here. The Chief Executive of the National Educational Trust said this bill seeks, and I quote, to inhibit academy freedoms that have led to innovation and raised standards for pupils. I also wish to touch base on the provision in this bill that will prevent schools with academy status from recruiting teachers who do not hold qualifying teacher status. Of course, as a former teacher myself, I have a great amount of respect for teachers who train hard and in their early years and aim to give something back to students. However, there happens to be some cases where academies bring in teachers without QTS status, where they have specific industry-level experience, something that has, for example, led a great deal of improvement to our education system. For example, I have heard anecdotes of veterans from the armed forces and business leaders being brought into academies to teach specific subject areas. It is something hugely beneficial to students, and rather than banning this, we should seek to retain the rights of academies to do this, and we should use this bill to extend this right to local authority-maintained schools. Surely, as academies have been so successful, this bill should be used to extend the freedoms the academies have to local maintained schools. My Lords, the bill needs significant changes at committee stage if we are to safeguard the standards across education and not to appear to be using ideology as our base for thinking, but on the needs of our children.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Lord Mohammed for his passionate maiden speech. He makes a great addition to our benches.
Hear, hear. Hear.
My Lords, I welcome the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill because legislation to improve children's happiness, health and well-being is well overdue. And this bill is intending to deliver on transforming childhoods. But my Lords, Bernardo's and other children's charities believe we must go further. And I declare an interest as Vice President of Bernardo's. We believe enhancing obligations on local agencies to provide early support for families before they reach crisis point is crucial. Public finances are tight, but investing in our children, especially early years, is an investment worth making. My Lords, each year, around 13,000 young people leave care without the support they need. Outcomes for these young people remain much lower than their peers. We believe there should be a new minimum standard of support for care leavers, a national offer regardless of where they live, which should include measures recommended by Bernardo's. My Lords, the charity First Star Scholars, which I am patron of, has a high success rate of getting care leavers into university. We want to work with the government to expand this programme across the country to enable more care leavers to succeed in higher education. And I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with the Minister. My Lords, Bernardo's also believe children deserve protection from smacking. 68 countries have banned physical punishment of children. This bill has the power to do the same across the UK. So let's do it. My Lords, the bill as it stands will have unintended consequences and risks harming rather than helping young performers. My primary concern is that by including children who perform and receive tuition outside their school setting within the proposed register, this bill threatens to divert vital attention and resources away from the children it was intending to protect. While the bill does make positive strides in addressing youth employment, it fails to recognise the unique needs of children working in the entertainment industry, where many are educated in flexi alternative provisions. It will not record the positive reason for their absence, merely another day missed from school, which negatively affects both the child and school's register and could affect their Ofsted standing. My Lord, this bill requires a joined-up approach of recording of absences from schools for performance. However, there is disconnect between multiple agencies that are currently responsible for licensing children. These children are already governed by a well-established framework, the Child Performance Regulation 2014, which I was instrumental in securing. These regulations are still the best place to regulate performing engagements of young people, but they have not kept up with the change advances in the world we now live in. The world of social influencers, streaming, and young performers who may earn a six-figure sum for one engagement. My Lords, in 2014, the government committed to a review of the regulations, which is now well overdue. With the release of the new Harry Potter television series soon to be announced, now is the time to ensure that those children will be safe, educated and celebrated for their contributions to the cultural economy. My Lords, the Children and Families Act 2014 facilitated amendments to the existing performance regulation. I propose this bill similarly includes provision for a comprehensive review and update of the Child Performance Regulation 2014. So will the Minister agree to meet with me to discuss this matter further? My Lords, this landmark bill has the opportunity to change childhoods, to ensure children's wishes and feelings are considered in all decisions made about them. Because as I always say, childhood lasts a lifetime.
Lords, I thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, for the care and sensitivity that she's displayed in introducing this important bill. Balance is very important, and here I must declare two interests. First, I was for many years a grammar school teacher, and second, I have a grandchild who was exclusively home educated from the age 5 until 14. For those reasons, I wish to comment on some aspects of the bill that touch on home education. My Lords, I am concerned that an unintended consequence of this bill will be a reduction in educational diversity, which is damaging to children's well-being purely because children themselves are diverse. The Register of Children Not in School is presented as a research tool, enabling the Department of Education and local authorities to understand the different learning strategies used in home education better. For example, many home-educated children learn to read and write when they feel ready, with some learning at 3 and others at 7 years old. However, if officials compare these children to their counterparts in British primary schools, it may appear that only half of them are receiving a suitable education. The risk of officials viewing the data through a pro-school lens has been noted by the Child Safeguarding Practice Review Panel. If staff then use age-related attainment targets set in British schools, they may conclude that the education provided is not suitable and serve a school attendance order on the child. This undermines the very reason for home education, which is to introduce learning at a time that suits and also appeals to the child. The bill also contains provisions for local authority staff to enter the homes of home educators and inspect them, and if refused, apply a school attendance order. My Lords, we should not use threats of court orders to force people to give up human rights. We should remember that if local authorities have reasonable grounds, they already have plenty of powers to enter homes and safeguard children. These include the Education Act, the Children Act, and the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act, covering education, well-being, and radicalisation. It is worth noting that research conducted by the charity Education otherwise showed that 0.44% of home-educated children were issued with a child protection plan in 2018, compared to 0.43% of children in school. And on this basis, we have to ask if the cost of setting up a new register is justified. Fundamentally, If we want to make the biggest possible difference to child well-being, surely we should be targeting the huge cost of creating this home education register on children who are already known to be in the most severe and distressing need. And by that I mean the thousands of children in care who go missing each year, the 5,000 child prostitutes, the child slaves, unaccompanied child asylum seekers with PTSD and homeless children. And finally, my Lords, I am concerned about the way in which we are approaching well-being. For some children, their well-being is best achieved by being home educated, and we should encourage the state to recognise and celebrate this. With this in mind, I wish to draw attention to the Northern Ireland Home Education Guidelines, co-designed by Home Education Northern Ireland, the Children Law Centre, the Safeguarding Board and the Department of Education are an excellent case in point. Built on very similar laws to those governing home education in England and Wales, they recognise home education as an imaginative alternative framework that is equal to but different to school, and I commend them to all.
My Lords, the Honourable Baroness, the Minister, in her opening sentence, stated that there are few subjects which unite people more than the well-being of children. I fully agree with her, and for that reason I believe there would be a constructive approach across the committee when it comes to seeking ways to strengthen the bill and achieve that objective. The Roman poet Juvenal coined the famous phrase when he wrote mens sano in corpore sano, which effectively means a healthy body in a healthy mind. And that emphasises the eternal interconnectedness of physical and mental well-being. It suggests that prioritising both is crucial for overall health, happiness and well-being. A healthy body can support a healthy mind by providing the physical energy and resilience needed for children to navigate life's challenges. Conversely, a healthy mind can positively influence physical health for children by reducing stress, promoting better sleep and enhancing immune functions. In the educational context, physical exercise is an essential part of mental and psychological well-being. Yet here we have a children's well-being and school bill, and run a word search through the bill, and there is not one mention of sport, nor one mention of physical activity, nor even one mention of physical education. In the build-up and during the London Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2012 as chairman of the British Olympic Association, I called for a sports legacy from the Games which would reach every pupil, whether they were in the East End of London or the northern parts of Scotland. The UK needed a radical new national school policy for sport, health and well-being. The situation has deteriorated year on year since then, and this bill turns a blind eye to the importance of physical education and sport. Today's concerns over the well-being of our pupil cohort instead recognises a world of growing obesity, declining participation rates, reduced PE hours, poor teacher training, inequalities in access, particularly for girls and children from lower income backgrounds, and funding cuts. The Youth Sports Trust reports that fewer young people are meeting the Chief Medical Officer's guidelines for daily physical activity, with over 50% of all our pupils failing to reach the recommended 60 minutes, which is a de minimis recommendation of moderate to vigorous activity a day. There's concern about the decline in the number of PE hours mentioned by the Noble Baroness, Lady Grey Thompson. Delays or cuts to funding for school sport, with uncertainty over the short-term funding programme for primary PE and sport premium, has led to schools using the funds for purposes not set out by government, and teachers often doing less than 3 hours of training for physical education during the totality of their teacher training. That, my Lords, is not a child-centric policy. The pandemic has added to the problems and led to changes in how children play, with more time spent online and less time outdoors, impacting their physical activity levels. Children are not learning to swim properly, with a third of primary schools delivering fewer than 10 swimming lessons a year. Yet, my Lords, as I mentioned, there's not a single mention about any of this in the bill on children's well-being. You might as well write a health strategy without mentioning medical treatment. My Lords, in committee, I intend to propose a wide series of amendments to rectify this oversight, to secure improvements to the bill which places well-being at the heart of school life, and that means physical as well as mental. For when it comes to school sport, state schools are in crisis. 40% of our medalists in the Tokyo Olympic Games came from just 7% of the population, those educated in the private sector, which is also under threat. 36% in London and 33% in Paris. My Lords, the Noble Lord Layard spoke of the vital need to measure well-being, both physical and mental. I could not agree more and will be fully supportive of any amendment which seeks to achieve this objective. My Lords, the committee stage provides us with the opportunity to set out the changes necessary to ensure the Secretary of State's objective to improve the well-being of children is achieved, and I look forward to taking that agenda forward.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Moynihan. Nevertheless, this bill is wholeheartedly welcomed. It tackles issues which have been neglected for 14 years, as well as new ones like the devastating drop in attendance following the pandemic. I will focus on the all-important provisions for children not in school, clauses 30 to 35, and I also briefly commend the further crackdown on unregistered schools whose so-called teaching is damaging the fabric of our society. While it is still of prime importance to make it easy for children to thrive in school, learning together, making friends, benefiting from pathways to further education and satisfying work, there is at present a significant number who don't get there. There are some parents who cope well with or choose home education and carry it out well. They will not be interfered with by the obligation to register their child. But I strongly agree that many of the reasons why children drop out of school show that a managed system of home education is vital. Children may find school intolerable, but their parents may well not have the time or the capacity to teach them, particularly among Gypsy, Traveller and Roma children. Prejudice and discrimination play a large part in their attitude to school. I declare an interest as a holder of several positions among these communities' organisations. Bullying is still widespread, and while some schools are welcoming, I have heard many examples of teachers who have not supported the bullied child. One said, "Drop Traveller thing," for instance. Sometimes when a child is bullied, they hit back, but they are the ones who are excluded. Suspensions of Gypsy, Traveller and Roman children are increasing. In the case of some groups over the last 5 years, from 21.26 per 10,000 to 33.71, with a comparable proportion among permanent exclusions. And we all know that that often leads to county lines, to all sorts of really sad behaviour. And then there is the demoralisation which comes from feeling unwanted and unvalued. Some schools encourage the parents to take their children out of school if they're not going to increase the school's rate of exam passes. It would be helpful if the bill could also stimulate a more proactive response by local authorities. Instead of waiting for parents to request support and help, they should offer it. Parents in marginalised communities may not know help is available and may be reluctant to approach officials. This would also enable the local authorities to find out the reasons behind the dropout, which should be recorded and the aggregates analysed. Complementary to that, schools systems should contribute to increasing awareness of why children drop out of school. For instance, schools should seek and record the reasons. Racist incidents should be recorded and reported, as the Right Reverend the Bishop of Derby referred. A recommendation of the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, which was never implemented. While it's essential to keep records of the characteristics of children on the register, I am uneasy about their being kept after the child reaches maturity. It is for consideration whether the local authority should not then destroy any non-anonymised information. Finally, my lords, as regards children who don't get regularly to school, I am also a bit uneasy about the increase in fines for non-attendance and the possible sentence of imprisonment. I remember when I was a magistrate, there were cases of extreme poverty among defaulting parents whose children truanted for various reasons, rarely through parental neglect of their obligations, and whose deprivation would have been exacerbated if the often single parent were imprisoned. But, my lords, in general, this bill will go far to bring all our children into a future of value, opportunity and achievement.
Hear, hear.
My Lords, I will focus my comments on part 1 of this bill, particularly on areas recommended or inspired by Josh McAllister MP's independent review of children's social care. I was on his design group, and Josh's emphasis throughout was on relationships and prevention, preventing children going into local authority care in the first place or being further damaged in the care process, enabling them to maintain or develop good relationships whilst in care is a key protective factor to that end. I welcome Clause 1 on family group decision making, but will the government strengthen it? The Family Rights Group points to the impact of the 2016 Scottish legislation mandating every local authority to offer family group decision making. Its lack of clarity and precision meant a third of local authorities in Scotland still do not offer FGDM. The requirement to offer this is based on evidence from family group conferencing, so reproducing its benefits requires implementation fidelity to this model. For example, older children and their families must be in the driving seat when determining who is involved. Neighbours and family friends can be fictive kin, referred to as aunties and uncles. Others in the support web around them are vital for children's welfare. Their voices should be heard when the family says so. Also, legislation needs to ensure FGDM represents a process rather than a one-off meeting, to avoid this becoming a mere formality local authorities go through. This process does not always mean a child goes into kinship care, but it does increase the likelihood of it. Where they end up in local authority care, FGDM should lead on to and facilitate another highly beneficial process referred to as lifelong links. Lifelong links builds rather than breaks relationships and enables children in the care system to have a lasting support network of relatives and others who care about them. All those involved in the FGDM and others important to a child should not simply disappear from their life when they go into care. Capturing contact details of former foster carers, youth leaders, teachers, and others in the community who have been kind or caring towards them means they have a wealth of family and other connections when they leave care. Knowing they matter to people, being invited to Sunday lunch, having a family to spend Christmas Day with, and a source of advice throughout the year, it all makes a massive difference to their sense of identity and stability. Lifelong Links runs in over 40 local authorities, 22 of which are currently funded by the DFE. Will the government consider referring to it in the bill and including it in regulation or guidance? Next, Clause 11 ensures children deprived of their liberty are housed in relevant accommodation. Even in good surroundings, they are often far from their families and communities, which can further dent already fragile mental health. Will the Minister ensure that improving the experience of children deprived of their liberty will include concrete steps currently missing in the bill to help them maintain key relationships? Finally, I have concerns about the single unique identifier. The bill is concerningly vague about how it would operate and whether it would need a new computer system at major public expense. Using the NHS number would overlook those children often at higher risk who were born outside the country and have no NHS or state education involvement. They would escape the system. More generally, can the Minister assure us the SUI will not reinvent the failed contact point database abolished in 2010?
My Lords, there are certainly many welcome aspects of this bill, not least the proper recognition of the importance of children's well-being. So I would like to ask my noble friend the Minister what plans the government has to ensure that all schools are alert to the issue of bereavement and that all schools have access to resources beyond themselves to support any child or young person, perhaps as many as 1 in 29, as the Childhood Bureau on Bereavement Network notes, who suffer a bereavement. On the question of the curriculum and assessment, I earnestly hope that the review currently underway will address in full the narrowness of the existing curriculum and provide for much greater access for all children to arts subjects and technical subjects, and allow for local curricular initiatives. It was always wrong that only academies had these curricular freedoms, as my noble friend Baroness Morris has said. Can I also note, my noble friend the Minister, when we expect to see the final report and what she expects to be the lead time for what I hope will be changes that are both welcome, in both curriculum and assessment, on which we have a lot to learn from other jurisdictions and clearly from my noble friend Lord Layard. In relation to the pay and conditions of teachers, the bill its original form would have required all state-funded schools to follow the school teachers' pay and conditions document. I regret that it's been amended to simply have regard to. But as many will know, there is broad flexibility in the STPCD. Less, in my view, would be desirable, certainly in regard to the excessive salaries paid to some Academy CEOs. The full range of conditions of service, however, do not appear in the STPCD, but in the Burgundy Book, the National Conditions of Service document, most recently revised in 2023. It covers appointments, resignation, retirement, occupational sick pay, occupational maternity pay, as well, of course, as trade union recognition and facilities, and should be followed, in my view, by all state-funded schools. At a time of deepening recruitment and retention crisis, which is of course deleterious to all being educated, coherence and consistency in pay and conditions for all teachers in state-funded schools could certainly be an incentive to enter and remain in the profession. The fragmentation of the education service through academisation has certainly been a barrier to career mobility in some cases. So an end to the presumption that all new schools must be academies is very welcome, as is the intention to strengthen local authority powers in relation to schools' admissions. Finally, my lords, the proposal that all teachers in all state-funded schools should have qualified teacher status is very welcome, and certainly that they should also therefore be paid commensurately. There is currently some exploitation of some teachers who don't have qualified teacher status. May I ask my noble friend, the Minister, therefore, if she is sympathetic to the creation of a statutory duty to ensure that all overseas trained teachers are financially supported to complete the assessment-only route into QTS in a timely fashion?
My Lords, if this bill is to succeed in breaking down barriers to opportunity and severing the link between background and success, let me give the government a warning from Scotland. These aims have also been a much publicised priority of the Scottish Government. However, over the past decade, despite a 13% increase in funding, the SNP's centralising of control has seen falling educational standards, as evidenced, as other noble lords have said, by the OECD's PISA league tables. So what went wrong? The amalgamation of the Inspectorate with Learning and Teaching Scotland to form Education Scotland removed its independence. It became answerable to government. There is no bulwark against falling standards, no voice to be raised against ineffective teaching methods, inadequate curriculum content, or restrictive curriculum structures. Secondly, the implementation of our new curriculum for excellence, as it was called, was ill thought out. One of its original purposes was to broaden the secondary school curriculum, but evidence reveals that S4 students, the equivalent of GCSE level, are studying fewer subjects, and enrolment into non-compulsory subjects such as modern languages and the expressive arts, continues to decline. So choice has been restricted, and most damningly, the attainment gap between Scotland's richest and poorest schools has increased. And attempts to give all children in Scotland a named person was ruled unlawful by the Supreme Court because it breached the right to family life and private life. This bill is in danger of making some of the same mistakes. In contrast, I have looked at England's increasingly improving and diverse education system with a degree of envy. We do not have the choice of academy schools. There is only one mainstream school in Scotland not run by a local authority, Jordan Hill, which consistently tops the league tables, even this weekend. However, houses in Jordan Hill's catchment area are some of the most expensive in any Scottish school, doing nothing to close the attainment gap. I am also therefore concerned at the constraints on academies in this bill, and specifically the proposals for qualified teacher status. There is a difference, my lords, between a qualified teacher and a competent one. And if you want to attract people into the profession, the ability to try before you buy will be lost. Perhaps an amendment to limit the time that unqualified teachers can teach in schools to, say, for example, 2 years could be helpful. By then, both parties should know if it's right and if it's worth the effort and expense of qualifying. Other issues that concern me are the implications of provisions in this bill for SEND children, and in particular, the lack of appropriate school places and the consequences that this has on families. The powers in Clause 30, where parents have to obtain a local authority's consent to remove their child from school, allows the corporate parent to erode parental responsibility and overrides the rights of parents and families to decide what is best for their children. But with such a large bill and such a crowded list, there isn't an inordinate amount of time to go into too many details, which I will look forward to continuing in committee. And having given my warning from Scotland, I dearly hope I make it in time for the last flight home tonight.
My Lords, I will focus on the Academies aspects of this bill, and I have 2 points. First, I've read the second reading and committee debates in the other place very carefully, and especially the evidence given about the performance of academies. This was to the effect that 87% of them are good or outstanding, even though many of them were previously failing schools which became academies for that very reason. Apparently, the top 5 state schools in England are academies. The Labour MP, Dame Siobhan McDonough, gave examples at second reading from her constituency. She cited the Harris Academies in Merton and Morden and the Marks Academy, which are all marked outstanding by Ofsted. She said one of the keys to success of the Merton Academy has been the aspirational curriculum, which is tailored to pupils' needs. Forcing such schools to teach the national curriculum risks undermining that. All this is evidence that academies work well as they are, and their heads know how to run schools better than government. So why are the government removing their flexibility to do so? My second point is more technical and affects how future changes would be made to the way academies have to operate the national curriculum. The bottom line is it would not be done by primary legislation, but by statutory instruments amending primary legislation. This is in addition to Clause 63, which the noble Lord Addington has already mentioned. It's a rather long and winding road, but the essence is as follows. Clause 47 of the bill inserts a new Schedule 1A into the Academies Act, which mandates the application of the national curriculum provisions in the Education Act 2002 to academies. However, in doing so, it also applies to academies all the order-making powers enjoyed by the Secretary of State under the Education Act. These order-making powers enable the Secretary of State to amend the Education Act, are therefore Henry VIII powers, which will now also apply to academies. They are very substantial powers. For example, the Secretary of State can, by such orders, add further requirements to the basic national curriculum. or amend all of the 4 key stages, as well as the foundation subjects, including attainment targets and assessment arrangements. Because of Section 47 of our bill, all such changes made by Henry VIII powers will now be applied to academies, almost by the back door. These Henry VIII powers may have been considered acceptable in the Education Act 2002 for maintained schools, but is it really appropriate for them to be able to be used by a sidewind to change the groundbreaking new regime now proposed for academies? In addition, under Section 47(5) of this bill, any such orders can directly amend the new Schedule 1A to the Academies Act itself, which sets out which provisions of the national curriculum are to apply to academies. This is another Henry VIII power, by which further provisions could therefore be applied to academies. I had thought this government was clamping down on Henry VIII powers. I'd be interested to hear the noble Baroness, the Minister's response.
My Lords, I'm not sure that I'm really the right person to talk about this bill, but I thought it might be worth having a few reflections, because I can't even count how many education acts have taken place during my lifetime, but it's a very considerable number. And it's absolutely clear that there is no final solution. And I suppose the reason why there's no final solution is that each child is unique. And when we talk about children's in the plural, we maybe have a tendency to forget that what actually faces us is each individual child. And also, I was brought up in a classical education, and I think education means to draw out, not to shove in. Educare being the Latin word. And that is a great challenge, because education starts extremely early. As Lord Young of Cookham said, you know, it's better to get into it straight away. And indeed, parents are the primary educators. And by the time a child reaches the age of 5, there is something being delivered which is pretty well formed already. And so I think the journey for the child to find out who they are and of what they are capable is what we're really talking about. And very often when we talk about, for example, the care system, 86,000 looked after children at the present moment, we're talking when the horse has, to a large extent, bolted. And that is, of course, a huge problem. But it leads me to say that there will never be any centralized answer to these problems, that there is a place for professional independence, which my noble friend Lord Hill laid emphasis to. There is a place for experiment. There is a place for trying things and seeing whether they work, and for responding to what happens. And if I think about the first part of this bill and the care system and the no doubt welcome sophistications of this existing system, what I am impressed by is that nevertheless there are now more looked after children than there have ever been before. And obviously what we're looking for is some way of tackling this particular problem, which means that we achieve improvements. And if I go to the second part of this bill, it seems to me, whatever the rights and wrongs of how much control there should be over the academy system, it has proved to be a great success, as indeed have the technical education initiatives of my noble friend Lord Baker. And we should be very careful not to go backwards.
My Lords, I declare my interest as Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Humanist Group. I guess I'm going to be a one-off on my own today. Given the scope of this bill and the number of speakers, I'm just going to restrict myself to issues of inclusion and community cohesion within our schools. I've twice introduced this to the Chamber a bill to repeal the legal imposition of collective worship in all publicly funded schools. I first introduced it more than 3 years ago, and it passed the Lords but fell in the other place due to lack of time. I introduced it again 3 months ago, and it has passed second reading, and I hope but fear that time may not be on my side again. But the amendments I and others are intending to lay before the House will work to introduce inclusivity policy and get rid of the bizarre position where the UK is the only sovereign Western democracy to enforce mandatory worship. The Schools Standard and Framework Act requires all state schools that are not of a religious nature already to hold daily acts of collective worship that must be of a wholly or mainly Christian nature. Children can't withdraw themselves from prayers without parental consent. This contravenes children's rights from the Human Rights Act and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Mandatory collective worship is by its very nature illiberal and divisive. It imposes religious activity in a blanket manner. Even in schools that don't have a religious character, it forces parents to choose between allowing their children to be part of school assemblies that are so valuable for the school community, or to ostracise them, leaving them in corridors and classrooms with little or nothing to do. I believe that it would be far better for school assemblies to be inclusive, strengthening collective school communities and contributing to schools' spiritual, moral and cultural development without prejudice towards a single faith. Similarly, I would also argue that we should use the opportunity of a schools bill to ensure that religious education is inclusive of the belief and worldview of all of our population, including the beliefs of non-religious people, who are the second largest group by religious affiliation after Christianity and represent a third of the population and are growing. Case law from a decade ago, specifically Fox versus Secretary of State for Education, requires non-religious belief systems, such as humanism, to be treated with equal regard in RE provision. Our laws should reflect this. My Lords, there's much to welcome here, and I look forward to helping make our children's education wider and more inclusive.
My Lords, this portmanteau bill has its strengths, which I concede and welcome, particularly on child protection and safeguarding, pupil absence, and an area close to my heart that I campaigned on in the other place, which is kinship care. But it is also deeply flawed, particularly in part 2. Ideological and divisive, written at the behest of the teaching unions, and careless of fundamental priorities around standards, parental choice, teacher recruitment and retention, local autonomy, innovation and independence. As more sensible Labour figures have rightly noted, it is also a betrayal of the laudable record of not just the 2010 coalition government, but the first 2 Blair administrations from 1997 onwards, and it may well result in poorer outcomes, social immobility and worse life chances, particularly for children from modest backgrounds. My Lords, my focus today is squarely on some troubling aspects of Part 2, which is predicated on the misguided belief that micromanagement by officials, whether in Whitehall or the Town Hall, will somehow enhance child safety or educational standards. This may be the natural direction of travel of a bureaucracy, but it is one which this House must firmly resist. To echo the remarks of my noble friend Lord Frost earlier, the trend is starkly evident in the mandatory registration scheme for children not attending school. Consider the sheer intrusiveness of the data demanded. It compels parents to report the number of hours each of them spend educating. But parents educate their children constantly when cooking a meal together, opening a bank account, or simply talking and living life together. Home education is often an extension of this integrated approach. It is an institutional provision for classes of 30 following rigid timetables. How are parents expected to delineate their specific hours with each child? The requirements extend to names, addresses and hours of everyone else contributing to each child's education: grandparents, Sunday school teachers, music tutors, scout leaders, or someone who gives a talk at an art gallery that the child visits with a grandparent. Parents must update the local authority within 15 days of any change. For each child, it is a frankly absurd and impossible requirement. This constitutes state-mandated surveillance of family life on an unprecedented scale for law-abiding citizens choosing a perfectly legal form of education. And as highlighted in the learned Aidan O'Neill KC's legal opinion, there are significant questions over the scheme's convention compatibility as well as UK GDPR principles. The justification for such intrusive measures is that these children are, quote, invisible. They are not invisible to their parents, families or communities. The tragic and appalling case of Sarah Sharif was repeatedly raised in the other place. But she was already on a list of children about whom social services had been concerned. The local authority had been notified she was educated at home, already a legal requirement of schools. How precisely would placing her on yet another list have made a difference? It is a question that demands an answer. We must do all we can to prevent such terrible tragedies occurring again. But we need to ensure that the actions taken will be effective. Even if another list was helpful, what possible justification is there for all the detail demanded in this bill? And I challenge the Minister, the Noble Lady the Minister, to perhaps address that in her remarks at the conclusion of this debate. The limited research available shows that while home-educated children are disproportionately referred for safeguarding concerns, they are significantly underrepresented on child protection plans. My Lords, let's make sure our approach is founded on empirical evidence and not prejudice, that we genuinely protect children who need it without imposing ineffective bureaucratic restrictions on everyone else.
I started my working life as a residential social worker, and I'm godmother to a beautiful boy being cared for by his wonderful grandparents. So kinship care is a great solution for many young people whose parents are unable to take on parenting. And this bill will thankfully, finally, define kinship care in legislation, recognising the tremendous work of so many carers whose dedication is often overlooked and underappreciated, so I'm delighted. And whilst I'm on the topic of being delighted, can I just quickly mention how delighted I was too to see that the needs of children leaving care are contained within this bill. Delighted that care leavers will no longer be classified as intentionally homeless, and that local authorities must publish more information on the services available to care leavers. And I'm also delighted that stay in close support will be rolled out universally or nationally. So that's all good. But we know many children in care face challenges adjusting to their new life. 41% have an emotional and behavioural assessment scores which are a cause for concern. So I was saddened to hear the government reduce the grant available for assessment and therapy each year to £3,000. I'm hopeful
that the Minister will keep this decision under review, because I know that she will agree preventative mental health care for a child often reduces the cost to the state of the adult they become. Now let me talk about food, because hungry children find it really difficult to learn. Creating breakfast clubs in all primary schools to all school children will provide proper nutrition and hopefully install healthy eating habits in growing children. But there's a wider crisis. The Food Foundation tells us that 18% of households with children are currently experiencing food insecurity. 18% of all households with a child or a parent who is going hungry. And as I've said in this house before, I've been told by children that it's not their turn to eat that night. Provision of good quality school food, including breakfast clubs, is, I believe, key to reducing that shameful statistics and helping to reduce education inequality. I know that many in this House will favour the provision of a universal free school lunches for all children in primary and secondary education. I know it's expensive, and I am fully aware of the financial circumstances of the country. But I also know the heart of this government, and so I'm hopeful that we can begin to work towards something that is closer to universal provision in the long term. Some noble lords may not be aware of the shockingly restrictive criteria for free school lunch eligibility. Children qualify only if they live in households that both receive universal credit and have an income below £7,400 a year after tax and benefits. There's an estimated 900,000 children that fall out with this restrictive criteria. The need to raise the threshold, therefore, is particularly acute at this moment as well, because we are at the end of the transitional protections put in place during the introduction of universal credit under the last government. And until the end of last month, children receiving free school meals would retain access to them, even if their household income had subsequently rose above the £7,400 income threshold. But these protections are now expired and children will be reassessed, so it's urgent. I hope the Minister's heard me and others on this, and that we may see some movement over the summer. To conclude, there are many exceptional parts of this bill, delivered just 9 months after taking office. And I'm so proud to support its passage. And it's a shame that the time limit is so short that I've been limited to 2 small sections and, like Oliver, been left asking for more.
My Lords, I welcome the opportunity to debate the bill before us this afternoon. And may I take this opportunity to thank the Minister and the Secretary of State for the briefing they gave us and the opportunity to express, in my case, the concerns I have about the resources and funds available to run the breakfast clubs. I declare my interest as a patron of the National Association of Child Contact Centres. I welcome the provisions in the bill setting out child protection and safeguarding and working towards keeping families together as far as possible. I also welcome the kinship care provisions. In my capacity shadowing early years in the other place, I was acutely aware of the role that grandparents and other close family members wished to play, but in many instances were not able to do so. In committee, I would like to explore the opportunity and the increasing role that could be played by child contact centres and other venues who offer space for parents to meet and spend time with their children in the event of a family breakup. I urge and encourage the government to promote and support child contact centres and the vital role they play. My other main comment at this stage relates to admissions policy, in particular access to and the cost of school transport. Previously, rural counties like North Yorkshire enjoyed good relations between local education authorities and schools, which is possibly why the take-up of academies was less in those education authorities than others. However, recently, tensions have been created at present over the funding of home-to-school transport.
In my view, this is a direct result of the government cutting the Rural Services Delivery Grant. This grant in 2024 provided £110 million to 94 rural authorities to help maintain essential public services. In ending this grant, it has deprived rural areas of around 40% of funds, so they have 40% less money to spend per head than urban areas. I hope that the government will take the opportunity through the passage of this bill to urgently address the inequality of funding between rural and urban schools. Previously, this was addressed by policies such as rurality and sparsity of population, but that is no longer the case. So I do think that we have the opportunity in this bill to address that. Finally, I admire hugely the role that academies have played in those areas where they've performed well. And I pay tribute to successive governments and former secretaries of state, as well as those around the House who've made these such a success. I hope that the government will listen very carefully to the comments that have been made today and will take them on board when it comes to the passage of this bill. I hope these issues can be addressed and monitored and that the bill can be improved, but I do wish it a swift passage through the House.
Pleasure, my Lords, in speaking quite late in a debate such as this one. I am, I think, listed as the 59th speaker. One does have the opportunity of hearing excellent former speeches, and in that regard I refer to the speeches of the 4 former Secretaries of State, Baroness Shepherd of Northwold, Lords Blunkett and Baker, Lords Blunkett and Baker of Dorking, and my noble friend Baroness Morris of Yardley. I'm so glad that 3 of them are here to hear this praise. I wish to address the subject of homeschooling. These are covered in clause 30 and 31 of the bill, covering pages 50 to 64. Clause 30 is directed to local authority consent for the withdrawal of children from school, and clause 31 is directed to registration of children not in state school education. These provisions cover altogether 14 pages of the bill, and I suggest are too long and too complicated. Regrettably, we no longer legislate on principle, but in tight definitions. As a result, we have before us a very detailed bill of some 137 pages, not as long as other bills that your lordships are currently considering, but a bill I suggest that is too long in length. I first got to know about homeschooling parents during the ill-fated passage in 2022 of the last government's schools bill. Schooling only covers about 1% of all schooling in the United Kingdom, but it remains, I suggest, very important. A common characteristic of homeschooled parents is that most of them have had or possess university education, but not all. Why do they want to take their children into homeschooling? It could be said very simply, to obtain a better education. To take 2 examples, one-to-one education at home as opposed to classes in school of 30 or more pupils. Secondly, the choice of subjects which are not available in our local state schools. I refer, by example, to the classics, and Lord Aberdare spoke earlier in this debate about the value to him of having had a classical education. I should disclose at this stage that I do have one grandchild who has recently been moved to home education by my son and daughter-in-law because he had become completely unsettled in state education. The worry, my lords, is the test in the bill that has to be applied by local authorities in their decision to agree to a child moving from school to home education. In clause 434A and that's referring back, and this is an example of complications in this bill, referring back to the Education Act of 1996, and then I refer to subclause 4, which is on page 51 of the bill. It appears that the test is whether the child is suffering from significant harm in state education. This is completely the wrong way round. The test should be whether the child is going to benefit from homeschooling. The position, however, is not clear, because in subclause 6, also on page 51, the test is of best interest of the child, and that is the test that is suggested should be applied. This is all the victim of excessively complicated legislation, which will make it so hard for education parents, and indeed for anybody who has to construe the provision of this bill. May bills become more simple.
My Lords, it's with a heavy heart that I rise to speak today. Heavy because the legislation before us cuts to the very fabric of our democratic society. A society built on freedom of thought, parental responsibility, and the rights of citizens not to be monitored by an overreaching state. Our forebears fought 2 world wars at unimaginable cost to secure the freedoms we now risk so casually throwing away. They fought to defeat totalitarian ideologies that sought to control not only public life but private conscience, and crucially the upbringing of the next generation. They knew, as we should know, that the surest route to tyranny is to hand the state unchecked power over the education of children. It's a matter of historic record that when Parliament passed the Education Act of 1944, it deliberately safeguarded the rights of parents, not the state, to determine their children's education. Those drafters had seen the rise of fascism, Stalinism, and understood that a truly free society must trust its citizens to raise their children in accordance with conscience, not dictate their upbringing through bureaucratic edict. Yet here we are. My Lords, I'm a parent of home-educated children. It's to the home-educated related clauses I now turn. This bill proposes a mandatory registration system for all home-educated children. On the surface, some may see this as benign. It is far more than that. It represents an unprecedented intrusion into family life, granting local authorities sweeping powers to monitor, inspect, and ultimately veto the parental right to educate outside the state system. Starting with children deemed vulnerable, a term dangerously undefined and open to broad interpretation. It imposes a presumption of state control where there should be a presumption of parental competence. We're legislating to allow bureaucratic diktat over the most sacred responsibilities of family life. The government argues that this intrusion is necessary for safeguarding, but I put it to this House that the supposed justification is flimsy at best and sinister at worst. I'm informed from a reliable source that the team in charge of home education policy at Department for Education has overseen counter-extremism and prevent delivery. Here's a direct quote from a Department for Education job description from July 2023. The Deputy Director role in our Counter-Extremism and Non-School Education Division will oversee the frontline and online prevent delivery in education. In addition to working on counter-extremism, the division also includes a unit working on out-of-school settings. Am I right in thinking that in seeking to address Islamist and other fundamentalist radicalization, the department is now engaged without public consultation, without transparency, in mass information gathering against innocent families? I'd like to ask the Minister, has her department already classed all home-educating families, and indeed any alternative school, as potential hotbeds for terrorism? Does this justify the indiscriminate targeting of home educators with invasive data collection far beyond anything required in mainstream schools? Another question to the Minister, does she recognise that many Muslim voters, voters who loyally support Labour, will be shocked to see their communities surveyed en masse in the way proposed, treated with suspicion under these measures? Does she realise that countless parents of all faiths or none will feel equally aghast at being classed under suspicion of terrorism simply for exercising their legal rights? Authoritarianism creeps not with jackboots, but with forms and databases. We're told this is necessary for safeguarding, but the data tells a different story. Child protection investigations surged 200% from 2005 to 2022, yet 70% led to no action. Meanwhile, serious harm rates stayed unchanged. The majority of investigations are false positives, wasting precious resources and traumatizing families, and still the truly abusive evade detection. If you build this registration system, it will produce the same outcome: bureaucratic drag, overwhelmed services, innocent families crushed under suspicion. There's so much more to take issue with, from the lack of any appeal mechanism, to the use of untrained officials to assess home education, to shocking real-world overreach by local authorities today, with families already documented under the current regime. Let's not forget the deeply intrusive personal data this bill collects: names, health history, special needs records stored indefinitely with no credible guarantee of security as we enter the age of quantum computing. Consequences of a breach will be devastating, yet the government appears willing to roll the dice, putting our children's sensitive data in one place to be hacked by bad actors. But worse, my lords, is the future this bill opens up. Let me speak plainly. You're handing on a platter to a future hard-right coalition or extremist government the very machinery to rip socialist, trade union, progressive and environmental ideals from the curriculum, remember the Henry VIII clauses, and replace them with a hard-right patriotism with no escape through home education. You're destroying blindly the loyalty of future generations of voters, abandoning them to a nationalism that will never look back to Labour with pride or memory. This is not mere theory. Only last month, Mr Farage said, that's what you get, folks, when teaching unions in this country are poisoning the minds of young people, not just against reform, but against everything this country has ever stood for. I'll make it clear, when we're in a position of power, we will go to war with these left-wing teaching unions and make sure our kids are taught properly. You're handing the very tools for our future to your political opponents, just as Biden, by pursuing a progressive shift without people's true consent, handed Trump the means and populist mandate to strike back without restraint. Home education has long thrived, not because of regulation, but because of trust. Trust that parents, not bureaucrats, are best placed to know what their children need. Trust that diversity of thought strengthens society rather than weakens it. I urge this House, reconsider, pause to think, resist before it's too late.
Children are the fabric of the future, to paraphrase the noble Lord Mohammed's excellent maiden speech. Legislating for the welfare of the children is crucial. My lords, we must take this opportunity to provide equal protection of children in law from assault. The Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health strongly supports such amendment. Their report last year showed that children who experience physical punishment were up to 2.6 times more likely to experience mental health problems and more than twice as likely to be victims of serious physical abuse. Why? Because the definition of reasonable punishment is unclear. Last year, Worcester's safeguarding review into the murder of 9-year-old Alfie flagged up the difficulty in distinguishing, and I quote, distinguishing between what is lawful and proportionate and what is harmful and abusive. The preceding year, after the death of child AK, Norfolk's review concluded the current law is confusing by allowing a defence of reasonable chastisement in criminal prosecutions for assault. I was glad to hear others raise this and hope the House will support this overdue change. Scotland and Wales have already tackled this, giving children equal protection against being assaulted in the name of chastisement does not criminalise parents. The Scottish Government's implementation group have not noticed a significant impact in work in the Procurator Fiscal's Office or Police Scotland. Wales introduced a rehabilitative alternative to prosecution with no increased criminalisation of parents. We cannot leave the current legal confusion in place and leave children living in fear of common assault. 10 years ago, the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health were calling for a single unique identifier using the NHS number, but we failed to get it into previous legislation. Sadly, the Child Safeguarding Practice Review panel reported 485 children affected by serious child safeguarding incidents in the year from 2023 to 24. And the independent review of children's social care recently emphasised that a consistent identifier is essential for frictionless sharing of information between public agencies. So this clause in the bill is to be welcomed, but red flags must be rapidly acted on, and I hope the Minister will be able to tell us how and how the process will be evaluated. A unique identifier will help healthcare professionals to quickly identify who has parental responsibility, especially for children in kinship care or with complex needs. This is especially important in emergency and palliative care, and the prevalence of children with medical complexity has risen almost threefold since the year 2000. Kinship care on the face of the bill is welcome. Like any parent, they must be involved in decisions about their child, especially when the situation is critical and life-threatening. Sadly, parents at such times in crisis can feel inadequately listened to by clinicians and others. But there is a gap between the two parts of the bill that relates to bereaved children. No data is collected on the number of children bereaved of a parent or sibling, and half of bereaved children, young people and adults who spoke to the UK Commission on Bereavement said they received little or no support from their educational setting after their bereavement. More than half of kinship carers said their kinship children had mental health difficulties, often linked to bereavement. We must put well-being at the heart of education, especially for children who are bereaved, abused or vulnerable. We have work to do.
My Lords, I'd like to start by declaring my interests. I'm the founder of Parent Gym and the part owner of Mind Gym. Parent Gym is a programme supporting families who have the most need across our country. And I've been advocating for parenting interventions and training for families for over a decade now. I'd also add that I am a commissioner at the Equality and Human Rights Commission, something I omitted to record last week when asking a question. We welcome a lot in the section of the bill around care, and in particular the encouragement of kinship care. Really has my support in hoping to see an increase in numbers of children who are kept with family when there is no provision available from their own parents. But I'm sorry to say that the bill seems to be silent entirely on three really important areas which I hope can be rectified during the committee stages. The first is breaking intergenerational cycles of dysfunction. The second is meeting the national crisis of a shortage of foster carers. And the third is providing real accountability in residential care where that is also essential. We all need two things, really, to ensure we go into adulthood in a functional way. One is a minimal amount of trauma, and the other is secure attachment. We can measure now the level of trauma that individual children experience using the Adverse Childhood Experience scoring system. And we know that these children that we're talking about in the House today are some of the most damaged and most vulnerable in the country, with very high Adverse Childhood Experience scores. But this isn't just about measuring. We know now that these scores, this level of trauma, is directly correlated with their health and socioeconomic outcomes. Children with more than a score of 4 in their adverse childhood experiences are 3 times more likely to develop heart disease, respiratory issues, and type 2 diabetes. They're 15 times more likely to have committed acts of violence and 20 times more likely to end up in prison. So trauma has an enormous cost to the child for their future, but it also has a huge cost to society. There's no one in this House speaking today who doesn't care about these children, all children, and want what's best for them. So to me, it's a glaring omission in the bill that we haven't sought to look at where we could break these cycles of dysfunctionality. What we could do is, for a start, look at how we can introduce parenting, training, and mentoring for families. Many of these children are raised by people who had no parenting role model themselves, and that's why the cycle continues. We could have community partnerships, and someone referred earlier, one of my noble peers referred earlier to the possibility of looking at guardianship. And finally, there is an increased role for health visitors, increasing the number of health visitors, the number of visits, and the role that they play with these families, because let's be honest, health visitors seem to be perceived to be less malign than sometimes social services are by the family in receipt of those visits. The second part I would like to address is the crisis of foster carers. Hopefully, increasing kinship care will reduce the need, but it will not solve the gaps. We need secure attachment to primary caregivers as a fundamental for these children's well-being. We need to stop them from being bumped around. The bill is silent on this, ignoring John McAllister's 2022 review, the Fostering Networks 2024 review, and the government's own strategy, Stable Homes Built in Love, all of which set out recommendations to address this shortage, none of which are in the bill. And finally, very quickly, conscious of time, we haven't addressed the accountability in residential care homes. And again, I hope that we can look at some of this when it gets to committee stage. I'm sorry I've run out of time.
My Lords, so long down the list, and I'm still unsure what the purpose of the schools part of this bill is for. It prioritises tinkering with governance, focusing on fixing a problem that doesn't exist, i.e. stripping academies and free schools of the autonomy that's allowed so many of them to thrive. Yet the bill avoids problems that need fixing, such as the huge challenges of discipline and behaviour in classrooms or the growing SEND crisis. And how can we scrutinise if the bill will fix problems when one of its key solutions is imposing a centralised new curriculum on academies, yet before we know what the curriculum contains? It's a cart before horse move. The government is not publishing its own curriculum review until the autumn, long after the bill is due to pass. And this curriculum review matters. When any government outlines what is taught, politicians reveal what they think schools are for. Are they places where we as adults pass on the historic body of canonic knowledge to new generations as an entitlement regardless of background or cultural identity, and notwithstanding important arguments about what constitutes the best that's known and thought? Or is this new curriculum a skills-based or therapeutic model in which knowledge is a mere second-order vehicle for the main goals of social mobility or social engineering? Recent curriculum overhauls by devolved governments should act as a warning. These allegedly child-centred experiments in disciplinarity, the Curriculum for Wales or Scotland's Curriculum for Excellence, if ever there was a misnomer, have both led to a disastrous collapse in attainment. And I'm not reassured by Professor Francis's interim review, with its focus on educating pupils through a social justice lens to reflect contemporary diversities. It sounds like a recipe for an EDI curriculum on stilts. Also, recently, Government Advisor Professor Lee Elliott-Major described school trips to theatres, museums and highbrow arts galleries as elite middle-class pursuits, condescendingly suggesting more relevant art forms such as grime, rap and brass bands. What? For us plebs. Of course, I'm speculating based on my political preoccupations and prejudices, but I've got no choice but to speculate because we don't know the facts. But shouldn't we know before we impose that curriculum with no opt-out on all schools? I think we always need to study the detail when governments start issuing central diktats on what's taught. We need to guard against schools being used for politicised stunts or ideological manipulation. For example, was the Prime Minister's TV announcement that every school must screen the drama Adolescence really educationally motivated or even appropriate, especially as it potentially will mislead pupils about an important distinction between fact and fiction? I'm equally critical of the previous government's carelessness in allowing another fact-fiction conflation to become classroom orthodoxy. Children of all ages have been taught as fact that a person can literally change from one sex to another, due partly to poorly worded, centralised 2019 RSHE central guidance. Worse, parents' reasonable concerns about such lesson content has led for them to be chastised by teachers as bigots. This leads to my final point. I'm genuinely baffled about why this bill uses such disproportionate draconian regulatory powers to target homeschooling. Unlike others, I'm less of a fan of homeschooling per se. It sometimes seems a bit odd, but I'm more worried about this bill undermining important principles and freedom. The state don't own children, and it needs to be wary of overreach and mission creep into families. That's why historically parents have the right to choose how their children are educated. I'm afraid this bill's intrusive data collection and monitoring that insultingly conflate home education with safeguarding risk is a bit of a cheek. Can I just remind us of that terrible moment at the moment, the safeguarding record of the state acting as a parent in children's homes? Please don't mention the grooming gangs, but I'm going to. I wouldn't trust them. I do trust parents, and I hope this bill can look very carefully at that undermining of parental autonomy.
My Lords, I congratulate the noble Lord Mohammed and my noble friend Lord Biggar on their excellent maiden speeches. The committee stage for this bill is in a few weeks. Today we explore many important topics covered in the bill, yet, as quite often recently, we get just 4 minutes. It's hard to cover much at all in that time, and this is 2 bills in one. The first, praiseworthy, to protect children's well-being. The second, not so much, as it dismantles so much of recent decades' successful educational reforms. Squashing these two together into the same bill mixes the message. In the rest of my short speech here, I will discuss only the second part of the bill, and here are a few of the concerns I hope we can focus on during the committee's stage. First, removing the Academy order is baffling. We have no clue of what the government will offer as an alternative. What question was this the answer to? It attacks the successful Academy concept which was invented by the Labour peer, the noble Lord Adonis, who is much missed here. It fails to acknowledge the increasingly obvious superior organisation and success of multiple Academy trusts, as has been shown in several speeches by those who founded and ran them this afternoon. Some justify removal of the order by saying a lot of the worst schools are academies, but that's because for years the worst local authority schools have been transferred to MATs. We know they then improve as a result. This practice should be continued and without a 2-year wait. Second, on curriculum, the bill is yet more of we know best. Head teachers should be allowed to tweak their curricula according to the specific needs and levels of ability of their classes. It's strange indeed to want to remove that constructive flexibility when we all know that one size never fits all. Now third, requiring that only qualified teachers may teach will hit teacher numbers, both in general and in particular for specific subjects, particularly STEM subjects. Teacher numbers are already low, and this will worsen it. This does, my lords, look like a closed-shop concession to the teachers' unions. If it walks and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. If passed, this provision will remove so many inspiring, effective and motivated teachers from the schools where right now they're doing great work. Finally, which is all I have time to squeeze in, preventing successful schools from expanding will prop up failing local schools, reward failure and lead to worse results for the children. We already hear of local authorities pressing successful academies to shrink so that they can fill up those failing local authority schools that have rightly been deserted by the parents who want their children to get a better education. The proposal helps chums and allies, but will worsen educational results. In all of that, my lords, one could end up thinking that we have forgotten the children. Even with the significant gains in education in recent years, many children still leave school innumerate, illiterate. This bill should have focused on replicating in the less good schools the approaches of schools who have shown great educational results. But as written, the bill will remove much of the good that good schools do and revert them to much of the management practices, the structure, the failures of the bad schools. The unions may be pleased. The local councils and authorities who have failed to improve their local school systems may be pleased. But, my lord, what about the children?
Could I say that I think this is a really important occasion for the House of Lords, and I think it's really important for the world to see that the House cares about children's well-being and that we've got such great speakers across this debate. So that is a really important thing. To me, we've had some brilliant introductions, but what I would say is My experience of policies fail when you're not clear about what the outcomes are. Baroness Morgan of Hoyton, I see her nodding, was very clear on outcomes. Lord Hill of Orford said, what's the problem this bill is trying to face? And then we heard a number of Secretaries of State across all the parties talk about the improvements we've had. And we have had significant improvement in exam results. What's the area that we failed in? So what's our problem? It's the same evidence-based. PISA shows that our well-being results for children are abysmal. We are bottom of Europe, right? So that's the problem we're trying to solve. So it's all about children's well-being. So let's be clear about that. Now, if this were the children's maths bill, what would we have? We'd have a number of ideas about how we improve maths, teaching, and all the rest of it. And then we would have national testing to see who'd done it and who hadn't. So that's the donut, right? Brilliant bill, wonderful on the outside, very large hole in the middle, which is there's no national testing. So we won't know what works. You've all got great ideas. Some of them may work, some of them won't. I'm not an educational expert. I have been looking at all of this material for quite a long time now, and my charity that I declare my interest as honorary president of has looked at impacts of various things and is mentioned in the impact statement for this bill. So they are doing some relevant stuff. Basically, we need the raw data and we need a national program. Now, why would you not do this? It seems to me blindingly obvious that this is the simple thing. First of all, people say it's costly. Actually, it's not. As a former Perm Sec of the Treasury, if we get this right and we get children's well-being up, we know, as Lord Layard pointed out, this improves their outcomes, this improves their exam results, it reduces crime, it reduces welfare dependency, and seeing Baroness Tani Thompson there. How do we do this? Well, we're starting to get the evidence from adult work, which I started in 2011, the measurement of adult well-being that the ONS now do, and we've got great data for, which is going to help us enormously in sorting out the COVID thing. What are the things that really matter? Well, we know it's physical and mental health. We know sport, exercise, a lot of things that people have mentioned are hugely important to this. So it is well-being as a whole that matters. So please, can we have measurement? So it's not costly. In fact, it's incredibly costly not to do this because the whole prevent thing, if ever there was one policy, if I were Cabinet Secretary now, I'd be banging the table saying, guys, you've got missions, you've got all of this. This data, this stuff, will help you all achieve your objectives. So please, you know, it's 0.02% of the Department for Education's budget, right? And if you want help, Secretary of State, sorry, Minister, if you want help in sorting this out with some officials, I'm offering myself free to come in because A, the work's been done. B, well, have done amazing work. We've already got the surveys, we've already got results, we're doing research with it. We know about the things that determine and improve children's well-being. So please, can we do that? I am going to be on time. Is it burdensome to schools? Actually, it's voluntary. Our proposal is that it be voluntary. And when you think about it, the Be Well exercise is voluntary. Do schools decide to take it up? Yes, they do. Head teachers, yes, please. When you ask parents, what's the one thing you want to know about your school, most importantly of all? Is it exam results or rest of it? No, it's the well-being levels of their schools. And when we talk about freedom, let's give parents the freedom to choose on the basis of really good data. So, I mean, if, Minister, I can come and talk to you about this, because I really do think we shouldn't have an amendment on it. We should adjust this first and we should get together, and I'd love to help. And I'm going to shut up because I've gone 23 seconds over. I apologise.
My Lords, there is much in this bill to welcome, including the delivery of the manifesto commitment to cut unnecessary costs of school uniforms for parents. It's just disappointing it doesn't go on to have any measures to tackle the sustainability of school uniforms. The department's own figures show that school uniforms and PE kits cost parents about £380. So it's really important we have measures to tackle the cost of uniforms, but further measures to promote repair and reuse of school uniforms will not only help save parents money, it would also improve those uniforms' sustainability. But it's not, of course, just the cost to parents of buying those new uniforms. It's also the cost to them and to all of us when we pay local authorities to deal properly with the mountains of textile waste that they produce and the cost to the environment of the plastics and the forever chemicals which leach into our waterways and to our food chains. I mean, let's not forget, most school uniforms contain synthetics like polyester, which are a type of plastic, which means there are emissions produced when fossil fuels are extracted to manufacture them, and then there are plastic microfibers released when they are washed. And increasingly school uniforms are using PFSAs, which are forever chemicals, which once released into the environment never break down. And these are being used to give a stain-resistant quality to schools, but the evidence is that these finishes only last for about 10 to 20 washes. So they give parents very limited overall value, but are at a huge, huge cost to the environment. And there is emerging evidence now that these PFSAs are causing a significant negative impact on health. And it is my view that in everyday products, particularly children's clothing, that we should follow the example of both France and Denmark and ban PFSAs from textiles. Now, we know from polling that children are really concerned about sustainability, and we know that climate anxiety seriously affects their well-being. And I applaud young campaigners like Hugo Keane, who's 11, who has been challenging his local council and national politicians to do more to help parents make sustainable school uniform choices. And we should be using this bill. There are opportunities within this bill to help to do that. And equally, the DFE is about to produce a revised sustainability and climate change strategy, which could be used to ensure that we have more sustainability in our school uniforms. And the DFE should be working now with DEFRA to ensure that the revised Environment Improvement Plan and their circular economy strategy ensure there is better reuse of school uniforms and seriously addresses the issue of microplastics and PFSAs in their use. It is the time now that we move and transition to sustainable school uniforms.
Yeah. My Lords, I'd just like to start by saying I couldn't agree more with supporting the noble Lord MacDonald over his passion for collecting data, using data, getting data and using data for wellbeing. It's there and we can do more to use it. My Lords, the government has said that the main purpose of the bill is to break the link between young people's background and their future success. While it is designed to improve the well-being of our children, it does not recognise or acknowledge the integral and essential role physical activity and sport can play in achieving mental and physical well-being. As the noble Lord Addington and my noble friend Lord Monaghan have pointed out, words like sport, physical activity, physical education do not even appear in the bill. My Lords, data released by Sport England at the end of 2024 reports that not only 47.8% of children are meeting the UK Chief Medical Officer's guidelines on taking part in average of 6 minutes or more of sport and physical activity every day, meaning 3.6 million children are not, and over half of our young people are missing out on all the benefits we know which come from being active. This includes enhanced physical and mental well-being and delivering a healthier foundation to take all these children's lives forward. My Lords, with many more children suffering from poor mental health, lack of physical activity, and with obesity rising, surely this bill has been the ideal opportunity to change the way schools approach the health and well-being of our children. Put simply, we need to get our children active, fitter and more engaged. We need to allocate more time in the school day to deliver sport and physical activity, give access to a wider range of different exercises and movement, creating a more holistic approach, open up more school sports facilities, open up more extracurricular activities and clubs. Doing so will provide more children with many associated benefits during and around the whole school day. This bill could help address these issues, and sadly it doesn't. My Lords, the ongoing curriculum and assessment review that is expected to conclude later this year provides another huge opportunity to fully unlock the power of physical activity in enhancing our children's well-being. We know that PE in schools works. The recommendation put forward by the 2021 House of Lords National Plan for Sport and Recreation Committee, of which I was a member and so was my noble friend Lord Monaghan, was to designate PE as a core national curriculum subject, giving it the status in schools which then could also measure year on year. Established sports organisations like the Youth Sports Trust continue to push for physical activity, including PE and school sport, to be at the core of a broad and balanced curriculum, reminding us that schools are in a unique position to provide universal, equal access to sport and physical activity. My Lords, as outlined in the latest Ofsted report on physical education, for many pupils, PE will be the first and only place where they are taught safe, efficient and intelligent movement. The report also highlights the important role that high-quality PE in schools can play in challenging ingrained inequalities and level the playing field. My Lords, I believe the bill provides a real opportunity to embed physical activity at the heart of school life by introducing statutory measures, because if we do, we can inspire the next generation to be more resilient and thrive mentally, socially and physically. And if not, we are guilty of failing to grasp an opportunity to change young lives by giving them the resilience which comes from being physically and mentally strong. And I look forward to discussing this further at committee.
My Lords, I declare my education interests as set out in the register, in particular my chairmanship of the EACT Multi-Academy Trust, where we are enjoying recent outstanding Ofsted judgments in schools whilst applying the national curriculum. This is a good bill. It is necessary legislation to tackle a legacy in which vulnerable children have become more vulnerable and schools are struggling on multiple fronts. My Lords, I want to focus my time on the part related to schools. Today we've heard some argue, in effect, that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, pointing to improvements in England's PISA rankings for reading and maths as an indicator of the success of the current system. But this ignores the reality facing many schools. Our absolute performance in reading and maths has stagnated in PISA, and in science it has declined. Most worryingly, as so powerfully set out by the noble Lord O'Donnell, the life satisfaction of our young people has plummeted. Persistent absence remains high, teacher retention is poor, and NEETs are way too high. As others have said, we must use this bill to drive ambition on standards and well-being, regardless of structures. And so, turning to academies, they have, by and large, worked well. But I don't believe that's because of the freedoms initially promised. A Schools Week survey of 120 Academy Trust CEOs found that the majority believe that the removal of academy freedoms relating to pay, curriculum, and the employment of unqualified teachers would have little or no impact on their ability to run and improve schools. My Lords, I believe that the success of academies is much more due to strong governance and effective leadership than so-called freedoms. Good governance is the bedrock of school improvement. It safeguards quality and challenges poor performance. When I took over as Academies Minister from the noble Lord Adonis, I was conscious that it was the likes of the noble Lord Harris putting his personal reputation on the line that ensured strong governance and the delivery of quality. I do have some concerns that the unfettered use by officials of the powers of direction in clause 49 of the bill could interfere with that good governance, and I will want to explore that in committee. I'm supportive of where the bill has got to on pay, but wonder whether we should also explore whether the pay of senior MAT executives should be referred to the STRB so that MAT remuneration committees receive guidance to prevent pay inflation in that part of the workforce. And my Lords, the bill's measures to bring academies and local authorities closer together are also welcome and overdue. In particular, giving councils a greater role in oversight of academy admissions is a significant step forward for vulnerable children. Finally, on smartphone bans, like Baroness Morgan of Coates, I am sceptical but listening. I am perplexed as to what the sanction would be for a legal ban. Would it not be better, as a few schools are now doing, to use geofencing technology that creates a virtual boundary or fence around a school? When a smartphone enters or exits the school, the technology can then automatically block use altogether or restrict its actions, or open it up again. Surely we need to both protect children from the harms of technology and educate them to use it responsibly and realise its opportunities. In summary, this bill is not about rolling back progress, but about building a system that values robust governance, real accountability, and the well-being of every child. It puts children's interests, not structures or ideology, at the centre of reform. And that's why I urge your lordships to follow Baroness Morris's advice and put rhetoric behind us and work together for the benefit of children.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a member of the Knowledge Schools Trust and a trustee of the Knowledge Schools Foundation Trust. It's a great privilege to follow the excellent maiden speeches of the noble Lord Mohammed and my noble friend, Lord Biggar. The education reforms that the government is seeking to reverse in the second part of this bill have been a great success. It's been a natural experiment because education is a devolved area of policy, and the way to measure the success of the education reforms, dating back at least to 2000 and beyond, is to compare the performance of schools in England, where those reforms have been embedded, with those of Scotland and Wales, where they have not. And I won't repeat the PISA data that's been cited by numerous people on this side of the House, but I think it shows very clearly that the education reforms embedded in the English state school system have been a success. And given how successful they've been, I'm astonished that the party opposite, and indeed the Lib Dems, don't want to share some credit for it. As several noble lords have pointed out, the education reforms, which began with the creation of city technology colleges by my noble friend Lord Baker, as created by the Education Reform Act 1988, were continued by the noble Lord Blunkett in the Learning and Skills Act of 2000, which created city academies, and built on by the Academies Act of the coalition government, as my noble friend Lord Hill pointed out. The noble Lord Blunkett said earlier he hoped all sides could work together in this House. But, my lords, that's precisely what's been happening for the last 37 years, and it's his party that's decided to abandon this cross-party consensus, not mine. The part of the education reform programme I care most about are free schools, having helped to set up 4 of them. And in a nakedly ideological act, the government has pulled the plug on the programme in spite of its success. The English secondary school, where children make the most progress, is the Michaela Community School, a free school. The sixth form that gets the best A-level results in the country is not Winchester or Eton, but a free school, King's Maths School, where the noble lady Baroness Wolfe is the chair of governors. The secondary school I helped to set up, the West London Free School, was named last year by the Sunday Times as the best comprehensive in London. I note that my noble friend Lord Harris, who's done more to transform the life chances of children from disadvantaged backgrounds than anyone else I can think of, says his trust's funding for 25-26 has only increased by 1.3%, which won't cover the pay award of 2.8% the government has agreed with the teaching unions, and which, incidentally, the teaching unions have said they want more, that they're not satisfied with that and are threatening industrial action if they don't get more, even though it was agreed. And I hope the noble ladies Baroness Bousted and Baroness Blower will urge their former colleagues to show some restraint. But I wanted to say that in the case of my trust, Lord Harris, our funding has only gone up by 1.1%, not 1.3%, and the CEO of my trust tells me that the only way it will be able to remain solvent in 25-26 is to make between 8 and 10% of the staff redundant. And it isn't just our academy chains that are in this predicament. A survey by Teacher Tap and School Dash, published last week in Schools Week, found that 1/3 of primaries and 40% of secondaries in England will be forced to make redundancies in 25-26 due to funding shortfalls. And I regret to say that the staff most at risk of being made redundant across the sector are specialist SEND support staff. So much for this government wanting to do more for children with SEND, and so much for wanting to find 6,500 more teachers. Incidentally, what became of the 1.7 billion that the government's VAT raid on independent schools was supposed to raise for state schools? I hope the noble lady, the Minister, can tell us what's happened to that in her closing remarks. My Lords, the Baroness Morgan said earlier, we should remember what's worked and replicate that. This government should be replicating those reforms dating back to the 1980s that have worked, not trying to take us back to the 1970s. For the sake of our children, I would urge the government to be guided by evidence, not ideology.
My Lords, I too congratulate my noble friend Lord Mohammed and also the noble Lord Biggar on their maiden speeches. My Lords, the noble Lord O'Donnell is absolutely right about the child well-being problem, which is why I intend to focus my interventions on the well-being aspects of the bill, including children's rights, their voices, their physical, mental and emotional well-being, specifically their nutrition and protection against physical or sexual violence. Research shows strong links between poor well-being and child poverty. And children from low-income homes often go hungry or have a very poor diet. And that is why the government must use all their levers to ensure that children are properly nourished. The Healthy Start scheme has helped young families to buy fruit, veg and milk for their children. However, uptake is low, as many eligible families have never heard of it, let alone applied for it. And secondly, the value of the vouchers has not kept up with food inflation, and this must change. So will the government welcome an amendment from me to auto-enroll eligible families to ensure children get their entitlement? And the second lever is the food served in schools. I welcome the new school breakfast clubs, but they must serve healthy food. It is important to distinguish between a breakfast that fills the tummy and one that nourishes. The school food standards have not been reviewed for 10 years, and they hardly mention breakfasts. Does the Minister believe that the current school food standards are strong enough to guarantee that children will be getting nourishing food at breakfast clubs? And will she welcome an amendment to update the school food standards as recommended by the Lords Committee report Recipe for Health, which I had the honour to chair, including clear rules on what a nutritious school breakfast must look like? Breakfasts are not the only problem. There are still children who meet the very narrow entitlement for free school meals who do not get their free meal. So we also need auto-enrolment here. The quality of school lunches is often poor excuse me, and may not comply with the school food standards. And neither is there any proper monitoring of and compliance with the existing standards. So what is the government planning to do about that? Perhaps we can do something during the passage of the bill. Moving to violence against children. Children still do not have equal protection against assault as you and I have as adults. It is time that the reasonable chastisement or reasonable punishment defence, which can be used in court, is removed, as in Scotland and Wales. And I'm delighted to see a great deal of support for this change here and in the new intake of MPs in another place. Some 90% of social workers, 77% of healthcare professionals, 75% of teachers and 51% of police also support the change. Social workers say the current legal position makes their safeguarding work more difficult. And it's unclear for parents. The current law is discriminatory because it says you can hit a child as long as it doesn't leave a mark on the skin. What about a dark skin or one that doesn't bruise easily? So will this government bring equality and clarity to the law by accepting amendments to remove the defence referred to only recently by the perpetrator in the tragic case of Sarah Sharif?
Sexual violence has long life effects in which people live with unwarranted guilt and difficulty in making healthy relationships. The ICSA has recommended that knowledge of or reasonable suspicion that a child has been sexually abused must always be reported to the relevant authority. The government claims they intend to enshrine this in law, and I look forward to reassurance from the Minister, but I'm not sure that a duty of candour will be enough. If I'm not reassured, the Minister will be hearing more from me and others as the bill progresses.
My Lords, most measures that come before your Lordship's House are a curate's egg. Good can always be found. There is wide cross-party support for many of the measures in this bill that aim to improve child protection and safeguarding. Some of these measures, such as introducing a single unique identifier, will be significant if they enable much more effective, timely and joined-up multi-agency work. But I suspect there is much work to be done to get this right, and there is a wealth of experience in this House that the government would be wise to draw on. I am afraid, however, on the second half of the bill, I share all the concerns of my noble friend, the Earl of Effingham, and other noble lords across the House about the rolling back of academy freedoms. I appreciate that Tony Blair is in flavour of the month on the benches opposite. For me, the most important of his many achievements was heralding an era of education reform that abandoned dogma. The work of successive education secretaries, many of whom we heard from today, of both parties in improving schools and driving standards, is a rare example of a long-term approach across governments and indeed decades. I hope the government will take seriously and respond to the deep concerns that have been expressed today and take a more consultative approach going forward. But, my Lords, I want to focus on technology in schools, which we addressed in the data bill when it was before this House. The Baroness Lady Kidron, my noble friend Baroness Morgan of Coates and others highlight concerns about the use of so-called EdTech in schools. I thank Five Rights and others for their briefing. First, I want to make clear I'm not against tech in schools and its use by children and young people. I remember visiting Cambridge when I chaired your Lordship's Committee on Digital Communications. We saw remarkable work by Google and others who had developed glasses with AI-assisted technology and cameras and a discrete earpiece. Designed for and worn by blind children, this remarkable technology gave real-time audio description and other audio prompts that enabled them to interact with others, know who was in the room and where they were and who was engaging with them. These children, for the first time, were in the same place as their friends and family. It was remarkable. We were all moved and I think quite emotional when we saw the profound good that this well-designed technology had brought, the way it had transformed young lives and the passion of those who created it. And the heart of this tech was thoughtful, ethical design. It is thoughtful, ethical design that we should strive for in all technology. Product design, rather than a focus on content, should be at the heart of the way we regulate technology. Indeed, if we had insisted that hardware and applications were designed to be safe for children, we wouldn't now be thinking about trying to ban phones in schools. EdTech covers a whole range of applications and hardware that supports teaching and school management. It has been widely adopted in English schools. Many people have grave concerns about some of the actual teaching applications themselves, fearing that at the same time as parents are battling to control screen time for their children, the opposite is happening in school, where learning is gamified, gratification is instant, and rewards constant. These concerns may be unfounded, but the extraction of children's data and its use, and the lack of real evidence about the efficacy of this technology is alarming. Does the Noble Baroness, the Minister, agree that there should be robust standards for these technologies? If she agrees that ethical design and data standards and a stronger evidence base are vital, will the government agree to introduce procurement standards for education technology that supports schools? Will the government review and build an evidence base on the use of EdTech, looking at the long-term impact on skills and well-being? And finally, can the Minister update us on discussions the government has had with the ICO regarding the commitment made during the passage of the Data Bill to require the Information Commissioner to produce a code of conduct, code of practice on children's data and education. What are the Minister's early thoughts on what that code might cover?
My Lords, I welcome the Government's intention to improve the lives of young people in the care system, which is where I'm going to focus my attention. As other noble Lords have pointed out, we are familiar with the negative outcomes arising from being in care. Systemic inadequacies affect not only the individuals and families directly involved, the ripples spread across society. Fostering is a critical component of the care system, but as the noble Lord Young of Cookham and the noble Baroness Cash said earlier, and by the way, I support all 3 points that Baroness Cash made about what's not in the bill, the situation is stark. We don't have enough foster carers, especially from minoritised communities. The deficiencies in this part of the care system result in a damaging lack of options for children who cannot live with their birth families. Children's homes are a potential alternative, but it's recently been acknowledged that, I quote, the quality and safety of children's homes in England is simply not good enough, and that there was much more we need to do together to put the rights and needs of vulnerable children at the heart of our policy making. As public authorities, local authorities are responsible for the rights of children in their care, and there is concern that a recent ruling declared that a private care home was not a public authority, despite the placement in question being funded by a local authority. Since more than 80% of children's homes are run by private companies, where then does that leave the rights of those children in those private sector-run homes? There's a lack of clarity there which needs to be sorted. What steps is the government taking to address this problem? Without clarity over their rights, how will the government deliver on its aim to place vulnerable children at the heart of policy making? Both through membership of the APPG on care experienced children and young people, and because of my own connections, I'm fortunate to have had recently plenty of opportunity to have conversations with many care experienced young people. They're creative, full of ideas, and they articulate powerfully their experiences, and most importantly, they know what would improve their lives now and when they leave the system. I've also met with a number of organisations and individuals, including Bernardo's and the Black Care Experience, led by Judith Denton, dedicated to addressing the needs of Black care experienced children. From how to tend to Black children's hair and skin, to issues of cultural identity and how to deal with racism, these young people often feel isolated and their predicaments are ill understood. More foster parents and social workers from those communities are needed, but that's not the whole solution. Could the noble Baroness, the Minister, tell the House how the government intends to address these challenges in the current care system? Of course, the young people I've met recognise the damaging aspects of a system in which they have little or no control over their destiny. During these talks, I've been dismayed to find that many of the challenges that I've experienced in the care system in the 1950s and 1960s persist. Campaigns to designate being care experienced a protected characteristic point out that the offer from the state to our children and young people via corporate parents, which is one of the most soul-destroying terms ever uttered, is not currently a life-enhancing package. They understand what the care cliff means because they live in anticipation of it. They also know how the ruptures they've experienced might be mitigated. They have the knowledge and insight to guide us towards developing the systems and structures that amplify their potential to go beyond survival to thriving.
My Lords, education in this country has always been about shaping free minds, raising thoughtful, moral citizens who can think for themselves. This bill threatens that proud tradition. It doesn't modernize education, it centralizes it. It strips away the freedoms that have helped so many schools succeed, handing power to bureaucrats. And it is the children from working families who will lose the most. Less choice, lower standards, fewer chances to break through. I support the government's aim to protect children, but I fear this bill overreaches. As it stands, the state is grabbing sweeping powers, especially over home educating families. demanding personal data, club attendance, and anything local authorities consider appropriate. My concern behind this is the mindset that state knows best, that parents can't be trusted and need to be managed. Authoritarian regimes always start by inserting themselves between parents and children, demanding conformity of thought and value. Is this really the path we want to take? My lords, many parents turn to home education because the system failed them, because of special needs, safety concerns, or different values. They are doing what they think is best for children. My lords, I was home educated for 2 years. It wasn't ideal, but I survived and I even went to university. We lived in a part of the world where schooling was not possible. My parents could have sent me to a boarding school, but being French, this wasn't part of their beliefs to be separated with children, and I was only 7 years old. But my lord, does it mean that according to this bill, my parents would have been criminals? Meanwhile, this bill also goes far beyond what it, meanwhile, this bill also goes after some of our most successful schools, high-performing academic schools that have transformed lives, especially for children from tough backgrounds. What is their crime? They're different, they're independent, but they work. Instead of learning from them, this bill seeks to drag them down, imposing an unpublished national curriculum, removing freedoms over hiring, flexibility and admissions, and tightening control through local authorities. That isn't about raising standards, it's about government control. It doesn't fix what's broken, it breaks what's working. It doesn't raise standards, it lowers them. We should be backing good schools, not burdening them with red tape. As the bill stands, it creates an education regime that will be less human, less free, and ultimately less effective. Can the minister explain how exactly forcing home educating families to share private details will help their children? And how stripping the autonomy of successful schools will benefit working families? In closing, I would like to welcome the 2 new lords who are not in their seats and congratulate them on their excellent speeches. One of them is in his seat. Welcome.
My Lords, I declare my interests as a Governor of Coram and as a trustee of the Foundling Museum, both of which institutions work across adoption, fostering, and particularly the care system. I overall welcome this bill. I think I have one cause for regret and sadness, which is my great friend, the late Baroness Massey of Darwin, is not here to take part. I do not intend to get involved in part 2, I think. But if I sense that children's well-being and best interests are being drowned out by political and ideological skirmishing, I may not find myself able to remain silent. And in particular, I say to the noble lady, the minister, I wonder what her ex-headmaster, Bill Lucas, who I believe she and her colleagues called Batman, what he would think about the tenor and temper of some of the debate about schooling and what is in the best interests of children. I will concentrate mainly on part 1, and I think the simplest way to declare my interest is that I will be all over part 1 of the bill like a rash. But in particular, I think there are some issues around SEND, and I particularly commend the noble Lords Addington and Carlisle for their knowledge, focus and passion on that issue, which I'm sure we will hear much more of in committee. In clause 17, to do with care leavers, there is currently, and there is still a danger that there will be a postcode lottery. And I do think there is a strong case for having a very clear national offer on what care leavers can expect, rather than it being left to individual areas. In Clause 10, when it comes to regional care cooperatives, I do beseech the government to learn from what I think we all recognise is the failure of the creation of adoption regionalisation, which really hasn't worked and certainly doesn't benefit the children. In Clause 19, I think trying to reduce the use of agency workers working in children's social care is very important, and in particular I would suggest that the noble lady the Minister and her colleagues might benefit from talking to the MP for York, Rachel Maskell, who I am a co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Adoption and Fostering, who will tell you will tell the noble lady and the Minister exactly what has happened in York with the new head of children's social care and the transformation that has happened there extremely quickly. It is an example of best practice, and it demonstrates what is possible. We then come to early years, and I suspect my friend Baroness Thornton will probably, who's after me, will probably mention that in a minute. But I do think that is an important part of the bill. When the noble lady, the Minister, and her colleague, the Secretary of State, came to the crossbench meeting last week, the very first question, she may recall, that was asked by me to the Secretary of State is, where are early years in this bill? And the answer was, it's really, really important and we're really focused on it, but she didn't really answer the question. So, my lords, the question is, how can we increase the mental, physical and emotional well-being of children by the age of entry to primary education? In particular, I think of the effect of technology on young minds. I think the work being done by the noble Baronet, my friend Baroness Kidram and Baroness Cass. I was at a meeting last week. My brain is still fizzing and overflowing from the quorum of professors. I'm not sure what the collective noun is for a group of professors and experts, including Jonathan Haidt, the eminent social science academic from New York University. The harm that is being done to our young people is staggering. Today, in today's Times, there is an article about what is happening in France, where a group of eminent academics and experts have exhorted the government to try and prevent children before the age of 6 being exposed to too much screen time. It is absolutely detrimental. It is happening in plain sight, and unless we do something about it, all of the good work we're trying to do, particularly in increasing the effectiveness of primary schools, will be limited and demolished by the poor state of well-being of the children who are going there, who are unable to feed themselves, aren't potty trained, are inarticulate, have limited attention. My lords, this is happening in plain sight. We have to do something about it. My lords, this is more than a rash. It is a life-diminishing migraine.
My lords, don't worry if cross-party cooperation between the noble Lord Russell and I, we hope to influence this bill in some ways. I am delighted to welcome this early bill and the priority that my government has given to this issue, and also congratulate today's maiden speeches. I want to raise two matters, my lords. One is about what is not in the bill, and one is about what is. I agree with the Quorum Foundation's brief that babies, infants and early years are missing from this bill. And I know it is not because there is not work being done on early years, but I think that this bill contains children's well-being in its title, and surely we need to therefore address baby, infant and early years well-being. For example, I declare an interest as a trustee of the charity Roots of Empathy UK, whose programmes are about reducing aggression, increasing sharing, caring and inclusion, and promoting resilience, well-being and positive mental health, and whose work would be an appropriate matter for discussion during the course of this bill. And whilst I absolutely applaud free breakfast to start the day, it is to ensure school readiness of our youngest must include more. For example, speech and language development, particularly for those who need it. 1 in 5 children are faced with these challenges, and recent research says that children with speech and language challenges are being unfairly punished in our schools. The excellent work of organisations like Speech and Language UK have informed the policy in this area for successive governments, including my own, and it would be good to explore the vital nature of this work during the bill and its importance to children's well-being. Now turning to what is in the bill, I absolutely welcome the commitment to improve children's social care placement, market and tackle the profiteering which is going on there and which the party opposite has allowed to happen for the last 14 years. Measures include establishing financial oversight regime to increase transparency for care providers and their corporate owners. I welcome measures to enable the Secretary of State for Education to implement a cap on the profits of non-local authority providers of children's social care. But I am concerned about the words, if other market intervention measures do not have the desired effect, because, my lords, we already know that the market does not work, so why would we wait? I support the creation of regional care cooperatives which may transform the commissioning landscape, but I hope it also means social economy and charity solutions will be considered. I would commend my noble friend, the Minister of the Juno project in Liverpool, the Lighthouse Pedagogic Trust and Social Adventures in Manchester in rethinking residential children's services. Finally, 3 matters. I support improvements to the bill to protect children from corporal punishment within the family. It's something I have worked across the House with other noble lords for the 27 years that I have been here. And can I also agree with the noble Baroness Burt? I'd like to raise the issue of new faith schools which are should be subject to the 50% cap on faith-based selective admissions that currently only applies to faith academies. And with the noble Lady Baroness Brink, I will also be asking about why we have a daily act of worship. Finally, my lords, I know I will not be alone in raising a matter which I know others will. The Who is Losing Learning Coalition found that for every 1 child formally permanently excluded, 10 more are moved through informal and unregulated means. That amounts to over 30,000 children, a conservative estimate, being shifted around the system with little or no oversight. Alarmingly, this lack of accountability means that in many cases, no one, including the Department of Education, can say with certainty where these children are. My lords, there are many challenges, and I look forward to working with my noble friend the Minister and other colleagues across the House.
Here, well done.
My lords, it is an honour to speak in this debate, and I declare my interest as Governor of Shoreditch Park Academy in Hackney. I will focus on the proposed measures that I think threaten academies. Many noble lords have already made brilliant, passionate speeches based on deep knowledge and expertise, not least my noble friend, our Academy hero, Lord Harris of Peckham. I ask the Minister, what is the problem the government is trying to solve? Academies have been one of the most successful education reforms of our generation. Why is the government intent on sabotaging that success, other than to please militant trade unionists? My lords, significant parts of this bill are inspired by ideologues in hock to the unions, putting the interests of the allies of the Marxist Jeremy Corbyn ahead of children. Yes, the very children, working-class children who would benefit from an excellent academy education. As a governor of a secondary school in Hackney, a pretty tough area, this school is part of COLAT, the City of London Trust, I have seen the power an academy has to change lives. Shoreditch Park was set up in 2017 in a porter cabin with just 180 pupils and 20 staff. We now have 870 pupils in a brilliant new building and a thriving sixth form, pupils from more than a dozen ethnic backgrounds, 54% pupil premium, 14% special needs, but good, very good attendance, achieving fantastic grades at GCSE and A-level, and 100% of the 2024 sixth form going to university. That is astonishing, given that some pupils arrive at the school barely able to write a sentence, let alone with correct spelling and punctuation. Early this year, Ofsted rated Shoreditch
Park Academy, outstanding in every category. How has this been achieved? By being part of a very successful trust that has the experience and freedom to make decisions. Why does the government want to change the policy that is working, a policy that helps the most disadvantaged succeed? I have visited hundreds of schools, I'm sure many others have too, and I've seen what works. Academies work because they're in charge, not the unions. My lords, this bill undermines academies. I will mention briefly 3 areas of particular concern. Firstly, the curriculum. Trusts know how to produce rigorous, broad-based curriculum that includes music, drama and sport. At Shoreditch Park, there are choirs, orchestras, drama productions, football, netball, basketball, debating, chess club, and so it goes on, and the Duke of Edinburgh Awards. Incredibly important, life-changing for many pupils with its focus on outdoor activities and community service, all essential to keep these children engaged, to find something special, and to build resilience. Secondly, teacher recruitment. It's been mentioned before, but I'm going to say it again. Trusts currently have the freedom to hire who is best in certain circumstances, even if that person has not trained at the an institute of education. Why change that? Pressure from the unions? Do I detect a closed-shop mentality so familiar in the 1970s that destroyed industry? Thirdly, school uniforms. A strict school uniform policy essential, with branding and badges so that children do not come to school representing street culture or gang culture, or as a fashion statement. Uniform is a social leveller, an objective authority. Why change that? The 3-item proposal is hopeless. Academies have strong behaviour programmes, routines and systems and structures which liberate pupils. They are taught to understand that schools are communities with rules and the consequences of bad behaviour. Just like society, it brings out the best in pupils. No phones and certainly no knives. Exclusion is the last resort, but absolutely necessary when a pupil aggressively and repeatedly defies the rules. I want to make one more point. The changes proposed by the government would reverse that improvement. And as for failing schools, ask any trust CEO their view of RISE, the Local Authority School Improvement Programme. They say it is drag and drain, a drag on school improvement and a drain on resource. Trusts like COLAC know how to turn round a failing school. Academies are a great cross-party success envied by parents and politicians across the world. Just why has the government allowed itself to be captured by the self-interest of union leaders, putting those interests ahead of the needs of children? Will the government at least listen to the wisdom of their own Lord Blunkett?
My Lords, this bill is a complex and sensitive one which will deserve careful and detailed scrutiny at committee and report stage. I intend to concentrate my remarks at this stage to those parts of the bill which relate to kinship care, an often overlooked and underestimated aspect of the state's responsibility for children in difficulties in their earlier years. And in so doing, I declare an interest as a member of the all-party group on kinship care. Several parts of the present bill touch on kinship care, but not always, I would suggest, as clearly or as decisively as is desirable. First, a word of thanks to the noble lady, the Minister, who has opened the debate today, for the very wholehearted contribution she made on kinship care, replying to a question on the 3rd of April. That was very welcome, and so were the supportive remarks made on the same subject by the noble lady, Lady Barron, who was at the time a minister when replying from the dispatch box some months earlier. So there is an element of bipartisanship, which I think was demonstrated by the noble Earl, the Earl of Effingham, in his reference in his opening speech to kinship care, about that aspect of the subject, though perhaps not some others, which I would suggest ought to continue. Why is kinship care so valuable and at the same time so neglected and underfunded? If one looks at the way the state contributes to abused and neglected children's problems, foster care, institutional care and kinship care, it is clear that the third category receives the least of the 3 in terms of resources, and that at a time in which resources are singularly stressed. and yet kinship care gets less, even though it is even more cost-effective than the other two, which is not to denigrate those other two, which often provide valuable relief, even if they have their serious weaknesses, particularly in the case of institutionalization. And then there are the complexities and the costs of the legal hoops, which must be gone through before kinship carers can gain recognized status for their role. Little wonder that many are scared off setting along the course of kinship care or abandon it halfway through. Similarly, complexities and obstacles are a discouragement to local authorities who are now rather belatedly being encouraged by the government through a series of pilot efforts. When one looks at the relevant parts of the bill designed to address these problems, it's easy to doubt whether this is being done with sufficient clarity and decisiveness to produce effective results. And yet here is a useful provision being hidden in plain sight. It surely needs some changes on the face of the bill to remedy that obscurity. Here are 3 examples in the bill of provisions which can and should be strengthened. First, the provisions about family rights groups. There is a real opportunity to reform the child welfare system by giving a new mandate to local authorities to offer families the chance to come up with solutions for their children's welfare to help them avoid entering the care system. There are currently 153,000 kinship-killed children in England alone, but the expectations for councils to include families in shaping and promoting their local kinship offer are minimal. And would it not make sense to offer kinship children the same right to reasonable contact with their brothers and sisters as they currently have by law with their parents? Secondly, family group conferences, an idea which emanated from New Zealand and which has been developed by Leeds Council, should surely be explicitly encouraged. A cost-benefit analysis found an average saving of £755 per family when compared with business as usual social care without family group conferences. Thirdly, there's a lack of recognition and understanding of what kinship care is and its different forms. A third of local authorities do not have a kinship care policy setting out the support they offer to families in their area. That surely too needs to be remedied. I do hope the noble lady, the Minister, responding to this debate, can give a general recognition of the need to strengthen and make more explicit in this bill the provisions for kinship care, and can undertake to respond to the points I and others have raised in this debate when we get to committee and report stage of the bill. There is a real chance here to promote a cost-effective way of helping some of the most vulnerable children in our country.
My Lords, can I start by congratulating my noble friend Lord Mohammed of Tinsley and Lord Bigger on the maiden speeches, and also, of course, welcome them to the House. My Lords, today is an important day and an important opportunity to make the lives and well-being of our children and young people and their families so much better. I've listened to all the 77 speeches, and it gives me great hope that this opportunity will not be missed by your lordships. This bill gives us the opportunity to put right important issues that affect children and families in all sorts of different circumstances. In our schools, it gives us the opportunity to build on the successes already achieved and tackle new problems that have arisen, and to ensure that all children get the best possible schooling. Of course, we all want the best education for our children. Of course, we all want to see our children thrive at school. We want our schools to be places of learning, where children learn and discover and play, where we ignite the joy of learning, and children and young people from whatever their background, whatever their circumstances, want to come to school, and they want to learn and they want to discover. This bill builds on the successes that have already been achieved, but it also deals with those newfound issues which are holding our children back. So let me start with well-being. Only yesterday, the Global Flourishing Study on Wellbeing was reported. This study, which questioned more than 200,000 people from 22 different countries, found in that study that the UK came third from bottom for well-being. So let me talk about mental health of young people, which impacts not only on their learning, but of course with their well-being. And we need not to forget the profound effect that COVID had on children and the lack of socialising with other children. 1 in 5 children have a mental health condition. 500 children a day are referred to mental health services. We, on these benches, would require a qualified and fully funded mental health practitioner in every school. And where there are schools with fewer than 100 pupils, it makes sense for a group of schools to share that mental health practitioner. In opposition, the government said they wanted to bring a mental health worker to every school, but this is part of the Department of Health Responsibility. It was a manifesto commitment, but there is as yet no bill laying this out. Perhaps the Minister might tell us when this commitment will be honoured. Our commitment would not only help the pupil, but it would help the school as a whole, and of course take pressure from the NHS. Academies started by the Blair government were seen as a way of tackling low educational achievement in disadvantaged communities. These academies had more resources, curriculum flexibility and autonomy from the state system. The coalition government started on its academisation programme with a single-minded, some might say ruthless, determination. Now we have over 80% of our schools either standalone or part of a multi-academy trust. It is right that the current government doesn't change this model, but allows all schools to thrive and grow, but not at the expense of each other. It must be right that all schools are inspected in the same way and all teachers' pays are equitable. Our school system should ensure that all teachers are fully qualified or working towards a teaching qualification. This shouldn't, with the right safeguards in place, prevent individuals coming into school to add to the teaching experience, whether it's helping with reading or with somebody with a particular interest, a particular knowledge, a particular expertise, sharing that with the pupils. It happens in maintained schools as well. And remember, teaching assistants at NVQ level 3 and 4 can teach in the classroom. There should be a national curriculum that all schools in England follow. That makes it clear what children should learn, but equally allows time and space for an individual school to pursue areas of expertise and interest. I hope the curriculum review will understand this sensible approach. And of course, talking about sensible approaches reminds me of Lord Baker, as he reminded us that university technical colleges have a specialised curriculum that makes them unique and successful. They will not have the time to follow a full national curriculum. So it does make sense to allow them to have that flexibility. At a time when we need to be providing the skills to grow the economy, we need more university technical colleges, not seeing them struggle with the difficulties they might face with a national curriculum, which is very much, if it is, straitjacketed. Let me frame my next remarks with some statistics. 1.49 million children are persistently absent from school. 171 million children are severely absent from school. 117,700 children are elected in home education. 350,000 children are missing entirely from the school system. Entirely from the school system. And as we've heard, many of them we don't even know where they are. And finally, there were 83,920 missing incidents of children in care in 2024. As a society, we must always put the safety and well-being of our children at the forefront of everything we do. That is why it is right to ensure there is a legal framework in which home education is carried out. Currently, any parent can decide to home educate without informing anybody, without any registration, without any checks. The majority of home educators do a magnificent job in teaching their children at home. There are many local authorities who have a commendable and constructive working relationship with home educators. We want a framework that is supportive, not bureaucratic, ensures that home education is worthy of its name and keeps children in a safe environment. There must never ever be another Sarah Sharif tragedy. As I have said, many local authorities have this excellent relationship with home educators, with some carrying out groundbreaking initiatives to encourage that relationship. Here's an idea. To encourage that relationship, why not pay the exam fees for those children who are being home educated? After all, by being home educated, they're saving the state millions of pounds annually. All schools must be registered and inspected. It cannot be right that some schools with strict religious fundamental practices, when closed by Ofsted, reopen in the guise of home education. Equally, it beggars belief that children and young people, often the most vulnerable in our communities, often those children and young people with special education needs, are placed, when excluded from school, in unregistered schools. Why are we doing this? Why are we allowing local authorities to place these young people when excluded from school in unregistered schools? I'll tell you why. Because the unregistered schools are cheaper than the registered schools. And we need to do something about that. And having said that, some unregistered alternative providers do an excellent job. But because of their size, they're not able to meet Ofsted requirements. Let's see at committee stage if there is a possible solution to this problem. We want children to be nourished at school. That's why we brought in the very successful free lunchtime meals for all children at Key Stage 1. Independent research showed how this helped children, particularly from low-income families, improved well-being and improved learning and attendance. We would extend that provision to special schools and Key Stage 2 pupils. We are not opposed to breakfast provision, but it doesn't reach all pupils, particularly those in rural areas. Breakfast club funding for primary schools will be £30 million, increasing the number of schools with free breakfast from 2,700 to 3,450. But that's out of a total of 16,700 primary state schools in England. Time does not permit me to talk about a number of important issues. I'd like to talk about the National Tutoring Guarantee, travellers' children, refugee children, extending human rights protections in outsourced children's care, summer-born children, school uniform and bullying, and so on. Noble Lords will have received dozens and dozens of briefings from organisations, charities, individuals, and all show the thirst to improve the well-being of our children and their families. All show the genuine desire to improve education schooling. I know, because I'm an optimistic person, that during our 7 committee days, we'll deal with those amendments on many of these issues. So I'm sure that government will be prepared to listen and consider and will improve on what is already a very good starting point.
My Lords, firstly I wish to congratulate my noble friend Lord Biggar for his excellent maiden speech on the importance of our national story in liberal schools, and I also thoroughly enjoyed the maiden speech of the noble Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, and I welcome them both to your Lordship's house. My Lords, we have heard many powerful and moving speeches from across the House, and they confirm that this bill matters. It will affect the lives of the nation's children intimately and profoundly, and it is important that we get this legislation right. We will engage constructively where the government is intent on doing the right thing, but as so many noble lords have pointed out, there is work to do to improve this bill, most particularly in its impact on schools. My Lords, every child deserves safety, dignity, and a fair shot at life, and we support the aims of Part 1 of this bill, to provide stronger support for children in care, to build a child protection system that protects, and to end the unchecked profiteering from services meant to nurture, not to exploit. These aren't just policy goals, they are moral imperatives, and they speak to the kind of country we ought to be. Much was done by previous governments, most conspicuously under the coalition by ministers such as Sarah Tether, David Laws and Edward Timpson to improve the lives of children in care, but we acknowledge there is more to be done, more even than the bill currently allows for. We heard compelling evidence from expert witnesses in the committee and the other place that this bill misses clear opportunities to intervene earlier and more effectively in children's lives. My noble friends Baroness Cash and Lord Farmer spoke of the need to break the cycles of dysfunctionality. One example is the timing of family group conferencing during care proceedings. Used too late, its value is diminished. The same is true in private law proceedings, where earlier use could help diffuse conflict before it escalates. And when it comes to deprivation of liberty orders for children, the bill says little, despite the known risks and urgent need for stronger safeguards. My Lords, these are not technical oversights. They are missed chances to protect children sooner, to reduce harm, and to shift the system from reacting to crisis to preventing it. That is what reform requires, and on this the bill falls short. The bill's provisions on regulating children's homes and independent foster carers also fail to confront the real issue, capacity. The fundamental problem in foster care is not a lack of oversight, it is a lack of homes. Yet instead of addressing that constraint, the bill turns to regulation, elaborate, bureaucratic, and unlikely to deliver the change that is needed. Indeed, my noble friend Lord Young of Cookham gave us the benefit of his own personal experience, and my noble friend Baroness Cash also highlighted further problems in the system. We will look to amend the bill to do what it should have done from the outset, expand fostering capacity and reduce dependence on a process-heavy system that too often delivers delay, not results. And on safeguarding, there are clear omissions. The bill is silent on the place of smartphones in schools. And here I quote, the need to give children a break from the well-documented problems of digital technology, as the noble Baroness Lady Kidron and the noble Baroness Lady Cass have so eloquently explained. This is an issue of growing concern for teachers, parents and pupils alike, and I commend the excellent research that Policy Exchange, the UK's most influential think tank, has done on this issue. More seriously, it says little on the long-promised reform of the SEND system, where delay has real consequences for children and families already struggling to navigate a broken process. This issue was raised by many noble lords, including my noble friends Baroness Berridge and Baroness Fraser of Craig Meddy, and the noble lords Baroness Grey Thompson and Lord Addington. My noble friends Lord Moynihan, Baroness Sater and the noble Lord Addington also brought attention to the fact that there is not one mention of the importance of sport or physical activity in the bill. Finally, far too much of this bill is being left to secondary legislation, and that should alarm every member of this House, because it is not just a procedural shortcut, it is a clear signal that the government does not yet know how its own reforms are supposed to work. The noble Lord O'Donnell called strongly for clear use of data and measurement of goals. Clause after clause is a placeholder for policy that hasn't been written, capacity that hasn't been planned, and consequences that haven't been thought through. And that is not just weak government, it is disrespectful of this House, and it is dangerous for the children who will live with the consequences. We will bring forward amendments to address all of these points, and we urge the government to use the time ahead not to defend the text as drafted, but to improve it, so that it meets the scale of the challenge and the seriousness of the moment. Turning to part 2 of the bill, as the noble Baroness the Minister will have heard, our concerns are far more fundamental. This bill does not take account of the careful cross-party consensus built up over the last 2 decades, which has driven up standards in schools in England, even as they have deteriorated in Scotland and Wales, as my noble friend Baroness Fraser demonstrated so persuasively in the case of Scotland. Greater autonomy for the front line through the growth of academies and schools, provided with sharper accountability, and my noble friend Lord Agnew is absolutely right to talk about the Damoclean sword of consequences, and intervention when schools fail, has ensured England has risen up every international measure of educational performance. Many other noble lords, such as my noble friends Lord Young of Acton, Lord Fink, Baroness Fleet, have spoken of the huge successes of the programme. The reforms driving this improvement have been shaped, supported and implemented by politicians from every major party, from my noble friend Lord Baker to the noble lords Lord Blunkett and Lord Adonis and Baroness Morgan, Nick Clegg and David Laws during the coalition years, and my noble friends Lord Harris of Peckham, the Baroness Morgan of Coates, Lord Agnew of Olton, Lord Nash and Lord Hill of Orford. These measures, which touch on schools, do not all give rise to concern. There are manifesto commitments in the bill that we want to see succeed, but they must be made to work. The proposal to roll out free breakfast clubs to all primary schools could offer real value, but only if issues around funding, staffing and delivery are properly addressed. And we recognise the case for a register of home-educated children, not least to ensure no child becomes invisible to the system. But as drafted, the bill does too little to protect children already known to social care, those at highest risk, and yet overreaches into the lives of families who are not. My noble friends Lord Frost, Lord Way and Lord Jackson have raised concerns in this area. Clause 436C mandates local authorities to collect extensive data from all home educating families, including details about who is educating the child, how often, where and whether any third parties are involved, even for families with no history of safeguarding concerns. The noble Lord Hacking described the clauses as too long and too complicated. Meanwhile, there is no tiered or risk-based enforcement mechanism. This is a blunt instrument and poor policy design. But, my lords, there are measures in this bill that do not merely pause the progress we have seen in our schools, they threaten to undo it. And, as my noble friend Lord Hill of Orford brilliantly made the case, what is most troubling is that the government has offered no serious explanation as to why these changes are being made. There is no analysis, no evidence, and as my noble friends Baroness Fleet and Baroness Mayer both point, and Lord Moynihan of Chelsea have all pointed out, no clearly defined problem for which these sweeping proposals are the solution. Take one extraordinary provision. Clause 50 repeals the legal duty to convert failing schools into academies. For over a decade, this duty has underpinned one of the few unambiguous successes in public service reform. Schools deemed to be underperforming were matched with strong academy trusts. Leadership was renewed, expectations were raised, and crucially, results improved. Without that power, as we heard from the noble Lord Harris, my noble friend Lord Harris of Peckham, thousands of children in our poorest communities would have been deprived of an excellent education which transformed their lives immeasurably for the better. Hundreds of schools serving some of the most disadvantaged communities were improved, and yet, with no consultation and no rationale, this bill abolishes that duty. In the same breath, Clause 49 hands the Secretary of State extraordinary powers to intervene in any academy, not when it has failed or even when it has breached its agreement, but simply when a breach is anticipated. That is a staggering threshold. Worse still, ministers may then determine precisely how that imagined brief must be rectified. This is not evidence-based reform, it's micromanagement by suspicion. Clause after clause strips away the very freedoms that made the academy model work. Clause 46 of the bill imposes a blanket requirement that all teachers in academies must hold qualified teacher statement. Imposes a blanket requirement. It abolishes the current discretion that academies have long held, the freedom to hire brilliant, capable individuals from beyond traditional routes. the coder turned computing teacher, the actor turned drama coach, the engineer teaching physics in schools where such teachers are desperately needed. The Nobel Baroness Lady Wolfe argued that technical subjects are best taught by those with practical experience, and she is absolutely correct. Clauses 53 to 56 invite local authorities and adjudicators to override decisions on admissions, pupil numbers and exclusions, centralise and control where autonomy wants delivered results. Clause 57 goes further. It allows local authorities to propose new community schools and pupil referral units, reversing the principle that new schools should be academies or free schools. In doing so, it reopens the door to precisely the local bureaucracies whose record of school improvement was so consistently weak that it gave rise to the Academies programme in the first place. And then there is Clause 47, which mandates that academies must follow the national curriculum. My noble friend Baroness Morgan of Coates has expressed concern about this change, and she is one of a number of the noble lords today. But Clause 47 also gives the Secretary of State very substantial powers, Henry VIII powers, which now also apply to academies. Indeed, together with Clause 63, this bill introduces some of the broadest Henry VIII powers we have seen in modern education law. My noble friend Lord Baker of Dorking has expressed concern about the transfer of such powers to the Secretary of State, and the noble Lord Carter of Hazelmere has also addressed the issue. I would be interested to hear the views of the noble Baroness the Minister on the issue of such powers in this bill. So, my lords, we are left with this. The government proposes to dismantle what works, to impose what it cannot defend, and to call it progress. But children do not learn better because Whitehall takes charge of school uniforms. They will not succeed if this House fails to question legislation that takes us backwards, a point made by many noble lords today, including my noble friends Baroness Eaton and Viscount Eccles. But perhaps most importantly, this bill is a chance to shape the next decade of school improvement in England. And let me be clear, on these benches we would welcome that opportunity if the government was serious about rising to it. The first phase of academisation tackled deep, entrenched failure in a minority of schools. The second built a national network of trusts, many of whom use their freedoms to innovate, to improve and to deliver for children. Now, the task before us is clear, to scale what works. The noble Baroness, Lady Morgan of Highcombe, made the case in her excellent speech. We should take the best of our MATs and local authorities and embed that excellence across the system to improve outcomes for pupils, to back our staff, and both my noble friend Baroness Shepherd and the noble Lord Blunkett emphasised the need to support the brilliant head teachers and teachers, and to back our staff with better support and career progression, to give parents meaningful choice, and to build a school system that is not just higher performing, but more resilient and more fair. My lords, the lesson from both Academy trusts and local authorities in the recent regulatory and commissioning review was clear. If we want lasting improvement, we need a self-improving system, not one run from Whitehall. None of this is about ideology. It is about what works. And what we've seen is that progress comes when we combine autonomy, accountability, and ambition. Let's not quietly dismantle what works. Let's build on it. It doesn't have to be this way. With the right amendments, this bill could lay the foundations for a genuine self-improving system, one that drives outcomes, strengthens leadership, and places children, not institutions, at the centre. And I hope the noble Baroness, the Minister, and her department will meet these proposals with the seriousness they deserve, because we don't get many chances to get this right. And I'm going to give the final words to my noble friend, Lord Harris. As he once said, you can recover from a bad first job, even a second, but a child gets one shot at education. No do-overs, no second drafts, so our duty is simple. We must get it right the first time, and that begins by getting this bill right here and now.
My Lords, we have had a long and interesting and well-informed debate. Given the numbers of people who have contributed, I will do my best to cover the key issues, but I'm afraid I won't necessarily be able to name-check all those who made them. But I do want to welcome the maiden speeches of the noble Lord Mohammed of Tinsley, who told us about his journey to Sheffield, his journey to
education and youth work. And I'm sure that that will be important for our debates in this House, and we all agree that we're very glad that he got in safely. And also to recognise the maiden speech of the Noble Lord, Lord Biggar, who will bring his historical perspective, as he has done today, his free thinking and challenge to this House. And I look forward to future debates and engagement. The discussion that we have had today has been both thoughtful and well-informed, reflecting, as I've said, the depth of expertise within this House. And it's also clear that there is a shared commitment among peers to work collaboratively in improving our children's social care and education systems. And this bill does make a significant contribution to this government's mission to dismantle barriers to opportunity. Reforming children's social care and education systems is a key part of this mission, ensuring that hundreds of thousands of children have the start in life they deserve. By shifting the focus of the system towards early support that helps keeps families together, we're breaking down the barriers that prevent children from thriving. Alongside and united with this, the bill introduces measures to drive high and rising standards in education, ensuring every child has access to excellent teaching, strong leadership, and a high-quality curriculum. We're committed to building a system that removes the obstacles to learning that hold too many children back, with all reforms underpinned by clear and robust accountability. This bill includes many measures to keep children safe and prioritise children's well-being, and I'm glad that they have been widely welcomed across the House. I will turn to specific points made during the debate, and I will start with the debate that we have had about how we can ensure that our schools are delivering for our children. The most compelling arguments have come from those arguing passionately for the urgent need to ensure that all children have the education they need and deserve. This is at the heart of this government's opportunity mission, but too many children are still held back by where they live or the school that they attend. Let me be very clear, as this government has been. This government backs academies. We agree that high-quality trusts have been critical in driving school improvement over the last 2 decades. We want to build on this success and want high-quality academy trusts to grow. As of March, we're supporting almost 700 schools through voluntarily converting to academy status. This, my lords, is a higher number than the previous government at any point since at least 2018. But the system is not working well enough for all, and significant issues persist in areas such as attainment and attendance, as several noble lords have identified. And whilst the best trusts have spread innovation and excellence across the system, academisation is not always the answer, and even when it is, on too many occasions, it has been too slow. The least compelling arguments came from those more concerned about a defence of structures and the status quo that we've heard from some opposite. And some of what we've heard from those opposite, I have to say, smacks to me of complacency, not of consensus. The true consensus is amongst those who know that tackling underperformance needs urgency, innovation, and a range of tools. And I will just say, in terms of some of the comments made about the RISE teams which are starting work, I'm not sure that noble lords in this place want to be referring to successful school leaders as clipboard-carrying bureaucrats, as some have. Let's talk about the things that many noble lords have identified as key to improving standards. First of all, the issue of the national curriculum. It isn't true that maintained schools are unable to innovate while following the national curriculum. As my noble friend Lord Knight identified, many academies follow the national curriculum and innovate well. There is flexibility to tailor the content and delivery of the curriculum to meet the needs of pupils and to take account of new developments, societal changes, or local or topical issues. A requirement to teach the national curriculum provides a floor, but no ceiling. It does not force schools to teach in a particular way or prevent them from adapting or innovating, and it doesn't stop them adding extra content in the best interests of their pupils. But there is more to do in ensuring that young people are prepared for life and that there is space for creativity, arts, drama, sport, as we have heard, as well as vocational subjects. And that is the reason why this government set up the Curriculum and Assessment Review, precisely to deliver a curriculum that will ensure that those things are possible as that floor for innovation that I have identified. Several noble lords have talked about the specific case of university technical colleges, UTCs. UTCs and studio schools do offer a distinctive curriculum which specialises in technical and vocational education. Pupils make an active decision alongside their parents to attend these schools for that distinct curriculum. In choosing to go to such a school, they indicate that they don't want to study the full breadth of the national curriculum. As such, the requirements to follow the full national curriculum will not apply to UTCs and studio schools. The details of the exemption will be discussed with UTCs and studio schools, and the regulations will be laid before Parliament in due course. That's what happens when the power of my noble friend Lord Blunkett and the founder of the National Curriculum and UTCs, the noble Lord Baker, combine together. Innovation, of course, also needs great teaching, as many noble lords have identified. High quality teaching is the most important in-school factor to a child's educational outcomes. That's why this government has made good early progress to deliver towards our key pledge to recruit 6,500 new expert teachers. We agreed a 5.5% pay award for teachers this year. We're increasing teacher trainee bursaries with a focus on shortage subjects, and we've doubled retention payments from this year. To support these initiatives, we've expanded our school teacher recruitment campaign, and we've already seen a 6% increase in new entrants to initial teacher training compared to last year, reversing a trend of year-on-year decreases since the pandemic period. We have already made changes on some of the concerns expressed around pay. We're clear that the provisions in this bill provide a floor for the pay that teachers in all schools, including academies, should receive, but no ceiling. And there are existing exemptions to the requirement for QTS, which allow schools the flexibility to recruit subject experts and then support them to gain QTS through an employment-based route. It is, of course, possible to bring technical experts and others into schools to provide contributions to teaching. We value the knowledge and passion that such people can bring to schools, but great teaching does go beyond subject knowledge. We do need, for mainstream teaching, teachers who need to understand age-specific approaches, how to adapt teaching to the needs of children, how to ensure effective behaviour management approaches. And that's why we believe that it is right for all schools that teaching is done by qualified teachers. But we will update regulations to clarify that teachers will have 3 terms to secure a place on an appropriate route to qualified teacher status, so that schools' recruitment processes for teachers of any subject are not held up. On the points made about clause 49, particularly by the noble Lord Baker of Dorking, on this I do have to disagree with him. This is not the constitutional innovation or outrage that noble lords opposite have suggested. The Secretary of State already has a direction-making power over maintained schools, And from this bill, we'll have similar powers over academies, and I hope we'll get more chance to talk about the reality of what that will mean in committee. The Noble Lord, the Earl of Effingham, suggested that there was not support for our provisions. We're clear that the measures in this bill are the right response to the challenges of today and tomorrow. The Secretary of State for Education has engaged extensively with representatives of the trust sector over recent months. In addition to welcoming the changes we've made to the bill on pay and conditions, the Confederation of School Trusts, in its updated briefing, is reassured by our approach to the national curriculum and welcomes the interim report of the Curriculum and Assessment Review. CST is also reassured by our approach to the combination of the bill's provisions for QTS status and regulation for setting out exemptions. And on pupil admissions numbers and new schools, CST endorses the need for a framework that works for children and believes that this can be achieved through regulations and statutory guidance. I'm glad to hear the welcome for breakfast clubs, and I think we'll get into some of the detail around those in committee, but I can assure the Noble Earl Lord Effingham that there are 750 early adopters of free breakfast clubs already, and we will learn from them about how to roll the scheme out with the appropriate design, the appropriate funding to ensure that it is available to all pupils. If I move to some of the other measures that Noble Lords have raised, on the issue of home education, all children have the right to a safe and suitable education, whether they're educated at school or otherwise. We know that many home educating parents make the difficult decision to home educate for legitimate reasons and work hard to ensure their children receive an education that enables them to achieve and thrive. Sadly, that is not the case for all children. Some are receiving very little or no education, and some may even be at risk of harm or exploitation. This bill includes measures that make children not in school more visible and better enables local authorities to take action where needed. But I want to reassure home educating parents that these measures will not infringe on the right to choose to home educate for the vast majority. Neither will the content of home education be scrutinised any more than is the case now. In relation to the point made by Lord Brown, it isn't right that the bill does not allow local authorities to demand access to homes. They may ask for that. And I think in committee we will be able to look in more detail at the provisions in terms of what information is provided need to be provided by home educators, and I hope that we can reassure people on that.
Thank you very much.
Several Noble Lords have raised the issue of special educational needs and disability. Not everything that this government is doing in this enormously important area is contained within this legislation, but we are absolutely committed when it comes to special educational needs and disability, which, as many Lords have said, is a lose-lose situation for too many children and parents at the moment. We're committed to improving that, to improving inclusivity and expertise in mainstream schools, as well as ensuring special schools cater to those with the most complex needs, restoring parents' trust that their child will get the support they need. We've made a clear commitment to addressing the challenges in the SEND system as part of supporting all children to achieve and thrive. We're currently considering SEND reforms through extensive engagement, including detailed work in partnership with expert groups, local authorities, health, schools and parents that will look at the fundamentals of the system. And we're also taking action now to improve the system wherever we possibly can, bringing together our learning from Safety Valve, Delivering Better Value and the Change programme, and working with local authorities and schools to ensure the £1 billion for high needs announced at the autumn budget is a precursor to reform and change. Other Noble Lords have talked about the emphasis on early years and a child's best start in life. Through our plan for change, this government will give children growing up in our country the best start in life. Delivering that plan for change will require strengthening and joining up family services to improve support through pregnancy and early childhood. This includes continuing to invest in and build up the family hubs and Start for Life programme. Through that, 75 of the most deprived local authorities in England have received funding to set up family hubs with integrated Start for Life services at their core. Joining up services through family hubs provides a welcoming front door to vital support to improve health, education and well-being of babies, children, young people and their families, and the support for parents that several noble lords have rightly mentioned. And we're already investing in that. At the October 2024 budget, the government confirmed £69 million to continue the delivery of family hubs in this financial year, and the Department of Health and Social Care announced £57 million of continued funding for Start for Life services, and we are investing over £500 million in 2025-26 in the Families First Partnership Programme, through which we are rolling out reforms to family help, multi-agency child protection and family group decision making. The aim of the programme is to rebalance the children's social care system towards earlier intervention. Several noble lords also mentioned the issue of young people not in education, employment or training, where we're also determined to break down barriers to opportunity for all our young people. It is unacceptable that almost 1 in 7 16 to 24-year-olds in England and the UK are not in education, employment or training. That is too high. The consequences are too serious. Bringing down this number is a complex and long-standing challenge, but we're taking action needed to tackle it. That's why we have committed to the establishment of a youth guarantee to support access, training and apprenticeship or support to find work for all 18 to 21-year-olds, and offering 2 weeks' worth of work experience for every young person. Better careers advice at school as well. Several noble lords have talked about whilst there are many good elements in the bill, there is no mention of foster care. That is not an indication that this government is not prioritising it. All of our market reforms apply to fostering services, and fostering not being included on the face of the bill does not mean that we're not taking forward reforms, as demonstrated by our investment in recruitment and retention. As part of the Chancellor's Transformation Fund announced in the Spring Statement, we will provide an additional £25 million over 2 years for foster care as part of children's social care reform. We expect that to fund the recruitment of additional fostering families, provide better peer-to-peer support for foster carers, and ensure more children in care have stability. Beyond that, we are working closely with the sector to look at how we can improve foster care further, and talking to our Fostering Advisory Board about those issues. On the issue of information sharing and the single unique identifier, although current legislation already allows professionals to share information, we've heard that many practitioners only feel confident to do this when there is a serious child protection concern, and that reluctance, of course, can lead to fragmented information across agencies where no single professional has the full picture needed to spot emerging risks. The new duty in this bill provides a clear legal basis to share relevant information earlier and more confidently. Alongside that, the consistent identifier, which several noble lords have talked about, will only be used for the specific purposes set out in the bill. And it is the work that we are doing on that as part of the pilot that will ensure that we design that appropriately to fulfil some of the requirements and demands and concerns put forward by noble lords. We are also, I hear those noble lords who've talked about wellbeing measurement. The government is supportive of schools measuring wellbeing. Many already do, and we are looking at how to support schools to measure components of thriving, such as wellbeing, most effectively to support attendance, attainment and other national priorities with our opportunity mission. And I'll be very happy to talk further to noble lords who are interested in that. I feel sure that we will discuss in committee issues around smacking. Can I just say, however, that this government is absolutely clear that no child should be subjected to violence or abuse. My noble lords, we are pressing ahead with making it quicker and easier we're prioritising the well-being of children in this bill. I know that there will be many issues that we will want to discuss in detail in committee. I'm glad that there has been a consensus across this House about the significance of the work that we do with respect to children. This government has made a good start in doing that. This legislation is designed to develop that even further, and I look forward to discussing that further with noble lords, and I beg to move.
My Lords, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many of those say content, contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move the other motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed. As many of that opinion will say content, contrary not content, the contents have it.
Message from the Commons. They have passed the Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Bill, to which they desire the agreement of your Lordships.
My Lords, Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Bill. I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
My Lords, the question is that the bill be now read a first time. As many of that opinion will say content, contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.